Section 1 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell, Section 1. Boswell's Life of Johnson, including Boswell's Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides and Johnson's Diary of a Journey into North Wales, edited by George Birkbeck Hill, Doctor of Civil Law, Pembroke College, Oxford, in 6 volumes. Volume 1, Life, 1709 to 1765, 1887. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Doctor of Laws, comprehending an account of his studies and numerous works in chronological order, a series of his epistolary correspondence and conversations with many eminent persons, and various original pieces of his composition, never before published, the whole exhibiting a view of literature and literary men in Great Britain for near half a century, during which he flourished, by James Boswell, Esquire. Quo fit ut omnis votiva patet veluti descripta tabula vita senis. Horatius. The third edition, revised and augmented in 4 volumes, London, printed by H. Baldwin and Son for Charles Dilly in the Poultry, 1799. Preface. Fielding, it is said, drank confusion to the man who invented the 5th act of a play. He who has edited an extensive work and has concluded his labours by the preparation of a copious index might well be pardoned if he omitted to include the inventor of the preface among the benefactors of mankind. The long and arduous task that years before he had set himself to do is done, and the last thing that he desires is to talk about it. Liberty is what he asks for, liberty to range for a time wherever he pleases in the wide and fair fields of literature. Yet with this longing for freedom comes a touch of regret and a doubt lest the fresh woods and pastures new may never wear the friendly and familiar face of the plot of ground within whose narrower confines he has been so long labouring, and whose every corner he knows so well. Maybe he finds hope in the thought that, should his new world seem strange to him and uncomfortable, ere long he may be called back to his old task, and, in the preparation of a 2nd edition, find the quiet and the peace of mind that are often found alone in old use and wont. With me, the preparation of these volumes has indeed been the work of many years. Boswell's Life of Johnson I read for the first time in my boyhood, when I was too young for it to lay any hold on me. When I entered Pembroke College, Oxford, though I loved to think that Johnson had been there before me, yet I cannot call to mind that I ever opened the pages of Boswell. By a happy chance I was turned to the study of the literature of the 18th century. Every week we were required by the rules of the college to turn into Latin, or what we called Latin, a passage from The Spectator. Many a happy minute slipped by, while in forgetfulness of my task I read on and on in its enchanting pages. It was always with a sigh that at last I tore myself away and sat resolutely down to write bad Latin, instead of reading good English. From Addison, in the course of time, I passed on to the other great writers of his and the succeeding age, finding in their exquisitely clear style, their admirable common sense, and their freedom from all the tricks of affectation, a delightful contrast to so many of the eminent authors of our own time. Those troublesome doubts of all kinds, which, since the great upheaval of the French Revolution, have harassed mankind, had scarcely begun to ruffle the waters of their life. Even Johnson's troubled mind enjoyed vast levels of repose. The unknown world alone was wrapped in stormy gloom. Of this world all the complaints which were made were unjust. Though I was now familiar with many of the great writers, yet Boswell I had scarcely opened since my boyhood. A happy day came just 18 years ago, when, in an old bookshop almost under the shadow of a great cathedral, I bought a second-hand copy of a somewhat early edition of the Life in 5 well-bound volumes. Of all my books, none I cherish more than these. In looking at them, I have known what it is to feel Bishop Percy's uneasiness at the thoughts of leaving his books in death. They became my almost inseparable companions. Before long I began to note the parallel passages and allusions, not only in their pages, but in the various authors whom I studied. Yet in these early days I never dreamt of preparing a new edition. It fell to my lot, as time went on, to criticize in some of our leading publications works that bore both on Boswell and Johnson. Such was my love for the subject that on one occasion, when I was called upon to write a review that would fill 2 columns of a weekly newspaper, I read a new edition of the Life from beginning to end, without, I believe, missing a single line of the text or a single note. At length, towering in the confidence of one who has as yet but set his foot on the threshold of some stately mansion in which he hopes to find for himself a home, I was rash enough, more than 12 years ago, to offer myself as editor of a new edition of Boswell's Life of Johnson. Fortunately for me, another writer had been already engaged by the publisher to whom I applied, and my offer was civilly declined. From that time on, I never lost sight of my purpose, but, when in the troubles of life, I well nigh lost sight of every kind of hope. Everything in my reading that bore on my favourite author was carefully noted, till at length I felt that the materials which I had gathered from all sides were sufficient to shield me from a charge of rashness, if I now began to raise the building. Much of the work of preparation had been done at a grievous disadvantage. My health more than once seemed almost hopelessly broken down. Nevertheless, even then, the time was not wholly lost. In the sleepless hours of many a winter night, I almost forgot my miseries in the delightful pages of Horace Walpole's letters, and with pencil in hand and some little hope still in heart, managed to get a few notes taken. 3 winters I had to spend on the shores of the Mediterranean. During 2 of them my malady and my distress allowed of no rival, and my work made scarcely any advance. The 3rd, my strength was returning, and in the 6 months that I spent 3 years ago in San Remo, I wrote out very many of the notes which I am now submitting to my readers. An interval of some years of comparative health that I enjoyed between my 2 severest illnesses allowed me to try my strength as a critic and an editor. In Dr. Johnson, his Friends and his Critics, which I published in the year 1878, I reviewed the judgments passed on Johnson and Boswell by Lord Macaulay and Mr. Carlyle. I described Oxford as it was known to Johnson, and I threw light on more than one important passage in the Life. The following year I edited Boswell's Journal of a Tour to Corsica, and his curious correspondence with the Honourable Andrew Erskine. The somewhat rare little volume in which are contained the lively but impudent letters that passed between these 2 friends, I had found one happy day in an old bookstall underneath the town hall of Keswick. I hoped that amongst the almost countless readers of Boswell there would be many who would care to study in one of the earliest attempts of his joyous youth the man whose ripened genius was to place him at the very head of all the biographers of whom the world can boast. My hopes were increased by the elegance and the accuracy of the typography with which my publishers, Messrs. De la Rue and Company, adorned this reprint. I was disappointed in my expectations. These curious letters met with a neglect which they did not deserve. Twice, moreover, I was drawn away from the task that I had set before me by other works. By the death of my uncle, Sir Rowland Hill, I was called upon to edit his History of the Penny Postage, and to write his life. Later on, General Gordon's correspondence during the first 6 years of his government of the Sudan was entrusted to me to prepare for the press. In my Colonel Gordon in Central Africa, I attempted to do justice to the rare genius, to the wise and pure enthusiasm, and to the exalted beneficence of that great man. The labour that I gave to these works was, as regards my main purpose, by no means wholly thrown away. I was trained by it in the duties of an editor, and by studying the character of two such men who, though wide as the poles asunder in many things, were as devoted to truth and accuracy as they were patient in their pursuit, I was strengthened in my hatred of carelessness and error. With all these interruptions, the summer of 1885 was upon me before I was ready for the compositors to make a beginning with my work. In revising my proofs, very rarely indeed have I contented myself in verifying my quotations with comparing them merely with my own manuscript. In almost all instances I have once more examined the originals. Diligence and accuracy, writes Gibbon, are the only merits which an historical writer may ascribe to himself, if any merit indeed can be assumed from the performance of an indispensable duty. By diligence and accuracy I have striven to win for myself a place in Johnson's school, a school distinguished, as Sir Joshua Reynolds said, for a love of truth and accuracy. I have steadily set before myself Boswell's example, where he says, "Let me only observe, as a specimen of my trouble, that I have sometimes been obliged to run half over London in order to fix a date correctly, which, when I had accomplished, I well knew would obtain me no praise, though a failure would have been to my discredit. When the variety and the number of my notes are considered, when it is known that a great many of the authors I do not myself possess, but that they could only be examined in the Bodleian or the British Museum, it will be seen that the labour of revising the proofs was indeed unusually severe. In the course of the 18 months during which they have been passing through the press, fresh reading has given fresh information, and caused many an addition, and not a few corrections, moreover, to be made in passages which I had previously presumed to think already complete. Had it been merely the biography of a great man of letters that I was illustrating, such anxious care would scarcely have been needful. But Boswell's Life of Johnson, as its author with just pride boasts on its title page, exhibits a view of literature and literary men in Great Britain for nearly half a century, during which Johnson flourished. Wide indeed is the gulf by which this half century is separated from us. The reaction against the thought and style of the age over which Pope ruled in its prime, and Johnson in its decline, this reaction, wise as it was in many ways, and extravagant as it was perhaps in more, is very far from having spent its force. Young men are still far too often found in our universities who think that one proof of their originality is a contempt of authors whose writings they have never read. Books which were in the hands of almost every reader of the Life when it first appeared are now read only by the curious. Allusions and quotations which once fell upon a familiar and a friendly ear now fall dead. Men whose names were known to every one now often have not even a line in a dictionary of biography. Over manners too a change has come, and as Johnson justly observes, all works which describe manners require notes in 60 or 70 years or less. But it is not only Boswell's narrative that needs illustration. Johnson in his talk ranges over a vast number of subjects. In his capacious memory was stored up the fruits of an almost boundless curiosity and a wide and varied reading. I have sought to follow him wherever a remark of his required illustration, and have read through many a book that I might trace to its source a reference or an allusion. I have examined, moreover, all the minor writings which are attributed to him by Boswell, but which are not, for the most part, included in his collected works. In some cases I have ventured to set my judgment against Boswell's, and have refused to admit that Johnson was the author of the feeble pieces which were fathered on him. Once or twice in the course of my reading I have come upon essays which had escaped the notice of his biographer, but which bear the marks of his workmanship. To these I have given a reference. While the minute examination that I have so often had to make of Boswell's narrative has done nothing but strengthen my trust in his statements and my admiration of his laborious truthfulness, yet in one respect I have not found him so accurate as I had expected. I have, he says, been extremely careful as to the exactness of my quotations. Though in preparing his manuscript he referred in each case to the originals, yet he did not, I conjecture, examine them once more in revising his proof sheets. At all events, he has allowed errors to slip in. These I have pointed out in my notes, for in every case where I could, I have, I believe, verified his quotations. I have not thought that it was my duty as an editor to attempt to refute or even to criticize Johnson's arguments. The story is told that when Peter the Great was on his travels and far from his country, some members of the Russian Council of State in St. Petersburg ventured to withstand what was known to be his wish. His walking stick was laid upon the table, and silence at once fell upon all. In like manner, before that editor who should trouble himself and his readers with attempting to refute Johnson's arguments, paradoxical as they often were, should be placed Reynolds' portrait of that labouring, working mind, it might make him reflect that if the mighty reasoner could rise up and meet him face to face, he would be sure, on whichever side the right might be, even if at first his pistol missed fire, to knock him down with the butt end of it. I have attempted, therefore, not to criticize, but to illustrate Johnson's statements. I have compared them with the opinions of the more eminent men among his contemporaries, and with his own, as they are contained in other parts of his life and in his writings. It is in his written works that his real opinion can most surely be found. He owned he sometimes talked for victory. He was too conscientious to make error permanent and pernicious by deliberately writing it. My numerous extracts from the 11 volumes of his collected works will, I trust, not only give a truer insight into the nature of the man, but also will show the greatness of the author to a generation of readers who have wandered into widely different paths. In my attempts to trace the quotations, of which both Johnson and Boswell were somewhat lavish, I have not in every case been successful, though I have received liberal assistance from more than one friend. In one case my long search was rewarded by the discovery that Boswell was quoting himself. That I have lighted upon the beautiful lines which Johnson quoted when he saw the Highland girl singing at her wheel, and have found out who was one Giffard, or rather Gifford, a parson, is to me a source of just triumph. I have not known many happier hours than the one in which, in the library of the British Museum, my patient investigation was rewarded, and I perused Contemplation. 15 hitherto unpublished letters of Johnson, his college composition in Latin prose, a long extract from his manuscript diary, a suppressed passage in his Journey to the Western Islands, Boswell's letters of acceptance of the office of Secretary for Foreign Correspondence to the Royal Academy, the proposal for the publication of a geographical dictionary issued by Johnson's beloved friend Dr. Bathurst, and Mr. Recorder Longley's record of his conversation with Johnson on Greek metres will, I trust, throw some lustre on this edition. In many notes I have been able to clear up statements in the text which were not fully understood even by the author, or were left intentionally dark by him, or have become obscure through lapse of time. I would particularly refer to the light that I have thrown on Johnson's engaging in politics with William Gerard Hamilton, and on Burke's talk of retiring. In many other notes I have established Boswell's accuracy against attacks which have been made on it, apparently with success. It was with much pleasure that I discovered that the story told of Johnson's listening to Dr. Sacheverell's sermon is not in any way improbable, and that Johnson's censure of Lord Kaimes was quite just. The ardent advocates of total abstinence will not, I fear, be pleased at finding at the end of my long note on Johnson's wine drinking that I have been obliged to show that he thought that the gout from which he suffered was due to his temperance. "I hope you persevere in drinking," he wrote to his friend Dr. Taylor. "My opinion is that I have drunk too little." In the appendices I have generally treated of subjects which demanded more space than could be given them in the narrow limits of a footnote. In the 12 pages of the essay on Johnson's Debates in Parliament, I have compressed the result of the reading of many weeks. In examining the character of George Purcell-Mazar, I have complied with the request of an unknown correspondent who was naturally interested in the history of that strange man, after whom Johnson sought the most. In my essay on Johnson's travels and love of travelling, I have, in opposition to Lord Macaulay's wild and wanton rhetoric, shown how ardent and how elevated was the curiosity with which Johnson's mind was possessed. In another essay I have explained, I do not say justified, his strong feelings towards the founders of the United States, and in a fifth I have examined the election of the Lord Mayors of London at a time when the city was torn by political strife. To the other appendices it is not needful particularly to refer. In my index, which has cost me many months' heavy work, while I bore burdens with dull patience, and beat the track of the alphabet with sluggish resolution, I have, I hope, shown that I am not unmindful of all that I owe to men of letters. To the dead we cannot pay the debt of gratitude that is their due. Some relief is obtained from its burthen if we, in our turn, make the men of our own generation debtors to us. The plan on which my index is made will, I trust, be found convenient. By the alphabetical arrangement in the separate entries of each article, the reader, I venture to think, will be greatly facilitated in his researches. Certain subjects I have thought it best to form into groups. Under America, France, Ireland, London, Oxford, Paris, and Scotland are gathered together almost all the references to those subjects. The provincial towns of France, however, by some mistake, I did not include in the general article. One important but intentional omission I must justify. In the case of the quotations in which my notes abound, I have not thought it needful in the index to refer to the book, unless the eminence of the author required a separate and a second entry. My labour would have been increased beyond all endurance, and my index have been swollen almost into a monstrosity, had I always referred to the book, as well as to the matter which was contained in the passage that I extracted. Though in such a variety of subjects there must be many omissions, yet I shall be greatly disappointed if actual errors are discovered. Every entry I have made myself, and every entry I have verified in the proof sheets, not by comparing it with my manuscript, but by turning to the reference in the printed volumes. Some indulgence, nevertheless, may well be claimed and granted. If Homer at times nods, an index maker may be pardoned, should he, in the 4th or 5th month of his task, at the end of a day of 8 hours' work, grow drowsy. May I fondly hope that to the maker of so large an index will be extended the gratitude which Lord Bolingbroke says was once shown to lexicographers. I approve, writes his Lordship, the devotion of a studious man at Christchurch, who was overheard in his oratory entering into a detail with God, and acknowledging the divine goodness in furnishing the world with makers of dictionaries. In the list that I give in the beginning of the 6th volume of the books which I quote, the reader will find stated in full the titles which in the notes, through regard to space, I was forced to compress. The concordance of Johnson's sayings, which follows the index, will be found convenient by the literary man who desires to make use of his strong and pointed utterances. Next to Shakespeare, he is, I believe, quoted and misquoted the most frequently of all our writers. It is not every man that can carry a bon mot. Bon mots that are miscarried of all kinds of good things suffer the most. In this concordance the general reader, moreover, may find much to delight him. Johnson's trade was wit and wisdom, and some of his best wares are here set out in a small space. It was, I must confess, with no little pleasure that in revising my proof sheets I found that the last line in my concordance and the last line in my 6 long volumes is Johnson's quotation of Goldsmith's fine saying, "I do not love a man who is zealous for nothing." In the forward references in the notes to other passages in the book, the reader may be surprised at finding that while often I only give the date under which the reference will be found, frequently I am able to quote the page and volume. The explanation is a simple one. 2 sets of compositors were generally at work, and 2 volumes were passing through the press simultaneously. In the selection of the text which I should adopt, I hesitated for some time. In ordinary cases, the edition which received the author's final revision is the one which all future editors should follow. The 2nd edition, which was the last that was brought out in Boswell's lifetime, could not, I became convinced, be conveniently reproduced. As it was passing through the press, he obtained many additional anecdotes and letters. These he somewhat awkwardly inserted in an introduction and an appendix. He was engaged on his 3rd edition when he died. He had pointed out where some of these materials should be inserted, and in the margin of the copy which he had in part revised, he had written notes. His interrupted labours were completed by Edmund Malone, to whom he had read aloud almost the whole of his original manuscript, and who had helped him in the revision of the first half of the book when it was in type. These notes, says Malone, are faithfully preserved. He adds that every new remark not written by the author for the sake of distinction has been enclosed within crotchets. In the 3rd edition, therefore, we have the work in the condition in which it would have most approved itself to Boswell's own judgment. In one point only, and that a trifling one, had Malone to exercise his judgment. But so skilful an editor was very unlikely to go wrong in those few cases in which he was called upon to insert in their proper places the additional material which the author had already published in his 2nd edition. Malone did not, however, correct the proof sheets. I thought it my duty, therefore, in revising my work, to have the text of Boswell's 2nd edition read aloud to me throughout. Some typographical errors might, I feared, have crept in. In a few unimportant cases early in the book, I adopted the reading of the 2nd edition, but as I read on, I became convinced that almost all the verbal alterations were Boswell's own. Slight errors, often in the nature of Scotticisms, had been corrected, and greater accuracy often given. Some of the corrections and additions in the 3rd edition that were undoubtedly from his hand were of considerable importance. I have retained Boswell's spelling, in accordance with the wish that he expressed in the preface to his account of Corsica. If this work, he writes, should at any future period be reprinted, I hope that care will be taken of my orthography. The punctuation, too, has been preserved. I should be wanting in justice were I not to acknowledge that I owe much to the labours of Mr. Croker. No one can know better than I do his great failings as an editor. His remarks and criticisms far too often deserve the contempt that Macaulay so liberally poured on them. Without being deeply versed in books, he was shallow in himself. Johnson's strong character was never known to him. Its breadth and length and depth and height were far beyond his measure. With his writings even he shows few signs of being familiar. Boswell's genius, a genius which even to Lord Macaulay was foolishness, was altogether hidden from his dull eye. No one surely but a blockhead, a barren rascal, could with scissors and paste pot have mangled the biography which of all others is the delight and the boast of the English-speaking world. He is careless in small matters, and his blunders are numerous. These I have only noticed in the more important cases, remembering what Johnson somewhere points out, that the triumphs of one critic over another only fatigue and disgust the reader. Yet he has added considerably to our knowledge of Johnson. He knew men who had intimately known both the hero and his biographer, and he gathered much that, but for his care, would have been lost forever. He was diligent and successful in his search after Johnson's letters, of so many of which Boswell, with all his persevering and pushing diligence, had not been able to get a sight. The editor of Mr. Croker's Correspondence and Diaries goes, however, much too far, when, in writing of Macaulay's criticism, he says, "The attack defeated itself by its very violence, and therefore it did the book no harm whatever. Between 40 and 50,000 copies have been sold, although Macaulay boasted with great glee that he had smashed it." The book that Macaulay attacked was withdrawn. That monstrous medley reached no second edition. In its new form, all the worst excrescences have been cleared away, and though what was left was not Boswell, still less was it unchastened Croker. His repentance, however, was not thorough. He never restored the text to its old state. Wanton transpositions of passages still remain, and numerous insertions break the narrative. It was my good fortune to become a sound Boswellian before I even looked at his edition. It was not, indeed, till I came to write out my notes for the press that I examined his with any thoroughness. "Notes," says Johnson, "are often necessary, but they are necessary evils." To the young reader who for the first time turns over Boswell's delightful pages, I would venture to give the advice Johnson gives about Shakespeare. Let him that is yet unacquainted with the powers of Shakespeare, and who desires to feel the highest pleasure that the drama can give, read every play from the first scene to the last, with utter negligence of all his commentators. When his fancy is once on the wing, let it not stoop at correction or explanation. When his attention is strongly engaged, let it disdain alike to turn aside to the name of Theobald and of Pope. Let him read on through brightness and obscurity, through integrity and corruption. Let him preserve his comprehension of the dialogue and his interest in the fable. And when the pleasures of novelty have ceased, let him attempt exactness and read the commentators. So too, let him who reads the Life of Johnson for the first time read it in one of the pre-Crokerian editions. They are numerous and good. With his attention undiverted by notes, he will rapidly pass through one of the most charming narratives that the world has ever seen, and if his taste is uncorrupted by modern extravagances, he will recognize the genius of an author who, in addition to other great qualities, has an admirable eye for the just proportions of an extensive work, and who is the master of a style that is as easy as it is inimitable. Johnson, I fondly believe, would have been pleased, perhaps would even have been proud, could he have foreseen this edition. Few distinctions he valued more highly than those which he received from his own great university. the honorary degrees that it conferred on him, the gown that it entitled him to wear, by him were highly esteemed. In the Clarendon Press he took a great interest. The efforts which that famous establishment has made in the excellence of the typography, the quality of the paper, and the admirably executed illustrations and facsimiles, to do honor to his memory and to the genius of his biographer, would have highly delighted him. To his own college he was so deeply attached that he would not have been displeased to learn that his editor had been nursed in that once famous nest of singing birds. Of Boswell's pleasure I cannot doubt. How much he valued any tribute of respect from Oxford is shown by the absurd importance he gave to a sermon which was preached before the University by an insignificant clergyman more than a year and a half after Johnson's death. When Edmund Burke witnessed the long and solemn procession entering the Cathedral of St. Paul's as it followed Sir Joshua Reynolds to his grave, he wrote, "Everything, I think, was just as our deceased friend would, if living, have wished it to be, for he was, as you know, not altogether indifferent to this kind of observances. It would indeed be presumptuous in me to flatter myself that in this edition everything is as Johnson and Boswell would, if living, have wished it, yet to this kind of observances, the observances that can be shown by patient and long labour, and by the famous press of a great university, neither man was altogether indifferent. Should my work find favour with the world of readers, I hope again to labour in the same fields. I had indeed at one time intended to enlarge this edition by essays on Boswell, Johnson, Mrs. Thrale, and perhaps on other subjects. Their composition would, however, have delayed publication more than seemed advisable, and their length might have rendered the volumes bulky beyond all reason. A more favourable opportunity may come. I have in hand a selection of the wit and wisdom of Dr. Johnson. I purpose, moreover, to collect and edit all of his letters that are not in the Life. Some hundreds of these were published by Mrs. Piozzi. Many more are contained in Mr. Croker's edition, while others have already appeared in Notes and Queries. Not a few, doubtless, are still lurking in the desks of the collectors of autographs. As a letter writer, Johnson stands very high. While the correspondence of David Garrick has been given to the world in 2 large volumes, it is not right that the letters of his far greater friend should be left scattered and almost neglected. "He that sees before him to his 3rd dinner," says Johnson, "has a long prospect. My prospect is still longer, for if health be spared and a fair degree of public favour shown, I see before me to my 3rd book. When I have published my letters, I hope to enter upon a still more arduous task in editing the lives of the poets. In my work I have received much kind assistance, not only from friends, but also from strangers to whom I had applied in cases where special knowledge could alone throw light on some obscure point. My acknowledgments have in most instances been made in my notes. In some cases, either through want of opportunity or forgetfulness, this has not been done. I gladly avail myself of the present opportunity to remedy this deficiency. The Earl of Crawford and Balcarras I have to thank for so liberally allowing the original of the famous Round Robin, which is in his Lordship's possession, to be reproduced by a photographic process for this edition. It is by the kindness of Mr. J. L. G. Mowat, M.A., Fellow and Bursar of Pembroke College, Oxford, that I have been able to make a careful examination of the Johnsonian manuscripts in which our college is so rich. If the vigilance with which he keeps guard over these treasures while they are being inspected is continued by his successors in office, the college will never have to mourn over the loss of a single leaf. To the Rev. W. D. Macrae, M.A., of the Manuscript Department of the Bodleian, to Mr. Falconer Madan, M.A., sub-librarian of the same library, and to Mr. George Parker, one of the assistants, I am indebted for the kindness with which they have helped me in my inquiries. To Mr. W. H. Allnut, another of the assistants, I owe still more. When I was abroad, I too frequently, I fear, troubled him with questions which no one could have answered who was not well versed in bibliographical lore. It was not often that his acuteness was baffled, while his kindness was never exhausted. My old friend Mr. E. J. Payne, M.A., Fellow of University College, Oxford, the learned editor of the Select Works of Burke, published by the Clarendon Press, has allowed me, whenever I please, to draw on his extensive knowledge of the history and literature of the 18th century. Mr. C. G. Crump, B.A. of Balliol College, Oxford, has traced for me not a few of the quotations which had baffled my search. To Mr. G. K. Fortescue, Superintendent of the Reading Room of the British Museum, my most grateful acknowledgments are due. His accurate and extensive knowledge of books, and his unfailing courtesy and kindness, have lightened many a day's heavy work in the spacious room over which he so worthily presides. But most of all I am indebted to Mr. C. E. Doble, M.A., of the Clarendon Press. He has read all my proof sheets, and by his almost unrivalled knowledge of the men of letters of the close of the 17th and of the beginning of the 18th centuries, he has saved my notes from some blunders, and has enriched them with much valuable information. In my absence abroad, he has in more instances than I care to think of consulted for me the Bodleian Library. It is some relief to my conscience to know that the task was rendered lighter to him by his intimate familiarity with its treasures, and by the deep love for literature with which he is inspired. There are other thanks due which I cannot here fittingly express. An author partakes of the common condition of humanity. He is born and married like another man. He has hopes and fears, expectations and disappointments, griefs and joys like a courtier or a statesman. In the hopes and fears, in the expectations and disappointments, in the griefs and joys, nay, in the very labours of his literary life, if his hearth is not a solitary one, he has those who largely share. I have now come to the end of my long labours. There are few things not purely evil, wrote Johnson, of which we can say without some emotion of uneasiness, this is the last. From this emotion I cannot feign that I am free. My book has been my companion in many a sad and many a happy hour. I take leave of it with a pang of regret, but I am cheered by the hope that it may take its place, if a lowly one, among the works of men who have laboured patiently, but not unsuccessfully, in the great and shining fields of English literature. G.B.H. Clarens, Switzerland, March the 16th, 1887. End of Section 1. Section 2 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dedication to Sir Joshua Reynolds. My dear Sir, every liberal motive that can actuate an author in the dedication of his labours concurs in directing me to you as the person to whom the following work should be inscribed. If there be a pleasure in celebrating the distinguished merit of a contemporary, mixed with a certain degree of vanity not altogether inexcusable, in appearing fully sensible of it, where can I find one in complimenting whom I can with more general approbation gratify those feelings? Your excellence, not only in the art over which you have long presided with unrivalled fame, but also in philosophy and elegant literature, is well known to the present, and will continue to be the admiration of future ages. Your equal and placid temper, footnote. Johnson said of him, Sir Joshua Reynolds is the same all the year round. Boswell elsewhere describes him as he who used to be looked upon as perhaps the most happy man in the world. End of footnote. your variety of conversation, your true politeness, by which you are so amiable in private society, and that enlarged hospitality which has long made your house a common centre of union for the great, the accomplished, the learned, and the ingenious, all these qualities I can, in perfect confidence of not being accused of flattery, ascribe to you. If a man may indulge an honest pride in having it known to the world that he has been thought worthy of particular attention by a person of the first eminence in the age in which he lived, whose company has been universally courted, I am justified in availing myself of the usual privilege of a dedication when I mention that there has been a long and uninterrupted friendship between us. If gratitude should be acknowledged for favours received, I have this opportunity, my dear sir, most sincerely to thank you for the many happy hours which I owe to your kindness, for the cordiality with which you have at all times been pleased to welcome me, for the number of valuable acquaintances to whom you have introduced me, for the noctes cenaeque deum, footnote, O joyous delights, delicious feasts, at which the gods might be my guests. Francis, Horace, Book 2, Satire 6, line 65, end of footnote, which I have enjoyed under your roof. Footnote, 6 years before this dedication, Sir Joshua had conferred on him another favour. I have a proposal to make to you, Boswell had written to him. I am for certain to be called to the English bar next February. Will you now do my picture? And the price shall be paid out of the first fees which I receive as a barrister in Westminster Hall, or if that fund should fail, it shall be paid at any rate 5 years hence by myself or my representatives. Boswell told him at the same time that the debts which he had contracted in his father's lifetime would not be cleared off for some years. The letter was endorsed by Sir Joshua. I agree to the above conditions, and the portrait was painted. End of footnote. If a work should be inscribed to one who is master of the subject of it, and whose approbation therefore must ensure it credit and success, the Life of Johnson is with the greatest propriety dedicated to Sir Joshua Reynolds, who was the intimate and beloved friend of that great man, the friend whom he declared to be the most invulnerable man he knew, whom, if he should quarrel with him, he should find the most difficulty how to abuse. You, my dear sirs, studied him and knew him well. You venerated and admired him. Yet, luminous as he was upon the whole, you perceived all the shades which mingled in the grand composition, all the little peculiarities and slight blemishes which marked the literary colossus. Your very warm commendation of the specimen which I gave, in my journal of a tour to the Hebrides, of my being able to preserve his conversation in an authentic and lively manner, which opinion the public has confirmed, was the best encouragement for me to persevere in my purpose of producing the whole of my stores. Footnote, I surely have the art of writing agreeably. The Lord Chancellor, Thurlow, told me he had read every word of my Hebridean journal. He could not help it, adding, could you give a rule how to write a book that a man must read? I believe Longinus could not. End of footnote. In one respect, this work will in some passages be different from the former. In my tour, I was almost unboundedly open in my communications, and from my eagerness to display the wonderful fertility and readiness of Johnson's wit, freely showed to the world its dexterity, even when I was myself the object of it. I trusted that I should be liberally understood, as knowing very well what I was about, and by no means as simply unconscious of the pointed effects of the satire. I own, indeed, that I was arrogant enough to suppose that the tenor of the rest of the book would sufficiently guard me against such a strange imputation. But it seems I judged too well of the world, for though I could scarcely believe it, I have been undoubtedly informed by many persons, especially in distant quarters, not penetrating enough into Johnson's character so as to understand his mode of treating his friends, have arraigned my judgment, instead of seeing that I was sensible of all that they could observe. It is related of the great Dr. Clarke, that when in one of his leisure hours he was unbending himself with a few friends in the most playful and frolicsome manner, he observed Beau Nash approaching, upon which he suddenly stopped. "My boys," said he, "let us be grave. Here comes a fool." Footnote. Boswell perhaps quotes from memory the following passage in Goldsmith's Life of Nash. "The doctor was one day conversing with Locke and two or three more of his learned and intimate companions with that freedom, gaiety, and cheerfulness which is ever the result of innocence. In the midst of their mirth and laughter, the doctor, looking from the window, saw Nash's chariot stop at the door. 'Boys, boys,' cried the philosopher, 'let us now be wise, for here is a fool coming.' Dr. Warton, in his criticism on Pope's line, 'Unthought of frailties cheat us in the wise,' says, 'For who could imagine that Dr. Clarke valued himself for his agility, and frequently amused himself in a private room of his house in leaping over the tables and chairs?' It is a good remark of Montaigne's, wrote Goldsmith, that the wisest men often have friends with whom they do not care how much they play the fool. Mr. Seward says in his Anecdotes that in the opinion of Dr. Johnson, Dr. Clarke was the most complete literary character that England ever produced. End of footnote. The world, my friend, I have found to be a great fool as to that particular, on which it has become necessary to speak very plainly. I have, therefore, in this work been more reserved, and though I tell nothing but the truth, I have still kept in my mind that the whole truth is not always to be exposed. This, however, I have managed so as to occasion no diminution of the pleasure which my book should afford, though malignity may sometimes be disappointed of its gratifications. I am, my dear Sir, your much obliged friend and faithful humble servant, James Boswell, London, April 20th, 1791. Advertisement to the first edition. I at last deliver to the world a work which I have long promised, and of which I am afraid too high expectations have been raised. Footnote. How much delighted would Boswell have been had he been shown the following passage recorded by Miss Burney in an account she gives of a conversation with the Queen. The Queen. Miss Burney, have you heard that Boswell is going to publish a life of your friend Dr. Johnson? No, ma'am. I tell you as I heard, I don't know for the truth of it, and I can't tell what he will do. He is so extraordinary a man that perhaps he will devise something extraordinary. Dr. Johnson's History, wrote Horace Walpole on June 20th, 1785, though he is going to have as many lives as a cat, might be reduced to 4 lines. But I shall wait to extract the quintessence till Sir John Hawkins, Madame Piozzi, and Mr. Boswell have produced their quartos. End of footnote. The delay of its publication must be imputed in a considerable degree to the extraordinary zeal which has been shown by distinguished persons in all quarters to supply me with additional information concerning its illustrious subject, resembling in this the grateful tribes of ancient nations, of which every individual was eager to throw a stone upon the grave of a departed hero, and thus to share in the pious office of erecting an honourable monument to his memory. Footnote: the delay was in part due to Boswell's dissipation and place hunting, as is shown by the following passages in his letters to Temple. February the 24th, 1788. I have been wretchedly dissipated, so that I have not written a line for a fortnight. November the 28th, 1789. Malone's hospitality and my other invitations, and particularly my attendance at Lord Lonsdale's, have lost us many evenings. June the 21st, 1790. How unfortunate to be obliged to interrupt my work! Never was a poor ambitious projector more mortified. I am suffering without any prospect of reward, and only from my own folly. End of footnote. The labour and anxious attention with which I have collected and arranged the materials of which these volumes are composed would hardly be conceived by those who read them with careless facility. Footnote: you cannot imagine what labour, what perplexity, what vexation I have endured in arranging a prodigious multiplicity of materials, in supplying omissions, in searching for papers buried in different masses, and all this besides the exertion of composing and polishing. Many a time I have thought of giving it up. End of footnote. The stretch of mind and prompt assiduity by which so many conversations were preserved. Footnote: Boswell, writing to Temple in 1775, says, "I try to keep a journal, and shall show you that I have done tolerably. But it is hardly credible what ground I go over, and what a variety of men and manners I contemplate in a day. And all the time I myself am pars magna, for my exuberant spirits will not let me listen enough." Mr. Barclay said that he had seen Boswell lay down his knife and fork and take out his tablets in order to register a good anecdote. The account given by Paoli to Miss Burney shows that very early in life Boswell took out his tablets. "He came to my country, and he fetched me some letter of recommending him, but I was of the belief he might be an impostor, and I supposed in my mind he was an espy. For I look away from him, and in a moment I look to him again, and I behold his tablets. Oh, he was to the work of writing down all I say. Indeed, I was angry. But soon I discover he was no impostor and no espy. I only find I was myself the monster he had come to discern. Oh, he is a very good man. I love him indeed. So cheerful, so gay, so pleasant. But at the first, I was indeed angry." Boswell not only recorded the conversations, he often stimulated them. On one occasion he assumed, he said, an air of ignorance to incite Dr. Johnson to talk, for which it was often necessary to employ some address. "Tom Tyers," said Johnson, "described me the best. He once said to me, 'Sir, you are like a ghost. You never speak till you are spoken to.'" Boswell's Hebrides, August 20th, 1773. Boswell, writing of this tour, said, "I also may be allowed to claim some merit in leading the conversation. I do not mean leading as in an orchestra by playing the first fiddle, but leading as one does in examining a witness, starting topics and making him pursue them." One day he recorded, "I did not exert myself to get Dr. Johnson to talk, that I might not have the labour of writing down his conversation. His industry grew much less towards the close of Johnson's life. Under May the 8th, 1781, he records, "Of his conversation on that and other occasions during this period I neglected to keep any regular record." On May the 15th, 1783, "I have no minute of any interview with Johnson from May the 1st till May the 15th. May the 15th, 1784, "Of these days and others on which I saw him, I have no memorials." End of footnote. I myself, at some distance of time, contemplate with wonder, and I must be allowed to suggest that the nature of the work in other respects, as it consists of innumerable detached particulars, all which, even the most minute, I have spared no pains to ascertain with a scrupulous authenticity, has occasioned a degree of trouble far beyond that of any other species of composition. Were I to detail the books which I have consulted, and the inquiries which I have found it necessary to make by various channels, I shall probably be thought ridiculously ostentatious. Let me only observe, as a specimen of my trouble, that I have sometimes been obliged to run half over London in order to fix a date correctly, which, when I had accomplished, I well knew would obtain me no praise, though a failure would have been to my discredit. And after all, perhaps hard as it may be, I shall not be surprised if omissions or mistakes be pointed out with invidious severity. I have also been extremely careful as to the exactness of my quotations, holding that there is a respect due to the public, which should oblige every author to attend to this, and never to presume to introduce them with, "I think I have read," or "if I remember right," when the originals may be examined. Footnote. It is an interesting question how far Boswell derived his love of truth from himself, and how far from Johnson's training. He was one of Johnson's school. He himself quotes Reynolds' observation, that all who were of his school are distinguished for a love of truth and accuracy, which they would not have possessed in the same degree if they had not been acquainted with Johnson. Writing to Temple in 1789, he said, "Johnson taught me to cross-question in common life." His quotations, nevertheless, are not unfrequently inaccurate. Yet to him might fairly be applied the words that Gibbon used of Tillemont. His inimitable accuracy almost assumes the character of genius. End of footnote. I beg leave to express my warmest thanks to those who have been pleased to favour me with communications and advice in the conduct of my work, but I cannot sufficiently acknowledge my obligations to my friend Mr. Malone, who was so good as to allow me to read to him almost the whole of my manuscript, and make such remarks as were greatly for the advantage of the work. Footnote. The revision of my life of Johnson by so acute and knowing a critic as Mr. Malone is of most essential consequence, especially as he is Johnsonianissimum. A few weeks earlier he had written, "Yesterday afternoon Malone and I made ready for the press 30 pages of Johnson's life. He is much pleased with it, but I feel a sad indifference. He had lately lost his wife." And he says, "I have not the use of my faculties." End of footnote. Though it is but fair to him to mention that upon many occasions I differed from him, and followed my own judgment. I regret exceedingly that I was deprived of the benefit of his revision when not more than one half of the book had passed through the press. But after having completed his very laborious and admirable edition of Shakespeare, for which he generously would accept of no other reward but that fame which he has so deservedly obtained, he fulfilled his promise of a long-wished-for visit to his relations in Ireland, from whence his safe return Finibus Atticus is desired by his friends here with all the classical ardour of Sic tediva potens Cypri. Footnote: Horace, Odes, Book 1, No. 3. End of footnote. For there is no man in whom more elegant and worthy qualities are united, and whose society therefore is more valued by those who know him. It is painful to me to think that while I was carrying on this work, several of those to whom it would have been most interesting have died. Such melancholy disappointments we know to be incident to humanity, but we do not feel them the less. Let me particularly lament the Reverend Thomas Warton and the Reverend Dr. Adams. Mr. Warton, amidst his variety of genius and learning, was an excellent biographer. His contributions to my collection are highly estimable, and as he had a true relish of my tour to the Hebrides, I trust I should now have been gratified with a larger share of his kind approbation. Dr. Adams, eminent as the head of a college, as a writer, footnote, he had published an answer to Hume's Essay on Miracles, end of footnote, and is a most amiable man, had known Johnson from his early years, and was his friend through life. What reason I had to hope for the countenance of that venerable gentleman to this work will appear from what he wrote to me upon a former occasion from Oxford, November 17th, 1785. Dear Sir, I hazard this letter, not knowing where it will find you, to thank you for your very agreeable tour, which I found here on my return from the country, and in which you have depicted our friend so perfectly to my fancy, in every attitude, every scene and situation, that I have thought myself in the company and of the party almost throughout. It has given very general satisfaction, and those who have found most fault with the passage here and there have agreed that they could not help going through and being entertained with the whole. I wish indeed some few gross expressions had been softened, and a few of our hero's foibles had been a little more shaded. But it is useful to see the weaknesses incident to great minds, and you have given us Dr. Johnson's authority that in history all ought to be told. Footnote: MacLeod asked if it was not wrong in orrery to expose the defects of a man, Swift, with whom he lived in intimacy. Johnson: Why, no, sir, after the man is dead, for then it is done historically. End of footnote. Such a sanction to my faculty of giving a just representation of Dr. Johnson I could not conceal, nor will I suppress my satisfaction in the consciousness that, by recording so considerable a portion of the wisdom and wit of the brightest ornament of the 18th century, footnote, see Mr. Malone's preface to his edition of Shakespeare, Boswell, end of footnote, I have largely provided for the instruction and entertainment of mankind. London, April 20th, 1791. Footnote: April 6th, 1791. My Life of Johnson is at last drawing to a close. I really hope to publish it on the 25th current. I am at present in such bad spirits that I have every fear concerning it, that I may get no profit, nay, may lose, that the public may be disappointed and think I have done it poorly, that I may make many enemies and even have quarrels, yet perhaps the very reverse of all this may happen. August the 22nd, 1791. My magnum opus sells wonderfully. 1,200 are now gone, and we hope the whole 1,700 may be gone before Christmas. Malone, in his preface to the 4th edition, dated June the 20th, 1804, says that near 4,000 copies have been dispersed. The first edition was in 2 volumes quarto, the second 1793 in 3 volumes octavo, the third 1799, the fourth 1804, the fifth 1807, and the sixth 1811 were each in 4 volumes octavo. The last 4 were edited by Malone, Boswell having died while he was preparing notes for the third edition. End of footnote. Advertisement to the second edition. That I was anxious for the success of a work which had employed much of my time and labour, I do not wish to conceal, but whatever doubts I at any time entertained have been entirely removed by the very favourable reception with which it has been honoured. Footnote. Burke affirmed that Boswell's life was a greater monument to Johnson's fame than all his writings put together. End of footnote. That reception has excited my best exertions to render my book more perfect, and in this endeavour I have had the assistance not only of some of my particular friends, but of many other learned and ingenious men, by which I have been enabled to rectify some mistakes and to enrich the work with many valuable additions. These I have ordered to be printed separately in quarto for the accommodation of the purchasers of the first edition. Footnote. It is a pamphlet of 42 pages under the title of The Principal Corrections and Additions to the First Edition of Mr. Boswell's Life of Johnson, price 2 shillings and 6pence. End of footnote. May I be permitted to say that the typography of both editions does honour to the press of Mr. Henry Baldwin, now master of the Worshipful Company of Stationers, whom I have long known as a worthy man and an obliging friend. In these strangely mixed scenes of human existence, our feelings are often at once pleasing and painful. Of this truth the progress of the present work furnishes a striking instance. It was highly gratifying to me that my friend Sir Joshua Reynolds, to whom it is inscribed, lived to peruse it, and to give the strongest testimony to its fidelity. But before a second edition, which he contributed to improve, could be finished, the world has been deprived of that most valuable man. Footnote. Reynolds died on February the 23rd, 1792. End of footnote. A loss of which the regret will be deep and lasting and extensive, proportionate to the felicity which he diffused through a wide circle of admirers and friends. Footnote. Sir Joshua in his will left £200 to Mr. Boswell, to be expended, if he thought proper, in the purchase of a picture at the sale of his paintings, to be kept for his sake. End of footnote. In reflecting that the illustrious subject of this work, by being more extensively and intimately known, however elevated before, has risen in the veneration and love of mankind, I feel a satisfaction beyond what fame can afford. We cannot indeed too much or too often admire his wonderful powers of mind, when we consider that the principal store of wit and wisdom which this work contains was not a particular selection from his general conversation, but was merely his occasional talk at such times as I had the good fortune to be in his company. Footnote. Of the 75 years that Johnson lived, he and Boswell did not spend 2 years and 2 months in the same neighbourhood. Excluding the time they were together on their tour to the Hebrides, they were dwelling within reach of each other a few weeks less than 2 years. Moreover, when they were apart, there were great gaps in their correspondence. Between December the 8th, 1763, and January the 14th, 1766, and again between November the 10th, 1769, and June the 20th, 1771, during which periods they did not meet, Boswell did not receive a single letter from Johnson. The following table shows the times when they were in the same neighbourhood. 1763, May the 16th to August the 6th, London. 1766, a few days in February. 1768, March, Oxford. 1768, a few days in May, London. 1769, end of September to November the 10th. 1772, March the 21st to about May the 10th. 1773, April the 3rd to May the 10th. August the 14th to November the 22nd, Scotland. 1775, March the 21st to April the 18th, London. May the 2nd to May the 23rd. 1776, March the 15th to May the 16th, London, Oxford, Birmingham, with an interval of Lichfield, about a fortnight, Ashbourne, when Johnson was at, and Bath and Boswell at Bath. London, 1777, September the 14th to September the 24th. Ashbourne, 1778, March the 18th to May the 19th. London, 1779, March the 15th to May the 3rd, October the 4th to October the 18th. 1781, March the 19th to June the 5th, London and South Hill. 1783, March the 21st to May the 30th, London. 1784, May the 5th to June the 30th, London and Oxford. End of footnote. And without doubt, if his discourse at other periods had been collected with the same attention, the whole tenor of what he uttered would have been found equally excellent. His strong, clear, and animated enforcement of religion, morality, loyalty, and subordination, while it delights and improves the wise and the good, will, I trust, prove an effectual antidote to that detestable sophistry which has been lately imported from France under the false name of philosophy, and with a malignant industry has been employed against the peace, good order, and happiness of society in our free and prosperous country, but thanks be to God, without producing the pernicious effects which were hoped for by its propagators. It seems to me, in my moments of self-complacency, that this extensive biographical work, however inferior in its nature, may in one respect be assimilated to the Odyssey. Amidst 1,000 entertaining and instructive episodes, the hero is never long out of sight, for they are all in some degree connected with him, and he, in the whole course of the history, is exhibited by the author for the best advantage of his readers. Quid virtus et quid sapientia possit, utile proposuit nobis exempla Ulyssem. Footnote: to show what wisdom and what sense can do, the poet sets Ulysses in our view. Francis Horace Epode, 1:217. End of footnote. Should there be any cold-blooded and morose mortals who really dislike this book, I will give them a story to apply. When the great Duke of Marlborough, accompanied by Lord Cadogan, was one day reconnoitring the army in Flanders, a heavy rain came on, and they both called for their cloaks. Lord Cadogan's servant, a good-humoured, alert lad, brought his lordship's in a minute. The Duke's servant, a lazy, sulky dog, was so sluggish that his Grace, being wet to the skin, reproved him, and had for an answer, with a grunt, "I came as fast as I could." Upon which the Duke calmly said, "Cadogan, I would not for 1,000 pounds have that fellow's temper." There are some men, I believe, who have, or think they have, a very small share of vanity. Such may speak of their literary fame in a decorous style of diffidence. But I confess that I am so formed by nature and by habit, that to restrain the effusion of delight on having obtained such fame, to me would be truly painful. Why then should I suppress it? Why, out of the abundance of the heart, should I not speak? Footnote: In his letter to the people of Scotland, page 92, he wrote, "Allow me, my friends and countrymen, while I with honest zeal maintain your cause, allow me to indulge a little more of my own egotism and vanity. They are the indigenous plants of my mind. They distinguish it. I may prune their luxuriancy, but I must not entirely clear it of them, for then I should be no longer as I am, and perhaps there might be something not so good." End of footnote. Let me then mention with a warm, but no insolent exultation, that I have been regaled with spontaneous praise of my work by many and various persons eminent for their rank, learning, talents, and accomplishments, much of which praise I have under their hands to be reposited in my archives at Affleck. An honourable and reverend friend, speaking of the favourable reception of my volumes, even in the circles of fashion and elegance, said to me, "You have made them all talk Johnson." Yes, I may add, I have Johnsonized the land, and I trust they will not only talk, but think Johnson. To enumerate those to whom I have been thus indebted will be tediously ostentatious. I cannot, however, but name one whose praise is truly valuable, not only on account of his knowledge and abilities, but on account of the magnificent yet dangerous embassy in which he is now employed. Footnote: Lord Macartney was the first English ambassador to the court of Pekin. He left England in 1792 and returned in 1794. End of footnote. Which makes everything that relates to him peculiarly interesting. Lord Macartney favoured me with his own copy of my book with a number of notes, of which I have availed myself. On the first leaf I found in his Lordship's handwriting an inscription of such high commendation that even I, vain as I am, cannot prevail on myself to publish it. July 1st, 1793. Footnote: Boswell, writing to Temple 10 days earlier, had said, "Behold my hand. The robbery is only of a few shillings, but the cut on my head and bruises on my arms were sad things, and confined me to bed in pain and fever and helplessness as a child many days. This shall be a crisis in my life. I trust I shall henceforth be a sober, regular man. Indeed, my indulgence in wine has of late years especially been excessive." A chronological catalogue of the advertisement to the third edition. Several valuable letters and other curious matters having been communicated to the author too late to be arranged in that chronological order which he had endeavoured uniformly to observe in his work, he was obliged to introduce them in his second edition by way of addenda, as commodiously as he could. In the present edition these have been distributed in their proper places. In revising his volumes for a new edition, he had pointed out where some of these materials should be inserted, but unfortunately, in the midst of his labours, he was seized with a fever, of which, to the great regret of all his friends, he died on the 19th of May, 1795. Footnote: On this day his brother wrote to Mr. Temple: "I have now the painful task of informing you that my dear brother expired this morning at 2 o'clock. We have both lost a kind, affectionate friend, and I shall never have such another." What was probably Boswell's last letter is as follows: "My dear Temple, I would fain write to you in my own hand, but really cannot." These words, which are hardly legible, and probably the last poor Boswell ever wrote, afford the clearest evidence of his utter physical prostration. Alas, my friend, what a state is this! My son James is to write for me what remains of this letter, and I am to dictate. The pain, which continued for so many weeks, was very severe indeed, and when it went off, I thought myself quite well. But I soon felt a conviction that I was by no means, as I should be, so exceedingly weak as my miserable attempt to write to you afforded a full proof. All then that can be said is, that I must wait with patience. But, oh my friend, how strange is it that at this very time of my illness, you and Miss Temple should have been in such a dangerous state. Much occasion for thankfulness is there that it has not been worse with you. Pray write, or make somebody write, frequently. I feel myself a good deal stronger to-day, notwithstanding the scrawl. God bless you, my dear Temple. I am ever your old and affectionate friend, here, and I trust hereafter, James Boswell. End of footnote. All the notes that he had written in the margin of the copy which he had in part revised are here faithfully preserved, and a few new notes have been added, principally by some of those friends to whom the author in the former editions acknowledged his obligations. Those subscribed with the letter B were communicated by Dr. Burney. Those to which the letters J.B. are annexed by the Rev. J. Blakeway of Shrewsbury, to whom Mr. Boswell acknowledged himself indebted for some judicious remarks on the first edition of his work, and the letters J.B.-O. are annexed to some remarks furnished by the author's second son, a student of Brasenose College in Oxford. Some valuable observations were communicated by James Bindley, Esquire, first Commissioner in the Stamp Office, which have been acknowledged in their proper places. For all those without any signature, Mr. Malone is answerable. Every new remark not written by the author, for the sake of distinction, has been enclosed within crotchets. In one instance, however, the printer by mistake has affixed this mark to a note relative to the Rev. Thomas Fish Palmer, which was written by Mr. Boswell, and therefore ought not to have been thus distinguished. I have only to add, that the proof sheets of the present edition not having passed through my hands, I am not answerable for any typographical errors that may be found in it. Having, however, been printed at the very accurate press of Mr. Baldwin, I make no doubt it will be found not less perfect than the former edition, the greatest care having been taken by correctness and elegance to do justice to one of the most instructive and entertaining works in the English language. Edmund Malone, April 8, 1799. Footnote. Malone died on May 25, 1812. End of footnote. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After my death I wish no other herald, no other speaker of my living actions, to keep mine honour from corruption, but such an honest chronicler as Griffith. Shakespeare, Henry VIII, Act 4, Scene 2. Footnote. See Dr. Johnson's letter to Mrs. Thrale, dated Ostick in Skye, September 30th, 1773. Boswell writes a regular journal of our travels, which I think contains as much of what I say and do as of all other occurrences together. For such a faithful chronicler is Griffith. Boswell. See Piozzi Letters, Volume 1, number 159, where, however, we read as Griffith. End of footnote. The Life of Samuel Johnson, Doctor of Laws. To write the life of him who excelled all mankind in writing the lives of others, and who, whether we consider his extraordinary endowments or his various works, has been equalled by few in any age, is an arduous, and may be reckoned in me a presumptuous task. Had Dr. Johnson written his own life in conformity with the opinion which he has given, footnote Idler, number 84, Boswell, in this paper he says, those relations are commonly of most value in which the writer tells his own story. He that recounts the life of another lessens the familiarity of his tale to increase its dignity, and endeavours to hide the man that he may produce a hero. End of footnote. That every man's life may be best written by himself, had he employed in the preservation of his own history that clearness of narration and elegance of language in which he has embalmed so many eminent persons, the world would probably have had the most perfect example of biography that was ever exhibited. But although he, at different times, in a desultory manner, committed to writing many particulars of the progress of his mind and fortunes, he never had persevering diligence enough to form them into a regular composition. Footnote. It very seldom happens to man that his business is his pleasure. What is done from necessity is so often to be done when against the present inclination, and so often fills the mind with anxiety, that an habitual dislike steals upon us, and we shrink involuntarily from the remembrance of our task. From this unwillingness to perform more than is required of that which is commonly performed with reluctance, it proceeds that few authors write their own lives. Idler, number 102, end of footnote. Of these memorials, a few have been preserved, but the greater part was consigned by him to the flames a few days before his death. The author's qualifications. As I had the honour and happiness of enjoying his friendship for upwards of 20 years, as I had the scheme of writing his life constantly in view, as he was well apprised of this circumstance. Footnote, Mrs. Piozzi records the following conversation with Johnson, which she says took place on July the 18th, 1773. "And who will be my biographer?" said he, "do you think?" "Goldsmith, no doubt," replied I, "and he will do it the best among us." "The dog will write it best, to be sure," replied he, "but his particular malice towards me and general disregard for truth would make the book useless to all, and injurious to my character." "Oh, as to that," said I, "we should all fasten upon him and force him to do you justice. But the worst is, the doctor does not know your life, nor can I tell indeed who does, except Dr. Taylor of Ashbourne. My tailor," said he, "is better acquainted with my heart than any man or woman now alive, and the history of my Oxford exploits lies all between him and Adams, but Dr. James knows my very early days better than he. After my coming to London to drive the world about a little, you must all go to Jack Hawkesworth for anecdotes. I lived in great familiarity with him, though I think there was not much affection, from the year 1753 till the time Mr. Thrale and you took me up. I intend, however, to disappoint the rogues, and either make you write the life with Taylor's intelligence, or, which is better, do it myself after outliving you all. I am now," added he, "keeping a diary in hopes of using it for that purpose some time." Piozzi Anecdotes, page 31. How much of this is true cannot be known. Boswell, some time before this conversation, had told Johnson that he intended to write his life, and Johnson had given him many particulars. He read, moreover, in manuscript, most of Boswell's Tour to the Hebrides, and from it learnt of his intention. "It is no small satisfaction to me to reflect," Boswell wrote, "that Dr. Johnson, after being apprised of my intentions, communicated to me at subsequent periods many particulars of his life, Boswell's Hebrides, October the 14th, 1773. End of footnote. And from time to time obligingly satisfied my inquiries by communicating to me the incidents of his early years. As I acquired a facility in recollecting, and was very assiduous in recording his conversation, of which the extraordinary vigour and vivacity constituted one of the first features of his character, and as I have spared no pains in obtaining materials concerning him from every quarter where I could discover that they were to be found, and have been favoured with the most liberal communications by his friends, I flatter myself that few biographers have entered upon such a work as this with more advantages, independent of literary abilities, in which I am not vain enough to compare myself with some great names who have gone before me in this kind of writing. The Life by Sir John Hawkins. Since my work was announced, several lives and memoirs of Dr. Johnson have been published. Footnote. It may be said that the death of Dr. Johnson kept the public mind in agitation beyond all former example. No literary character ever excited so much attention. Murphy's Johnson, page 3, end of footnote. The most voluminous of which is one compiled for the booksellers of London by Sir John Hawkins, Knight. Footnote. The greatest part of this book was written while Sir John Hawkins was alive, and I vow that one object of my strictures was to make him feel some compunction for his illiberal treatment of Dr. Johnson. Since his decease I have suppressed several of my remarks upon his work, but though I would not war with the dead offensively, I think it necessary to be strenuous in defence of my illustrious friend, which I cannot be without strong animadversions upon a writer who has greatly injured him. Let me add, that though I doubt I should not have been very prompt to gratify Sir John Hawkins with any compliment in his lifetime, I do now frankly acknowledge that in my opinion his volume, however inadequate and improper as a Life of Dr. Johnson, and however discredited by unpardonable inaccuracies in other respects, contains a collection of curious anecdotes and observations, which few men but its author could have brought together. Boswell. End of footnote. A man whom, during my long intimacy with Dr. Johnson, I never saw in his company, I think, but once, and I am sure not above twice. Johnson might have esteemed him for his decent religious demeanour and his knowledge of books and literary history, but from the rigid formality of his manners it is evident that they never could have lived together with companionable ease and familiarity. Footnote. The next name that was started was that of Sir John Hawkins, and Mrs. Thrale said, "Why now, Dr. Johnson, he is another of those whom you suffer nobody to abuse but yourself. Garrick is one too, for if any other person speaks against him, you browbeat him in a minute." "Why, madam," answered he, "they don't know when to abuse him and when to praise him. I will allow no man to speak ill of David that he does not deserve. And as to Sir John, why really I believe him to be an honest man at the bottom, but to be sure he is penurious and he is mean, and it must be owned he has a degree of brutality and a tendency to savageness that cannot easily be defended." He said that Sir John and he once belonged to the same club, but that as he ate no supper after the first night of his admission, he desired to be excused paying his share. And was he excused? Oh yes, for no man is angry at another for being inferior to himself. We all scorned him and admitted his plea. For my part, I was such a fool as to pay my share for wine, though I never tasted any. But Sir John was a most unclubbable man. Madame D'Arblay's Diary. Volume 1, page 65, end of footnote. Nor had Sir John Hawkins that nice perception which was necessary to mark the finer and less obvious parts of Johnson's character. His being appointed one of his executors gave him an opportunity of taking possession of such fragments of a diary and other papers as were left, of which, before delivering them up to the residuary legatee, whose property they were, he endeavoured to extract the substance. In this he has not been very successful, as I have found upon perusal of those papers, which have been since transferred to me. Sir John Hawkins' ponderous labours, I must acknowledge, exhibit a farrago, of which a considerable portion is not devoid of entertainment to the lovers of literary gossiping, but besides its being swelled out with long unnecessary extracts from various works, even once of several leaves from Osborne's Harleian Catalogue, and those not compiled by Johnson, but by Oldys, and a very small part of it relates to the person who is the subject of the book, and in that there is such an inaccuracy in the statement of facts, as in so solemn an author is hardly excusable, and certainly makes his narrative very unsatisfactory. But what is still worse, there is throughout the whole of it a dark, uncharitable cast, by which the most unfavourable construction is put upon almost every circumstance in the character and conduct of my illustrious friend. Footnote. In censuring Mr. J. Hawkins's book, I say, there is throughout the whole of it a dark, uncharitable cast, which puts the most unfavourable construction on my illustrious friend's conduct. Malone maintains cast will not do. He will have malignancy. Is that not too strong? How would disposition do? Hawkins is, no doubt, very malevolent. Observe how he talks of me as quite unknown. Letters of Boswell, page 281. Malone wrote of Hawkins as follows: the Bishop Percy of Dromore, concurred with every other person I have heard speak of Hawkins, in saying that he was a most detestable fellow. He was the son of a carpenter, and set out in life in the very lowest line of the law. Dyer knew him well at one time, and the Bishop heard him give a character of Hawkins once that painted him in the blackest colours, though Dyer was by no means apt to deal in such portraits. Dyer said he was a man of the most mischievous, uncharitable, and malignant disposition. Sir Joshua Reynolds observed to me that Hawkins, though he assumed great outward sanctity, was not only mean and grovelling in disposition, but absolutely dishonest. He never lived in any real intimacy with Dr. Johnson, who never opened his heart to him, or had in fact any accurate knowledge of his character. Prior's Malone. End of footnote. Who, I trust, will by a true and fair delineation be vindicated both from the injurious misrepresentations of this author and from the slighter aspersions of a lady who once lived in great intimacy with him. Footnote, Mrs. Piozzi. End of footnote. Warburton's view of biography. There is in the British Museum a letter from Bishop Warburton to Dr. Birch on the subject of biography, which, though I am aware it may expose me to a charge of artfully raising the value of my own work by contrasting it with that of which I have spoken, is so well conceived and expressed that I cannot refrain from here inserting it. I shall endeavour, says Dr. Warburton, to give you what satisfaction I can in anything you want to be satisfied in any subject of Milton, and am extremely glad you intend to write his life. Almost all the life writers we have had before Tolland and Demeseau, footnote. Voltaire in his account of Bayle says, Desmaisons a écrit sa vie en gros volume et ne devait pas contenir 6 pages. Voltaire's Works, edition of 1819, end of footnote, are indeed strange, insipid creatures, and yet I had rather read the worst of them than be obliged to go through with this of Milton's, or the other's Life of Boileau, where there is such a dull, heavy succession of long quotations of disinteresting passages that it makes their method quite nauseous. But the verbose, tasteless Frenchman seems to lay it down as a principle that every life must be a book, and, what's worse, it proves a book without a life. For what do we know of Boileau after all his tedious stuff? You are the only one, and I speak it without a compliment, that by the vigour of your style and sentiments, and the real importance of your materials, have the art, which one would imagine no one could have missed, of adding agreements to the most agreeable subject in the world, which is literary history. November the 24th, 1739. Footnote: British Museum, 4320, Askew's Catalogue, Sloane Manuscripts, Boswell. Horace Walpole describes Birch as a worthy, good-natured soul, full of industry and activity, and running about like a young setting dog in quest of anything new or old, and with no parts, taste, or judgment. End of footnote. The author's mode of procedure, not a panegyric, but a life. Instead of melting down my materials into one mass, and constantly speaking in my own person, by which I might have appeared to have more merit in the execution of the work, I have resolved to adopt and enlarge upon the excellent plan of Mr. Mason in his Memoirs of Gray. Footnote: You have fixed the method of biography, and whoever will write a life well must imitate you. Horace Walpole to Mason. End of footnote. Wherever narrative is necessary to explain, connect, and supply, I furnish it to the best of my abilities. But in the chronological series of Johnson's life, which I trace as distinctly as I can year by year, I produce, wherever it is in my power, his own minutes, letters, or conversation, being convinced that this mode is more lively, and will make my readers better acquainted with him than even most of those who actually knew him, but could know him only partially, whereas there is here an accumulation of intelligence from various points, by which his character is more fully understood and illustrated. Footnote: I am absolutely certain that my mode of biography, which gives not only a history of Johnson's visible progress through the world and of his publications, but a view of his mind in his letters and conversations, is the most perfect that can be conceived, and will be more of a life than any work that has ever yet appeared. Letters of Boswell, page 265, end of footnote. Indeed, I cannot conceive a more perfect mode of writing any man's life than not only relating all the most important events of it in their order, but interweaving what he privately wrote and said and thought, by which mankind are enabled, as it were, to see him live, and to live o'er each scene with him, as he actually advanced through the several stages of his life. Footnote: Pope's Prologue to Addison's Cato. End of footnote. Had his other friends been as diligent and ardent as I was, he might have been almost entirely preserved. As it is, I will venture to say that he will be seen in this work more completely than any man who has ever yet lived. Footnote: Boswell is the first of biographers. He has distanced all his competitors so decidedly that it is not worth while to place them. Eclipse is first, and the rest nowhere. Macaulay's Essays. End of footnote. And he will be seen as he really was, for I profess to write not his panegyric, which must be all praise, but his life, which, great and good as he was, must not be supposed to be entirely perfect. To be as he was is indeed subject of panegyric enough to any man in this state of being. But in every picture there shall be shade as well as light, and when I delineate him without reserve, I do what he himself recommended, both by his precept and his example. Footnote: Hannah More met Boswell when he was carrying through the press his Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides. Boswell tells me, she writes, he is printing anecdotes of Johnson, not his life, but, as he has the vanity to call it, his pyramid. I besought his tenderness for our virtuous and most revered departed friend, and begged he would mitigate some of his asperities. He said roughly, he would not cut off his claws, nor make a tiger a cat, to please anybody. It will, I doubt not, be a very amusing book, but I hope not an indiscreet one. He has great enthusiasm and some fire. Hannah More's Memoirs. End of footnote. Conversation best displays character. If the biographer writes from personal knowledge and makes haste to gratify the public curiosity, there is danger lest his interest, his fear, his gratitude, or his tenderness overpower his fidelity, and tempt him to conceal, if not to invent. There are many who think it an act of piety to hide the faults or failings of their friends, even when they can no longer suffer by their detection. We therefore see whole ranks of characters adorned with uniform panegyric, and not to be known from one another but by extrinsic and casual circumstances. Let me remember, says Hale, when I find myself inclined to pity a criminal, that there is likewise a pity due to the country. If we owe regard to the memory of the dead, there is yet more respect to be paid to knowledge, to virtue, and to truth. Footnote: Rambler, No. 60, Boswell. End of footnote. What I consider as the peculiar value of the following work is the quantity it contains of Johnson's conversation, which is universally acknowledged to have been eminently instructive and entertaining, and of which the specimens that I have given upon a former occasion, footnote, in the Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, end of footnote, have been received with so much approbation that I have good grounds for supposing that the world will not be indifferent to more ample communications of a similar nature. That the conversation of a celebrated man, if his talents have been exerted in conversation, will best display his character is, I trust, too well established in the judgment of mankind to be at all shaken by a sneering observation of Mr. Mason in his Memoirs of Mr. William Whitehead, in which there is literally no life, but a mere dry narrative of facts. Footnote: Mason's Life of Gray is excellent, because it is interspersed with letters which show us the man. His Life of Whitehead is not a life at all, for there is neither a letter nor a saying from first to last. Letters of Boswell. End of footnote. I do not think it was quite necessary to attempt a depreciation of what is universally esteemed, because it was not to be found in the immediate object of the ingenious writer's pen. For in truth, from a man so still and so tame as to be contented to pass many years as the domestic companion of a superannuated lord and lady, footnote, the Earl and Countess of Jersey, right, end of footnote, conversation could no more be expected than from a Chinese mandarin on a chimney piece, or the fantastic figures on a gilt leather screen. Dr. Johnson on Biography. If authority be required, let us appeal to Plutarch, the prince of ancient biographers. Ut tais epiphanestais sesi pantos enesti de los zaretes he cacias, ala pragma bracu palacis, cae rema, cae padia, tis imphasen aitus epoesen malon,
emachiae murionecroi, kai parataxais hai megestai, kai polyociae polemon.
Nor is it always in the most distinguished achievements that men's virtues or vices may be best discerned, but very often an action of small note, a short saying or a jest, shall distinguish a person's real character more than the greatest sieges or the most important battles. Footnote: Plutarch's Life of Alexander, Langhorne's translation, Boswell. End of footnote. To this may be added the sentiments of the very man whose life I am about to exhibit. The business of the biographer is often to pass slightly over those performances and incidents which produce vulgar greatness, to lead the thoughts into domestic privacies, and display the minute details of daily life, where exterior appendages are cast aside, and men excel each other only by prudence and virtue. The account of Turnus is with great propriety said by its author to have been written that it might lay open to posterity the private and familiar character of that man, cujus ingenium et candorum ex ipsia scriptis sunt olim semper miraturi, whose candour and genius will to the end of time be by his writings preserved in admiration. There are many invisible circumstances which, whether we read as inquirers after natural or moral knowledge, whether we intend to enlarge our science or increase our virtue, are more important than public occurrences. Thus Sallust, the great master of nature, has not forgotten his account of Catiline to remark that his walk was now quick and again slow, as an indication of a mind revolving with violent commotion. Footnote: in the original, revolving something. End of footnote. Thus the story of Melanchthon affords a striking lecture on the value of time, by informing us that when he had made an appointment, he expected not only the hour but the minute to be fixed, that the day might not run out in the idleness of suspense. And all the plans and enterprises of De Witt are now of less importance to the world than that part of his personal character which represents him as careful of his health and negligent of his life. But biography has often been allotted to writers who seem very little acquainted with the nature of their task, or very negligent about the performance. They rarely afford any other account than might be collected from public papers, but imagine themselves writing a life when they exhibit a chronological series of actions or preferments, and have so little regard to the manners, footnote, in the original, and so little regard the manners, end of footnote, or behaviour of their heroes, that more knowledge may be gained of a man's real character by a short conversation with one of his servants, than from a formal and studied narrative begun with his pedigree and ended with his funeral. Reply to possible objections. There are indeed some natural reasons why these narratives are often written by such as were not likely to give much instruction or delight, and why most accounts of particular persons are barren and useless. If a life be delayed till interest and envy are at an end, we may hope for impartiality, but must expect little intelligence, for the incidents which give excellence to biography are of a volatile and evanescent kind, such as soon escape the memory and are transmitted by tradition. Footnote: in the original, and are rarely transmitted. End of footnote. We know how few can portray a living acquaintance, except by his most prominent and observable particularities and the grosser features of his mind, and it may be easily imagined how much of this little knowledge may be lost in imparting it, and how soon a succession of copies will lose all resemblance to the original. Footnote: Rambler, No. 60, Boswell. End of footnote. I am fully aware of the objections which may be made to the minuteness on some occasions, of my detail of Johnson's conversation, and how happily it is adapted for the petty exercise of ridicule by men of superficial understanding and ludicrous fancy. But I remain firm and confident in my opinion that minute particulars are frequently characteristic and always amusing when they relate to a distinguished man. I am therefore exceedingly unwilling that anything, however slight, which my illustrious friend thought it worth his while to express with any degree of point, should perish. For this almost superstitious reverence I have found very old and venerable authority quoted by our great modern prelate, Secker, in whose 10th sermon there is the following passage: Rabbi David Kimchi, a noted Jewish commentator who lived about 500 years ago, explains that passage in the first psalm, "His leaf also shall not wither," from rabbins yet older than himself, thus: that even the idle talk, so he expresses it, of a good man ought to be regarded. The most superfluous things, he said, are always of some value. And other ancient authors have the same phrase, nearly in the same sense. Johnson's birth and baptism, Anno Domini 1709. Of one thing I am certain, that considering how highly the small portion which we have of the table talk and other anecdotes of our celebrated writers is valued, and how earnestly it is regretted that we have not more, I am justified in preserving rather too many of Johnson's sayings than too few, especially as, from the diversity of dispositions, it cannot be known with certainty beforehand whether what may seem trifling to some, and perhaps to the collector himself, may not be most agreeable to many. And the greater number that an author can please in any degree, the more pleasure does there arise to a benevolent mind. To those who are weak enough to think this a degrading task, and the time and labour which have been devoted to it misemployed, I shall content myself with opposing the authority of the greatest man of any age, Julius Caesar, of whom Bacon observes that in his book of apothegms which he collected, we see that he esteemed it more honour to make himself but a pair of tables to take the wise and pithy words of others, than to have every word of his own to be made an apothegm or an oracle. Footnote: Bacon's Advancement of Learning, Book 1, Boswell. End of footnote. Having said thus much by way of introduction, I commit the following pages to the candour of the public. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Samuel Johnson, footnote, Johnson's godfather, Dr. Samuel Swinfen, according to the author of Memoirs of the Life and Writings of Dr. Johnson, was at the time of his birth lodging with Michael Johnson. Johnson had uncles on the mother's side named Samuel and Nathaniel, after whom he and his brother may have been named. It seems more likely that it was his godfather who gave him his name. End of footnote. Was born at Lichfield in Staffordshire on the 18th of September, New Style, 1709, and his initiation into the Christian Church was not delayed, for his baptism is recorded in the register of St. Mary's parish in that city to have been performed on the day of his birth. His father is there styled gentleman, a circumstance of which an ignorant panegyrist has praised him for not being proud, when the truth is that the appellation of gentleman, though now lost in the indiscriminate assumption of esquire, was commonly taken by those who could not boast of gentility. Footnote: as early as 1709, the Tatler complains of this indiscriminate assumption. I'll undertake that if you read the superscriptions to all the offices in the kingdom, you will not find 3 letters directed to any but esquires. In a word, it is now populus armigerorum, a people of esquires, and I don't know but by the late act of naturalization foreigners will assume that title as part of the immunity of being Englishmen. End of footnote. His father was Michael Johnson, a native of Derbyshire, of obscure extraction. Footnote: I can hardly tell who was my grandfather, said Johnson. End of footnote. Who settled in Lichfield as a bookseller and stationer. Footnote: Michael Johnson was born in 1656. He must have been engaged in the book trade as early as 1681, for in the Life of Dryden his son says, "The sale of Absalom and Achitophel was so large that my father, an old bookseller, told me he had not known it equalled but by Sacheverell's trial." In the Life of Spratt he is described by his son as an old man who had been no careless observer of the passages of those times. End of footnote. His mother was Sarah Ford, descended of an ancient race of substantial yeomanry in Warwickshire. Footnote: her epitaph says that she was born at King's Norton. King's Norton is in Worcestershire, and not, as the epitaph says, in Agro Barbicensi. When Johnson, a few days before his death, burnt his papers, some fragments of his annals escaped the flames. One of these was never seen by Boswell. It was published in 1805 under the title of An Account of the Life of Dr. Samuel Johnson, from his birth to his 11th year, written by himself. In this he says, "My mother had no value for my father's relations. Those, indeed, whom we knew of were much lower than hers." Writing to Mrs. Thrale on his way to Scotland, he said, "We changed our horses at Darlington, where Mr. Cornelius Harrison, a cousin german of mine, was perpetual curate. He was the only one of my relations who ever rose in fortune above penury, or in character above neglect." His uncle Harrison he described as a very mean and vulgar man, drunk every night, but drunk with little drink, very peevish, very proud, very ostentatious, but luckily not rich. In Notes and Queries is given the following extract of the marriage of Johnson's parents from the Register of Packwood in Warwickshire. 1706, Michael Johnsones of Lichfield and Sarah Ford married June the 9th. End of footnote. They were well advanced in years when they married, and never had more than 2 children, both sons. Samuel, their firstborn, who lived to be the illustrious character whose various excellence I am to endeavour to record, and Nathaniel, who died in his 25th year. Character of Michael Johnson, Anno Domini 1709. Mr. Michael Johnson was a man of a large and robust body, and of a strong and active mind. Yet, as in the most solid rocks, veins of unsound substance are often discovered, there was in him a mixture of that disease, the nature of which eludes the most minute inquiry, though the effects are well known to be a weariness of life, an unconcern about those things which agitate the greater part of mankind, and a general sensation of gloomy wretchedness. Footnote: Mrs. Piozzi records that Johnson told her that his father was wrong-headed, positive, and afflicted with melancholy. End of footnote. From him, then, his son inherited, with some other qualities, a vile melancholy. which, in his too strong expression of any disturbance of the mind, made him mad all his life, at least not sober. Footnote: Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, Boswell. End of footnote. Michael was, however, forced by the narrowness of his circumstances to be very diligent in business, not only in his shop. Footnote: Stockdale, in his Memoirs, records an anecdote told him by Johnson of the generosity of one of the customers of his father. This man was purchasing a book, and pressed my father to let him have it at far less price than it was worth. When his other topics of persuasion failed, he had recourse to one argument which, he thought, would infallibly prevail. "You know, Mr. Johnson, that I buy an almanack of you every year." End of footnote. But by occasionally resorting to several towns in the neighbourhood. Footnote: Extract of a letter dated Trentham, St. Peter's Day, 1716, written by the Reverend George Plaxton, chaplain at that time to Lord Gower, which may serve to show the high estimation in which the father of our great moralist was held. Johnson, the Lichfield librarian, is now here. He propagates learning all over this diocese, and advanceth knowledge to its just height. All the clergy here are his pupils, and suck all they have from him. Allen cannot make a warrant without his precedent, nor our quondam John Evans draw a recognizance, sine directione Michaelis. Gentleman's Magazine, October 1791, Boswell. End of footnote. Some of which were at a considerable distance from Lichfield. Footnote: In Notes and Queries is given the following title page of one of his books: Greek, Pharmacobasaos, or The Touchstone of Medicines, etc., by Sir John Floyer, of the city of Lichfield, Knight, Doctor of Medicine, of Queen's College, Oxford. London, printed for Michael Johnson, bookseller, and are to be sold at his shops at Lichfield and Uttoxeter in Staffordshire, and Ashby de la Zouch in Leicestershire, 1687. End of footnote. At that time, booksellers' shops in the provincial towns of England were very rare, so that there was not one even in Birmingham, in which town old Mr. Johnson used to open a shop every market day. He was a pretty good Latin scholar, and a citizen so creditable as to be made one of the magistrates of Lichfield. Footnote: Johnson, writing of his birth, says, "My father being that year sheriff of Lichfield, and to ride the circuit of the county," Mr. Croker suggests city, not being aware that the city of Lichfield was a county in itself. See Harwood's Lichfield, page 1. In like manner, in the Militia Bill of 1756 we find entered Devonshire with Exeter city and county, Lincolnshire with Lincoln city and county, next day, which was a ceremony then performed with great pomp. He was asked by my mother whom he would invite to the riding, and answered, "All the town now." He feasted the citizens with uncommon magnificence, and was the last but one that maintained the splendour of the riding. He served the office of churchwarden in 1688, of sheriff in 1709, of junior bailiff in 1718, and senior bailiff in 1725. Harwood's Lichfield. End of footnote. And being a man of good sense and skill in his trade, he acquired a reasonable share of wealth, of which, however, he afterwards lost the greatest part by engaging unsuccessfully in a manufacture of parchment. Footnote: My father and mother had not much happiness from each other. They seldom conversed, for my father could not bear to talk of his affairs, and my mother, being unacquainted with books, cared not to talk of anything else. Had my mother been more literate, they had been better companions. She might have sometimes introduced her unwelcome topic with more success if she could have diversified her conversation. Of business she had no distinct conception, and therefore her discourse was composed only of complaint, fear, and suspicion. Neither of them ever tried to calculate the profits of trade or the expenses of living. My mother concluded that we were poor because we lost by some of our trades, but the truth was that my father, having in the early part of his life contracted debts, never had trade sufficient to enable him to pay them and maintain his family. He got something, but not enough. Mr. Croker, noticing the violence of Johnson's language against the excise, with great acuteness suspected some cause of personal animosity. This mention of the trade in parchment, an excisable article, afforded a clue, which has led to the confirmation of that suspicion. In the records of the Excise Board is to be found the following letter, addressed to the Supervisor of Excise at Lichfield. July 27, 1725. The Commissioners received yours of the 22nd instant, and since the Justices would not give judgment against Mr. Michael Johnson the tanner, notwithstanding the facts were fairly against him, the Board direct that the next time he offends, you do not lay an information against him, but send an affidavit of the fact, that he may be prosecuted in the Exchequer. End of footnote. He was a zealous high churchman and royalist, and retained his attachment to the unfortunate house of Stuart, though he reconciled himself by casuistical arguments of expediency and necessity to take the oaths imposed by the prevailing power. An incident in his life, Anno Domini 1709. There is a circumstance in his life somewhat romantic, but so well authenticated that I shall not omit it. A young woman of Leek in Staffordshire, while he served his apprenticeship there, conceived a violent passion for him, and though it met with no favourable return, followed him to Lichfield, where she took lodgings opposite to the house in which he lived, and indulged her hopeless flame. When he was informed that it so preyed upon her mind that her life was in danger, he, with a generous humanity, went to her and offered to marry her, but it was then too late. Her vital power was exhausted, and she actually exhibited one of the very rare instances of dying for love. She was buried in the cathedral of Lichfield, and he, with a tender regard, placed a stone over her grave with this inscription: "Here lies the body of Mrs. Elizabeth Blaney, a stranger. She departed this life 20th of September, 1694. Sarah Johnson, Anno Domini 1712. Johnson's mother was a woman of distinguished understanding. I asked his old schoolfellow, Mr. Hector, surgeon of Birmingham, if she was not vain of her son. He said, she had too much sense to be vain, but she knew her son's value. Her piety was not inferior to her understanding, and to her must be ascribed those early impressions of religion upon the mind of her son, from which the world afterwards derived so much benefit. He told me that he remembered distinctly having had the first notice of heaven, a place to which good people went, and hell, a place to which bad people went, communicated to him by her when a little child in bed with her. Footnote. I remember that, being in bed with my mother one morning, I was told by her of the two places to which the inhabitants of this world were received after death. One a fine place filled with happiness, called heaven; the other a sad place, called hell. That this account much affected my imagination I do not remember. End of footnote. and that it might be better fixed in his memory, she sent him to repeat it to Thomas Jackson, their manservant. He not being in the way, this was not done, but there was no occasion for any artificial aid for its preservation. In following so very eminent a man from his cradle to his grave, every minute particular which can throw light on the progress of his mind is interesting. That he was remarkable even in his earliest years may easily be supposed, for, to use his own words in his Life of Sydenham, that the strength of his understanding, the accuracy of his discernment, the ardour of his curiosity, might have been remarked from his infancy by a diligent observer, there is no reason to doubt, for there is no instance of any man whose history has been minutely related that did not in every part of life discover the same proportion of intellectual vigour. In all such investigations it is certainly unwise to pay too much attention to incidents which the credulous relate with eager satisfaction, and the more scrupulous or witty inquirer considers only as topics of ridicule. Yet there is the traditional story of the infant Hercules of Toryism so curiously characteristic that I shall not withhold it. It was communicated to me in a letter from Miss Mary Addy of Lichfield. Anecdotes of Johnson's childhood. When Dr. Sacheverell was at Lichfield, Johnson was not quite 3 years old. My grandfather Hammond observed him at the cathedral, perched upon his father's shoulders, listening and gaping at the much celebrated preacher. Mr. Hammond asked Mr. Johnson how he could possibly think of bringing such an infant to church, and in the midst of so great a crowd. He answered, because it was impossible to keep him at home, for, young as he was, he believed he had caught the public spirit and zeal for Sacheverell, and would have stayed for ever in the church, satisfied with beholding him. Footnote: Mr. Croker disbelieves the story altogether. Sacheverell, he says, by his sentence pronounced in February 1710, was interdicted for 3 years from preaching, so that he could not have preached at Lichfield while Johnson was under 3 years of age. Sacheverell indeed made a triumphal progress through the Midland counties in 1710, and it appears by the books of the Corporation of Lichfield that he was received in that town and complimented by the attendants of the Corporation, and a present of 3 dozen of wine, on June the 16th, 1710. But then the infant Hercules of Toryism was just 9 months old. It is quite possible that the story is in the main correct. Sacheverell was received in Lichfield in 1710, on his way down to Shropshire to take possession of a living. At the end of the suspension, in March 1713, he preached a sermon in London, for which, as he told Swift, a bookseller gave him £100, intending to print 30,000. Swift's Journal to Stella, April 2, 1713. It is likely enough that either on his way up to town or on his return journey he preached at Lichfield. In the spring of 1713 Johnson was 3 years old. End of footnote. Nor can I omit a little instance of that jealous independence of spirit and impetuosity of temper which never forsook him. The fact was acknowledged to me by himself upon the authority of his mother. One day, when the servant who used to be sent to school to conduct him home had not come in time, he set out by himself, though he was then so near-sighted that he was obliged to stoop down on his hands and knees to take a view of the kennel before he ventured to step over it. His schoolmistress, afraid that he might miss his way, or fall into the kennel, or be run over by a cart, followed him at some distance. He happened to turn about and perceive her. Feeling her careful attention as an insult to his manliness, he ran back to her in a rage, and beat her as well as his strength would permit. Of the power of his memory, for which he was all his life eminent to a degree almost incredible, the following early instance was told me in his presence at Lichfield in 1776, by his stepdaughter, Mrs. Lucy Porter, as related to her by his mother. Johnson's infant precocity, Anno Domini 1712. When he was a child in petticoats, and had learnt to read, Mrs. Johnson one morning put the common prayer book into his hands, pointed to the collect for the day, and said, "Sam, you must get this by heart." She went upstairs, leaving him to study it. But by the time she had reached the second floor, she heard him following her. "What's the matter?" said she. "I can say it," he replied, and repeated it distinctly, though he could not have read it more than twice. But there has been another story of his infant precocity generally circulated and generally believed, the truth of which I am to refute upon his own authority. It is told, Anecdotes of Dr. Johnson by Hester Lynch Piozzi, Life of Dr. Johnson by Sir John Hawkins, Boswell, that when a child of 3 years old, he chanced to tread upon a duckling, the 11th of a brood, and killed it, upon which it is said he dictated to his mother the following epitaph: "Here lies good Master Duck, whom Samuel Johnson trod on. If it had lived, it had been good luck, for then we'd had an odd one." There is surely internal evidence that this little composition combines in it what no child of 3 years old could produce without an extension of its faculties by immediate inspiration. Yet Mrs. Lucy Porter, Dr. Johnson's stepdaughter, positively maintained to me in his presence that there could be no doubt of the truth of this anecdote, for she had heard it from his mother. So difficult is it to obtain an authentic relation of facts, and such authority may there be for error, for he assured me that his father made the verses and wished to pass them for his child's. He added, "My father was a foolish old man." My father had much vanity, which his adversity hindered from being fully exerted. That is to say, foolish in talking of his children. This anecdote of the duck, though disproved by internal and external evidence, has nevertheless, upon supposition of its truth, been made the foundation of the following ingenious and fanciful reflections of Miss Seward, amongst the communications concerning Dr. Johnson with which he has been pleased to favour me. These infant numbers contain the seeds of those propensities which through his life so strongly marked his character, of that poetic talent which afterwards bore such rich and plentiful fruits. For, excepting his orthographic works, everything which Dr. Johnson wrote was poetry, whose essence consists not in numbers or in jingle, but in the strength and glow of a fancy to which all the stores of nature and of art stand in prompt administration, and in an eloquence which conveys their blended illustrations in a language more tunable than needs or rhyme or verse to add more harmony. The above little verses also show that superstitious bias which grew with his growth and strengthened with his strength, and of late years particularly injured his happiness by presenting to him the gloomy side of religion, rather than that bright and cheering one which gilds the period of closing life with the light of pious hope. This is so beautifully imagined that I would not suppress it, but like many other theories, it is deduced from a supposed fact, which is indeed a fiction. Boswell. His eyesight the king's evil. Young Johnson had the misfortune to be much afflicted with the scrofula, or king's evil, which disfigured a countenance naturally well formed, and hurt his visual nerves so much that he did not see at all with one of his eyes, though its appearance was little different from that of the other. There is among his prayers one inscribed, "When my eye was restored to its use." Footnote: Prayers and Meditations, page 27, Boswell. End of footnote. Which ascertains a defect that many of his friends knew he had, though I never perceived it. Footnote: Speaking himself of the imperfection of one of his eyes, he said to Dr. Burney, "The dog was never good for much." Malone. End of footnote. I supposed him to be only near-sighted, and indeed I must observe that in no other respect could I discern any defect in his vision. On the contrary, the force of his attention and perceptive quickness made him see and distinguish all manner of objects, whether of nature or of art, with a nicety that is rarely to be found. When he and I were travelling in the Highlands of Scotland, and I pointed out to him a mountain, which I observed resembled a cone, he corrected my inaccuracy by showing me that it was indeed pointed at the top, but that one side of it was larger than the other. Footnote: Boswell's Hebrides, September 1st, 1773. End of footnote. And the ladies with whom he was acquainted agreed that no man was more nicely and minutely critical in the elegance of female dress. Footnote: No accidental position of a riband, wrote Mrs. Piozzi, escaped him, so nice was his observation, and so rigorous his demands of propriety. Miss Burney says, "Notwithstanding Johnson is sometimes so absent and always so near-sighted, he scrutinizes into every part of almost everybody's appearance at Streatham." And again she writes, "His blindness is as much the effect of absence of mind as of infirmity, for he sees wonderfully at times. He can see the colour of a lady's topknot, for he very often finds fault with it." Madame D'Arblay's diary. He could, when well, distinguish the hour on Lichfield town clock. End of footnote. When I found that he saw the romantic beauties of Islam in Derbyshire much better than I did, I told him that he resembled an able performer upon a bad instrument. How false and contemptible, then, are all the remarks which have been made to the prejudice either of his candour or of his philosophy, founded upon a supposition that he was almost blind. It has been said that he contracted this grievous malady from his nurse. Footnote: This was Dr. Swinfen's opinion, who seems also to have attributed Johnson's short-sightedness to the same cause. "My mother," he says, "thought my diseases derived from her family." When he was put out at nurse, she visited me, he says, every day, and used to go different ways, that her assiduity might not expose her to ridicule. End of footnote. His mother, yielding to the superstitious notion which, it is wonderful to think, prevailed so long in this country as to the virtue of the regal touch, a notion which our kings encouraged, and to which a man of such inquiry and such judgment as Carte could give credit, carried him to London, where he was actually touched by Queen Anne. Footnote: In 1738 Carte published a masterly account of materials, etc., for a history of England, with the method of his undertaking, Gentleman's Magazine. He proposed to do much of what has been since done under the direction of the Master of the Rolls. He asked for subscriptions to carry on his great undertaking, for in its researches it was to be very great. In 1744 the City of London resolved to subscribe £50 for 7 years. In volume 1 of his history, which only came down to the reign of John, published in 1748, he went out of his way to assert that the cure by the king's touch was not due to the regal unction, for he had known a man cured who had gone over to France, and had been there touched by the eldest lineal descendant of a race of kings who had not at that time been crowned or anointed. Thereupon the Court of Common Council, by a unanimous vote, withdrew its subscription. The old Jacobites maintained that the power did not descend to Mary, William, or Anne. It was for this reason that Boswell said that Johnson should have been taken to Rome, though indeed it was not till some years after he was touched by Queen Anne that the Pretender dwelt there. The Hanoverian kings never touched. The service for the ceremony was printed in the Book of Common Prayer as late as 1719. It appears by the newspapers of the time, says Mr. Wright, quoted by Croker, that on March the 30th, 1712, 200 persons were touched by Queen Anne. Macaulay says that Charles II, in the course of his reign, touched near 100,000 persons. The expense of the ceremony was a little less than £10,000 a year. End of footnote. Mrs. Johnson, indeed, as Mr. Hector informed me, acted by the advice of the celebrated Sir John Floyer, then a physician in Lichfield. Johnson used to talk of this very frankly, and Mrs. Piozzi has preserved his very picturesque description of the scene as it remained upon his fancy. Being asked if he could remember Queen Anne, he had, he said, a confused, but somehow a sort of solemn recollection of a lady in diamonds and a long black hood. This touch, however, was without any effect. I ventured to say to him, in allusion to the political principles in which he was educated, and of which he ever retained some odour, that his mother had not carried him far enough. She should have taken him to Rome. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Johnson at a dame's school. He was first taught to read English by Dame Oliver, a widow who kept a school for young children in Lichfield. Footnote: Johnson, writing of Addison's schoolmasters, says, "Not to name the school or the masters of men illustrious for literature is a kind of historical fraud, by which honest fame is injuriously diminished. I would therefore trace him through the whole process of his education." End of footnote. He told me that she could read the Black Letter, and asked him to borrow for her from his father a Bible in that character. When he was going to Oxford, she came to take leave of him, brought him, in the simplicity of her kindness, a present of gingerbread, and said he was the best scholar she ever had. He delighted in mentioning this early compliment, adding with a smile that this was as high a proof of his merit as he could conceive. His next instructor in English was a master whom, when he spoke of him to me, he familiarly called Tom Brown, who, he said, published a spelling book and dedicated it to the universe, but I fear no copy of it can now be had. Footnote: neither the British Museum nor the Bodleian Library has a copy. End of footnote. Lichfield School. He began to learn Latin with Mr. Hawkins, usher or undermaster of Lichfield School. "A man," said he, "very skilful in his little way." Footnote: when we learned propria quae maribus, we were examined in the accidents. Particularly we formed verbs, that is, went through the same person in all the moods and tenses. This was very difficult to me, and I was once very anxious about the next day when this exercise was to be performed, in which I had failed till I was discouraged. My mother encouraged me, and I proceeded better. When I told her of my good escape, "We often," said she, "dear mother, come off best when we are most afraid." She told me that once, when she asked me about forming verbs, I said, "I did not form them in an ugly shape." "You could not," said she, "speak plain," and I was proud that I had a boy who was forming verbs. These little memorials soothe my mind. End of footnote. With him he continued 2 years. Footnote. This was the course of the school which I remember with pleasure, for I was indulged and caressed by my master, and I think really excelled the rest. End of footnote. And then rose to be under the care of Mr. Hunter, the headmaster, who, according to his account, was very severe, and wrong-headedly severe. He used, said he, to beat us unmercifully, and he did not distinguish between ignorance and negligence, for he would beat a boy equally for not knowing a thing as for neglecting to know it. He would ask a boy a question, and if he did not answer it, he would beat him, without considering whether he had an opportunity of knowing how to answer it. For instance, he would call up a boy and ask him Latin for a candlestick, which the boy could not expect to be asked. Now, sir, if a boy could answer every question, there would be no need of a master to teach him. Johnson's Schoolfellows. It is, however, but justice to the memory of Mr. Hunter to mention that though he might err in being too severe, the school of Lichfield was very respectable in his time. Footnote. Johnson said of Hunter, abating his brutality, he was a very good master. Steele, in The Spectator, No. 157, 2 years after Johnson's birth, describes these savage tyrants of the grammar schools. "The boasted liberty we talk of," he writes, "is but a mean reward for the long servitude, the many heartaches and terrors to which our childhood is exposed in going through a grammar school. No one who has gone through what they call a great school but must remember to have seen children of excellent and ingenuous natures, as has afterwards appeared in their manhood. I say no man has passed through this way of education, but must have seen an ingenuous creature expiring with shame, with pale looks, beseeching sorrow, and silent tears, throw up his honest eyes, and kneel on his tender knees to an inexorable blockhead, to be forgiven the false quantity of a word in making a Latin verse." Likely enough, Johnson's roughness was in part due to this brutal treatment, for Steele goes on to say, "It is wholly to this dreadful practice that we may attribute a certain hardiness and ferocity which some men, though liberally educated, carry about in all their behaviour. To be bred like a gentleman and punished like a malefactor must, as we see it does, produce that illiberal sauciness which we see sometimes in men of letters." End of footnote. The late Dr. Taylor, Prebendary of Westminster, who was educated under him, told me that he was an excellent master, and that his ushers were most of them men of eminence, that Holbrook, one of the most ingenious men, best scholars and best preachers of his age, was usher during the greatest part of the time that Johnson was at school. Footnote. Johnson described him as a peevish and ill-tempered man, and not so good a scholar or teacher as Taylor made out. Once the boys perceived that he did not understand a part of the Latin lesson. Another time, when sent up to the upper master to be punished, they had to complain that when they could not get the passage, the assistant would not help them. End of footnote. Then came Hague, of whom as much might be said, with the addition that he was an elegant poet. Hague was succeeded by Green, afterwards Bishop of Lincoln, whose character in the learned world is well known. Footnote 1 of the contributors to the Athenian Letters, see Gentleman's Magazine, end of footnote. In the same form with Johnson was Congreve, who afterwards became chaplain to Archbishop Bolter, and by that connection obtained good preferment in Ireland. Footnote. Johnson describes him as one who does not get drunk, for he is a very pious man, but he is always muddy. End of footnote. He was the younger son of the ancient family of Congreve in Staffordshire, of which the poet was a branch. His brother sold the estate. There was also Lowe, afterwards Canon of Windsor. Footnote. A tradition had reached Johnson through his schoolfellow Andrew Corbett that Addison had been at the school and had been the leader in a barring out. Garrick entered the school about 2 years after Johnson left. According to Garrick's biographer, Tom Davies, Hunter was an odd mixture of the pedant and the sportsman. Happy was the boy who could slyly inform his offended master where a covey of partridges was to be found. This notice was a certain pledge of his pardon. Lord Campbell, in his Lives of the Chief Justices, says, Hunter is celebrated for having flogged 7 boys who afterwards sat as judges in the superior courts at Westminster at the same time. Among these were Chief Justice Wilmot, Lord Chancellor Northington, Sir T. Clarke, Master of the Rolls, Chief Justice Willis, and Chief Baron Parker. It is remarkable that although Johnson and Wilmot were several years class fellows at Lichfield, there never seems to have been the slightest intercourse between them in after life. But the Chief Justice used frequently to mention the lexicographer as a long, lank, lounging boy, whom he distinctly remembered to have been punished by Hunter for idleness. Lord Campbell blunders here. Northington and Clarke were from Westminster School. The schoolhouse, famous though it was allowed to fall into decay. A writer in the Gentleman's Magazine in 1794 says that it is now in a state of dilapidation and unfit for the use of either the master or boys. End of footnote. Mr. Hunter. Indeed, Johnson was very sensible how much he owed to Mr. Hunter. Mr. Langton one day asked him how he had acquired so accurate a knowledge of Latin, in which I believe he was exceeded by no man of his time. He said, "My master whipped me very well. Without that, sir, I should have done nothing." He told Mr. Langton that while Hunter was flogging his boys unmercifully, he used to say, "And this I do to save you from the gallows." Johnson upon all occasions expressed his approbation of enforcing instruction by means of the rod. Footnote. Johnson's observation to Dr. Rose on this subject deserves to be recorded. Rose was praising the mild treatment of children at school at a time when flogging began to be less practised than formerly. "But then," said Johnson, "they get nothing else, and what they gain at one end they lose at the other." Burney. End of footnote. "I would rather," said he, "have the rod to be the general terror to all to make them learn, than tell a child, if you do thus or thus, you will be more esteemed than your brothers or sisters. The rod produces an effect which terminates in itself. A child is afraid of being whipped, and gets his task, and there's an end on't. Whereas by exciting emulation and comparisons of superiority, you lay the foundations of lasting mischief. You make brothers and sisters hate each other. Footnote. This passage is quoted from Boswell's Hebrides, August the 24th, 1773. Mr. Boyd had told Johnson that Lady Errol did not use force or fear in educating her children, whereupon he replied, "Sir, she is wrong," and continued in the words of the text. Gibbon, in his Autobiography, says, "The domestic discipline of our ancestors has been relaxed by the philosophy and softness of the age, and if my father remembered that he had trembled before a stern parent, it was only to adopt with his son an opposite mode of behaviour." Lord Chesterfield, writing to a friend on October the 18th, 1752, says, "Pray let my godson never know what a blow or a whipping is, unless for those things for which, were he a man, he would deserve them, such as lying, cheating, making mischief, and meditated malice." End of footnote. When Johnson saw some young ladies in Lincolnshire who were remarkably well behaved owing to their mother's strict discipline and severe correction, footnote, Johnson, however, hated anything that came near to tyranny in the management of children. Writing to Mrs. Thrale, who had told him that she had on one occasion gone against the wish of her nurses, he said, "That the nurses fretted will supply me during life with an additional motive to keep every child, as far as is possible, out of a nurse's power. A nurse made of common mould will have a pride in overcoming a child's reluctance. There are few minds to which tyranny is not delightful. Power is nothing but as it is felt, and the delight of superiority is proportionate to the resistance overcome." End of footnote. He exclaimed in one of Shakespeare's lines, a little varied, "Rod, I will honour thee for this thy duty." Footnote, "Sword, I will hallow thee for this thy deed." Henry VI, Part 2, Act 4, Scene 10. John Wesley's mother, writing of the way she had brought up her children, boys and girls alike, says, "When turned a year old, and some before, they were taught to fear the rod, and to cry softly, by which means they escaped abundance of correction they might otherwise have had." Wesley's Journal. End of footnote. Johnson, a king of men. That superiority over his fellows, which he maintained with so much dignity in his march through life, was not assumed from vanity and ostentation, but was the natural and constant effect of those extraordinary powers of mind of which he could not but be conscious by comparison. The intellectual difference, which in other cases of comparison of characters is often a matter of undecided contest, being as clear in his case as the superiority of stature in some men above others. Johnson did not strut or stand on tiptoe. He only did not stoop. From his earliest years his superiority was perceived and acknowledged. Footnote. There dwelt at Lichfield a gentleman of the name of Butt, to whose house on holidays he was ever welcome. The children in the family, perhaps offended with the rudeness of his behaviour, would frequently call him the great boy, which the father, once overhearing, said, "You call him the great boy, but take my word for it, he will one day prove a great man." Hawkins's Johnson, page 6, end of footnote. He was from the beginning, Greek anaxandron, a king of men. His schoolfellow Mr. Hector has obligingly furnished me with many particulars of his boyish days, and assured me that he never knew him corrected at school but for talking and diverting other boys from their business. He seemed to learn by intuition, for though indolence and procrastination were inherent in his constitution, whenever he made an exertion he did more than any one else. In short, he is a memorable instance of what has been often observed, that the boy is the man in miniature, and that the distinguishing characteristics of each individual are the same through the whole course of life. His favourites used to receive very liberal assistance from him, and such was the submission and deference with which he was treated, such the desire to obtain his regard, that 3 of the boys, of whom Mr. Hector was sometimes one, used to come in the morning as his humble attendants, and carry him to school. One in the middle stooped while he sat upon his back, and one on each side supported him, and thus he was borne triumphant. Such a proof of the early predominance of intellectual vigour is very remarkable, and does honour to human nature. Talking to me once himself of his being much distinguished at school, he told me, they never thought to raise me by comparing me to any one. They never said, Johnson is as good a scholar as such a one, but such a one is as good a scholar as Johnson, and this was said but of one, but of Lowe, and I do not think he was as good a scholar. Johnson's tenacious memory. He discovered a great ambition to excel, which roused him to counteract his indolence. He was uncommonly inquisitive, and his memory was so tenacious that he never forgot anything that he either heard or read. Mr. Hector remembers having recited to him 18 verses, which, after a little pause, he repeated verbatim, varying only one epithet, by which he improved the line. He never joined with the other boys in their ordinary diversions. His only amusement was in winter, when he took a pleasure in being drawn upon the ice by a boy barefooted, who pulled him along by a garter fixed round him. No very easy operation, as his size was remarkably large. His defective sight, indeed, prevented him from enjoying the common sports, and he once pleasantly remarked to me, how wonderfully well he had contrived to be idle without them. Lord Chesterfield, however, has justly observed in one of his letters, while earnestly cautioning a friend against the pernicious effects of idleness, that active sports are not to be reckoned idleness in young people, and that the listless torpor of doing nothing alone deserves that name. Footnote: You should never suffer your son to be idle 1 minute. I do not call play, of which he ought to have a good share, idleness, but I mean sitting still in a chair in total inaction. It makes boys lazy and indolent. End of footnote. Of this dismal inertness of disposition, Johnson had all his life too great a share. Mr. Hector relates that he could not oblige him more than by sauntering away the hours of vacation in the fields, during which he was more engaged in talking to himself than to his companion. His fondness for romances. Dr. Percy, footnote, the author of the Reliques, end of footnote, the Bishop of Dromore, who was long intimately acquainted with him and has preserved a few anecdotes concerning him, regretting that he was not a more diligent collector, informs me that when a boy he was immoderately fond of reading romances of chivalry, and he retained his fondness for them through life, so that, adds his lordship, spending part of a summer, footnote, the summer of 1764, end of footnote, at my parsonage house in the country, he chose for his regular reading the old Spanish romance of Felix Mater Hircania in folio, which he read quite through. Footnote. Johnson, writing of Paradise Lost, Book 2, line 879, says, "In the history of Dom Belianus, when one of the knights approaches, as I remember, the castle of Brandazar, the gates are said to open, grating harsh thunder upon their brazen hinges." Johnson's Works, volume 76, where he had with him upon a jaunt Il Palmerino d'Inghilterra. Prior says of Burke that a very favourite study, as he once confessed in the House of Commons, was the old romances, Palmerin of England and Dol Belianus of Greece, upon which he had wasted much valuable time. End of footnote. Yet I have heard him attribute to these extravagant fictions that unsettled turn of mind which prevented his ever fixing in any profession. Stourbridge School, 1725, Aetatis 16. After having resided for some time at the house of his uncle Cornelius Ford, footnote, Hawkins says that the uncle was Dr. Joseph Ford, a physician of great eminence. The son, Parson Ford, was Cornelius. In Boswell's Hebrides, October the 15th, 1773, Johnson mentions an uncle who very likely was Dr. Ford. In Notes and Queries it is shown that by the will of the widow of Dr. Ford, the Johnsons received £200 in 1722. On the same page the Ford pedigree is given, where it is seen that Johnson had an uncle Cornelius. It has been stated that Johnson was brought up by his uncle till his 15th year. I understand Boswell to say that Johnson, after leaving Lichfield School, resided for some time with his uncle before going to Stourbridge. End of footnote. Johnson was, at the age of 15, removed to the school of Stourbridge in Worcestershire, of which Mr. Wentworth was then master. This step was taken by the advice of his cousin, the Reverend Mr. Ford, a man in whom both talents and good dispositions were disgraced by licentiousness. Footnote. He is said to be the original of the parson in Hogarth's Modern Midnight Conversation. Boswell. In the Life of Fenton, Johnson describes Ford as a clergyman at that time too well known, whose abilities, instead of furnishing convivial merriment to the voluptuous and dissolute, might have enabled him to excel among the virtuous and the wise. Writing to Mrs. Thrale on July the 8th, 1771, he says, "I would have been glad to go to Hagley, close to Stourbridge, for I should have had the opportunity of recollecting past times, and wandering per montes notos et flumina nota, of recalling the images of 16, and reviewing my conversations with poor Ford." End of footnote. But who was a very able judge of what was right. At this school he did not receive so much benefit as was expected. It has been said that he acted in the capacity of an assistant to Mr. Wentworth in teaching the younger boys. Mr. Wentworth, he told me, was a very able man, but an idle man, and to me very severe. But I cannot blame him much. I was then a big boy. He saw I did not reverence him, and that he should get no honour by me. I had brought enough with me to carry me through, and all I should get at his school would be ascribed to my own labour, or to my former master. Yet he taught me a great deal. He thus discriminated to Dr. Percy, Bishop of Dromore, his progress at his 2 grammar schools. At one I learnt much in the school, but little from the master. In the other I learnt much from the master, but little in the school. The Bishop also informs me that Dr. Johnson's father, before he was received at Starbridge, applied to have him admitted as a scholar and assistant to the Reverend Samuel Lee, M.A., headmaster of Newport School in Shropshire, a very diligent, good teacher, at that time in high reputation, under whom Mr. Hollis is said, in the memoirs of his life, to have been also educated. Footnote: as was likewise the Bishop of Dromore many years afterwards. Boswell. End of footnote. This application to Mr. Lee was not successful, but Johnson had afterwards the gratification to hear that the old gentleman, who lived to a very advanced age, mentioned it as one of the most memorable events of his life, that he was very near having that great man for his scholar. He remained at Starbridge little more than a year, and then returned home, where he may be said to have loitered for 2 years in a state very unworthy his uncommon abilities. He had already given several proofs of his poetical genius, both in his school exercises and in other occasional compositions. Of these I have obtained a considerable collection by the favour of Mr. Wentworth, son of one of his masters, and of Mr. Hector, his schoolfellow and friend, from which I select the following specimens. Johnson's Youthful Compositions. Translation of Virgil, Pastoral 1. Melibæus. Now, Tityrus, you supine and careless lad, play on your pipe beneath this beechen shade, while wretched we about the world must roam, and leave our pleasing fields and native home. Here at your ease you sing your amorous flame, and the wood rings with Amaryllis' name. Tityrus. Those blessings, friend, a deity bestowed, for I shall never think him less than God. Oft on his altar shall my firstlings lie, their blood the consecrated stones shall dye. He gave my flocks to graze the flowery meads, and me to tune at ease the unequal reeds. Melibæus. My admiration only I expressed, no spark of envy harbours in my breast, that when confusion o'er the country reigns, to you alone this happy state remains. Here I, though faint myself, must drive my goats far from the ancient fields and humble cotes. This guess I lead, who left on yonder rock 2 tender kids, the hopes of all the flock. Had we not been perverse and careless grown, this dire event by omens was foreshown. Our trees were blasted by the thunderstroke, and left-hand crows from an old hollow oak foretold the coming evil by their dismal croak. Translation of Horace, Book 1, Ode 22. The man, my friend, whose conscious heart with virtue's sacred ardour glows, nor taints with death the envenomed dart, nor needs the guard of Moorish bows. Though Scythia's icy cliffs he treads, or horrid Afric's faithless sands, or where the famed Hydaspes spreads his liquid wealth o'er barbarous lands. For while, by Chloe's image charmed, too far in Sabine woods I strayed, me singing, careless and unarmed, a grisly wolf surprised, and fled. No savage more portentous stained Apulia's spacious wilds with gore, no fiercer Juba's thirsty land Dian nurse of raging lions bore. Place me where no soft summer gale among the quivering branches sighs, where clouds condensed forever veil with horrid gloom the frowning skies. place me beneath the burning line, a clime denied to human race, I'll sing of Chloe's charms divine, her heavenly voice and beauteous face. Translation of Horace, Book 2, Ode 9. Clouds do not always veil the skies, nor showers immerse the verdant plain, nor do the billows always rise, or storms afflict the ruffled main. Nor, Valgius, on the Armenian shores do the chained waters always freeze. Not always furious Boreas roars, or bends with violent force the trees. But you are ever drowned in tears, for Misty's dead you ever mourn. No setting soul can ease your care, but finds you sad at his return. The wise, experienced Grecian sage mourned not Antilochus so long, nor did King Priam's hoary age so much lament his slaughtered son. Leave off at length these woman's sighs, Augustus's numerous trophies sing, repeat that prince's victories, to whom all nations tribute bring. Niphates rolls an humbler wave. At length the undaunted Scythian yields, content to live the Roman's slave, and scarce forsakes his native fields. Translation of part of the dialogue between Hector and Andromache from the 6th book of Homer's Iliad. She ceased. Then godlike Hector answered kind, his various plumage sporting in the wind. That post and all the rest shall be my care. But shall I then forsake the unfinished war? How would the Trojans brand great Hector's name, and one base action sully all my fame acquired by wounds and battles bravely fought? Or how my soul abhors so mean a thought. Long since I learned to slight this fleeting breath, and view with cheerful eyes approaching death. The inexorable sisters have decreed that Priam's house and Priam's self shall bleed. The day will come in which proud Troy shall yield, and spread its smoking ruins o'er the field. Yet Hecuba's nor Priam's hoary age, whose blood shall quench some Grecian's thirsty rage, nor my brave brothers that have bit the ground, their souls dismissed through many a ghastly wound, can in my bosom half that grief create, as the sad thought of your impending fate. When some proud Grecian dame shall tasks impose, mimic your tears and ridicule your woes, beneath Hyperia's waters shall you sweat, and fainting scarce support the liquid weight. Then shall some Argive loud insulting cry, Behold the wife of Hector, guard of Troy. Tears at my name shall drown those beauteous eyes, and that fair bosom heave with rising sighs. Before that day, by some brave hero's hand may I lie slain, and spurn the bloody sand. To a young lady on her birthday, footnote, Mr. Hector informs me that this was made almost impromptu, in his presence, Boswell, end footnote. This tributary verse receive, my fair, warm with an ardent lover's fondest prayer. May this returning day for ever find thy form more lovely, more adorned thy mind. All pains, all cares may favouring heaven remove, all but the sweet solicitudes of love. May powerful nature join with grateful art to point each glance and force it to the heart. Oh, then, when conquered crowds confess thy sway, when even proud wealth and prouder wit obey, by fair be mindful of the mighty trust. Alas, 'tis hard for beauty to be just. Those sovereign charms with strictest care employ, nor give the generous pain, the worthless joy. With his own form acquaint the forward fool, shown in the faithful glass of ridicule. Teach mimic censure her own faults to find, no more let coquettes to themselves be blind. So shall Belinda's charms improve mankind. The young author, footnote. This he inserted with many alterations in the Gentleman's Magazine, 1743, Boswell. The alterations are not always for the better. Thus he alters "and the long honours of a lasting name" into "and fired with pleasing hope of endless fame." End of footnote. When first the peasant, long inclined to roam, forsakes his rural sports and peaceful home, pleased with the scene the smiling ocean yields, he scorns the verdant meads and flowery fields, then dances jocund o'er the watery way, while the breeze whispers and the streamers play. Unbounded prospects in his bosom roll, and future millions lift his rising soul. In blissful dreams he digs the golden mine, and raptured sees the new-found ruby shine. Joys insincere, thick clouds invade the skies, loud roar the billows, high the waves arise. Sickening with fear, he longs to view the shore, and vows to trust the faithless deep no more. So the young author, panting after fame and the long honours of a lasting name, entrusts his happiness to humankind, more false, more cruel than the seas or wind. Toil on, dull crowd, in ecstasies, he cries, for wealth or title, perishable prize, while I those transitory blessings scorn, secure of praise from ages yet unborn. This thought once formed, all counsel comes too late. He flies to press, and hurries on his fate. Swiftly he sees the imagined laurels spread, and feels the unfading wreath surround his head. Warned by another's fate, vain youth, be wise. Those dreams were Settle's once, and Ogilby's. Footnote. Settle was the last of the city poets. Here swells the shelf with Ogilby the Great. Dunciad, Book 1, 9141, end of footnote. The pamphlet spreads, incessant hisses rise. To some retreat the baffled writer flies, where no sour critics snarl, no sneers molest, safe from the tart lampoon and stinging jest. There begs of heaven a less distinguished lot, glad to be hid, and proud to be forgot. Epilogue intended to have been spoken by a lady who was to personate the ghost of Hermione. Footnote. Some young ladies at Lichfield having proposed to act the distressed mother, Johnson wrote this, and gave it to Mr. Hector to convey it privately to them. Boswell. End of footnote. Ye blooming train, who give despair or joy, bless with a smile, or with a frown destroy, in whose fair cheeks destructive cupids wait, and with unerring shafts distribute fate, whose snowy breasts, whose animated eyes each youth admires, though each admirer dies, whilst you deride their pangs in barbarous play, unpitying see them weep and hear them pray, and unrelenting sport 10,000 lives away. For you, ye fair, I quit the gloomy plains, where sable night in all her horror reigns, No fragrant bowers, no delightful glades receive the unhappy ghosts of scornful maids. For kind, for tender nymphs the myrtle blooms, and weaves her bending boughs in pleasing glooms. Perennial roses deck each purple vale, and scents ambrosial breathe in every gale. Far hence are banished vapours, spleen, and tears, tea, scandal, ivory teeth, and languid airs. No pug nor favourite Cupid there enjoys the balmy kiss for which poor Thyrsis dies. Formed to delight, they use no foreign arms, nor torturing whalebones pinch them into charms. No conscious blushes there their cheeks inflame, for those who feel no guilt can know no shame. Unfaded still their former charms they show, around them pleasures wait, and joys forever new. But cruel virgins meet a severer fate, expelled and exiled from the blissful seats, to dismal realms and regions void of peace, where furies ever howl and serpents hiss. O'er the sad plains perpetual tempests sigh, and poisonous vapours, blackening all the sky with livid hue, the fairest face o'ercast, and every beauty withers at the blast. Where'er they fly, their lovers' ghosts pursue, inflicting all those ills which once they knew. Vexation, fury, jealousy, despair vex every eye, and every bosom tear. Their foul deformities by all descried, no maid to flatter, and no paint to hide. Then melt, ye fair, while crowds around you sigh, nor let disdain sit lowering in your eye. With pity soften every awful grace, and beauty smile auspicious in each face. To ease their pains exert your milder power, so shall you guiltless reign, and all mankind adore. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. His wide reading, Art 19. The 2 years which he spent at home after his return from Starbridge he passed in what he thought idleness. Footnote: Yet he said to Boswell, "Sir, in my early years I read very hard. It is a sad reflection, but a true one, that I knew almost as much at 18 as I do now." Post July 21st, 1763. He told Mr. Langton that his great period of study was from the age of 12 to that of 18. Ibid. Note. He told the King that his reading had later on been hindered by ill health. Post February 1767. End of footnote. And was scolded by his father for his want of steady application. Footnote: Hawkins, Life, page 9, says that his father took him home probably with a view to bring him up to his own trade, for I have heard Johnson say that he himself was able to bind a book. "It were better bind books again," wrote Mrs. Thrale to him on September the 18th, 1777, "as you did one year in our thatched summer house." It was most likely at this time that he refused to attend his father to Uttoxeter market, for which fault he made atonement in his old age. Post November 1784. End of footnote. He had no settled plan of life, nor looked forward at all, but merely lived from day to day. Yet he read a great deal in a desultory manner, without any scheme of study, as chance threw the books in his way, and inclination directed him through them. He used to mention one curious instance of his casual reading when but a boy. Having imagined that his brother had hid some apples behind a large folio upon an upper shelf in his father's shop, he climbed up to search for them. There were no apples, but the large folio proved to be Petrarch, whom he had seen mentioned in some preface as one of the restorers of learning. His curiosity having been thus excited, he sat down with avidity and read a great part of the book. What he read during these 2 years, he told me, was not works of mere amusement, not voyages and travels, but all literature, sir, all ancient writers, all manly, though but little Greek, only some of Anacreon and Hesiod. But in this irregular manner, added he, I had looked into a great many books, which were not commonly known at the universities, where they seldom read any books but what are put into their hands by their tutors, so that when I came to Oxford, Dr. Adams, now master of Pembroke College, told me I was the best qualified for the university that he had ever known come there. Footnote. Perhaps Johnson had his own early reading in mind when he thus describes Pope's reading at about the same age. During this period of his life he was indefatigably diligent and insatiably curious, wanting health for violent and money for expensive pleasures, and having excited in himself very strong desires of intellectual eminence, he spent much of his time over his books. But he read only to store his mind with facts and images, seizing all that his authors presented with undistinguishing veracity, and with an appetite for knowledge too eager to be nice. End of footnote. In estimating the progress of his mind during these 2 years, as well as in future periods of his life, we must not regard his own hasty confession of idleness, for we see, when he explains himself, that he was acquiring various stores, and indeed he himself concluded the account with saying, "I would not have you think I was doing nothing then." He might perhaps have studied more assiduously, but it may be doubted whether such a mind as his was not more enriched by roaming at large in the fields of literature than if it had been confined to any single spot. The analogy between body and mind is very general, and the parallel will hold as to their food as well as any other particular. The flesh of animals who feed excursively is allowed to have a higher flavour than that of those who are cooped up. May there not be the same difference between men who read as their taste prompts and men who are confined in cells and colleges to stated tasks? Johnson enters Oxford, Anno Domini 1728. That a man in Mr. Michael Johnson's circumstances should think of sending his son to the expensive University of Oxford at his own charge seems very improbable. The subject was too delicate to question Johnson upon, but I have been assured by Dr. Taylor that the scheme never would have taken place had not a gentleman of Shropshire, one of his schoolfellows, spontaneously undertaken to support him at Oxford in the character of his companion, though in fact he never received any assistance whatever from that gentleman. Footnote. Andrew Corbett, according to Hawkins. Corbett had entered Pembroke College in 1727. Dr. Swinfen, Johnson's godfather, was a member of the college. I find the name of a Swinfen on the books in 1728. End of footnote. He, however, went to Oxford and was entered a commoner of Pembroke College on the 31st of October 1728. Footnote. In the Caution book of Pembroke College I found the 2 following entries. October the 31st, 1728. received then of Mr. Samuel Johnson, commoner of Pembroke College, the sum of £7 for his caution, which is to remain in the hands of the bursars till the said Mr. Johnson shall depart the said college, leaving the same fully discharged. Received by me, John Ratcliffe, bursar. March the 26th, 1740. At a convention of the Master and Fellows to settle the accounts of the caution, it appeared that the persons' accounts underwritten stood thus at their leaving the college: caution not repaid, Mr. Johnson, £7. Battles not discharged, Mr. Johnson, £7. Mr. Carlyle is in error in describing Johnson as a servitor. He was a commoner, as the above entry shows. Though he entered on October the 31st, he did not matriculate till December the 16th. It was on Palm Sunday of this same year that Rousseau left Geneva, and so entered upon his eventful career. Goldsmith was born 11 days after Johnson entered, November the 10th, 1728. Reynolds was 5 years old. Burke was born before Johnson left Oxford. End of footnote. Being then in his 19th year, footnote, he was in his 20th year. He was born on September the 18th, 1709, and was therefore 19. He was somewhat late in entering. In his Life of Ascombe he says, Ascombe took his bachelor's degree in 1534 in the 18th year of his age, a time of life at which it is more common now to enter the universities than to take degrees. It was just after Johnson's entrance that the two Wesleys began to hold small devotional meetings at Oxford. End of footnote. His first tutor, ITAT 19. The Reverend Dr. Adams, who afterwards presided over Pembroke College with universal esteem, told me he was present, and gave me some account of what passed on the night of Johnson's arrival at Oxford. Footnote. Builders were at work in the college during all his residence. July the 16th, 1728, about a quarter of a year since they began to build a new chapel for Pembroke College next to Slaughter Lane. Hearn's remains. End of footnote. On that evening his father, who had anxiously accompanied him, found means to have him introduced to Mr. Jordan, who was to be his tutor. His being put under any tutor reminds us of what Wood says of Robert Burton, author of The Anatomy of Melancholy, when elected student of Christ Church. For form's sake, though he wanted not a tutor, he was put under the tuition of Dr. John Bancroft, afterwards Bishop of Oxford. End of footnote. His father seemed very full of the merits of his son, and told the company he was a good scholar and a poet, and wrote Latin verses. His figure and manner appeared strange to them, but he behaved modestly and sat silent, till upon something which occurred in the course of conversation he suddenly struck in and quoted Macrobius, and thus he gave the first impression of that more extensive reading in which he had indulged himself. His tutor, Mr. Jordan, Fellow of Pembroke, was not, it seems, a man of such abilities as we should conceive requisite for the instructor of Samuel Johnson, who gave me the following account of him. He was a very worthy man, but a heavy man, and I did not profit much by his instructions. Indeed, I did not attend him much. Footnote. Johnson would oftener risk the payment of a small fine than attend his lectures. Upon occasion of one such imposition, he said to Jordan, "Sir, you have sconced fined me 2d for non-attendance at a lecture not worth a penny." Hawkins's Johnson, page 9. A passage in Whitefield's diary shows that the sconce was often greater. He once neglected to give in the weekly theme, which every Saturday had to be given to the tutor in the hall when the bell rang, he was fined £0.5, Tireman's, Whitefield. In my time, 1855–8, at Pembroke College, every Saturday when the bell rang we gave in our piece of Latin prose. Themes were things of the past. End of footnote. The first day after I came to college I waited upon him, and then stayed away 4. On the 6th, Mr. Jordan asked me why I had not attended. I answered I had been sliding in Christchurch Meadow. Footnote. This was on November the 6th, Old Style, or November the 17th, New Style, a very early time for ice to bear. The first mention of frost that I find in the newspapers of that winter is in the Weekly Journal for November the 30th, Old Style, where it is stated that the passage by land and water, that is, the Thames, is now become very dangerous by the snow, frost, and ice. The record of meteorological observations began a few years later. End of footnote. And this I said with as much nonchalance as I am now talking to you. Footnote. Oxford, 20th of March, 1776, Boswell. End of footnote. I had no notion that I was wrong or irreverent to my tutor. Footnote. Mr. Croker discovers a great difference between this account and that which Johnson gave to Mr. Wharton, post under July the 16th, 1754. There is no need to have recourse with Mr. Croker to an ear spoiled by flattery. A very simple explanation may be found. The accounts refer to different hours of the same day. Johnson's stark insensibility belonged to the morning, and his beating heart to the afternoon. He had been impertinent before dinner, and when he was sent for after dinner, he expected a sharp rebuke. End of footnote. Boswell. That, sir, was great fortitude of mind. Johnson. No, sir, stark insensibility. Footnote. It ought to be remembered that Dr. Johnson was apt in his literary as well as moral exercises to overcharge his defects. Dr. Adams informed me that he attended his tutor's lectures and also the lectures in the college hall very regularly. Boswell. The 5th of November, Anno Domini 1728. The 5th of November was at that time kept with great solemnity at Pembroke College, and exercises upon the subject of the day were required. Footnote. Early in every November was kept a great gaudy feast in the college, when the master dined in public, and the juniors, by an ancient custom they were obliged to comply with, went round the fire in the hall. Phillips's Diary, Notes and Queries. We can picture to ourselves among the juniors in November 1728 Samuel Johnson going round the fire with the others. Here he heard day after day the Latin grace which Camden had composed for the society. I believe I can repeat it, Johnson said at St. Andrews, which he did. Boswell's Hebrides, August the 19th, 1773. 7 years before Johnson's time, on November the 5th, Mr. Payne, Bachelor of Arts, made an oration in the hall suitable to the day. Phillips's Diary. End of footnote. Johnson neglected to perform his, which is much to be regretted, for his vivacity of imagination and force of language would probably have produced something sublime upon the gunpowder plot. Footnote. Boswell forgot Johnson's criticism on Milton's exercises on this day. Some of the exercises on gunpowder treason might have been spared. End of footnote. To apologize for his neglect, he gave in a short copy of verses entitled Somnium, containing a common thought that the muse had come to him in his sleep and whispered that it did not become him to write on such subjects as politics. He should confine himself to humbler themes. But the versification was truly Virgilian. Footnote. It has not been preserved. There are in the college library 4 of his compositions, 2 of verse and 2 of prose. One of the copies of verse I give post under July the 16th, 1754. Both have been often printed. As his prose compositions have never been published, I will give one. Mea nec falerne temperant vites, neque fumiani pocula coles. Quaeram minus attente spectator absurda videntur, quaetam in penitus perspecta ratione sunt consentania. Non enim semper facta per se, verum ratio occasioque faciendi sunt cogitanda. Deteriora e offere cui meriorum ingens copia est, cui non ridiculum videtur. Quis sanus hirtam agrestem quae vestem luculo obtulissit, cuius omnia feriserum opificia, omnia parme velera, omnis tiri colores latuerunt. Hoc tamen ficisse Horatium non puduit, cum nullus urbanio, nullus procerum convictui magis assuetus. Macinatem scidisset nora non quasitorum an meliore vino domi possit bibere, verum an inter domesticos quem com propensiori in se animo possit invenire, amorem, non lucrem, optabit patronus ille munificentissimus sic. Pocula dicit binum minus puro implerentur, satis habuit, si hospites vultus latitia perfusus sinceram puramque amicitiam testaretur. Ut ubi poetam camine celebramus non fastidit, qui ipse melius posset scribere, verum poemo licet non magni facit, sic amorem scriptores libentur applectitur, si amici minuscula animam gratam testantia licet pavisint, non nisia superbo et moroso contemnentur. Deos torus fumis indigere nemo certe unquam credidit, quos tamen iis gratos putarunt, quia homines se non beneficiorum in memores his testimoniis ostenderunt. Johnson. Johnson's version of Pope's Messiah, ITAT 19. He had a love and respect for Jordan, not for his literature, but for his work. Whenever, said he, a young man becomes Jordan's pupil, he becomes his son. Having given such a specimen of his poetical powers, he was asked by Mr. Jordan to translate Pope's Messiah into Latin verse as a Christmas exercise. He performed it with uncommon rapidity, and in so masterly a manner that he obtained great applause from it, which ever after kept him high in the estimation of his college and indeed of all the university. Footnote. The accidental perusal of some Latin verses gained Addison the patronage of Dr. Lancaster, afterwards provost of Queen's College, by whose recommendation he was elected into Magdalen College as a demi, a scholar. Johnson's works. Johnson's verses gained him nothing but estimation. End of footnote. It is said that Mr. Pope expressed himself concerning it in terms of strong approbation. Footnote. He is reported to have said, "The writer of this poem will leave it a question for posterity whether his or mine be the original." Hawkins, page 13. End of footnote. Dr. Taylor told me that it was first printed for old Mr. Johnson without the knowledge of his son, who was very angry when he heard of it. A miscellany of poems, collected by a person of the name of Husbands, was published at Oxford in 1731. Footnote. A miscellany of poems by several hands, published by J. Husbands, Master of Arts, Fellow of Pembroke College, Oxford, printed by Leon, Lichfield, near the East Gate, in the year 1731. Among the subscribers I notice the name of Richard Savage, Esquire, for 20 copies. It is very doubtful whether he paid for one. Pope did not subscribe. Johnson's poem is thus mentioned in the preface. The translation of Mr. Pope's Messiah was delivered to his tutor as a college exercise by Mr. Johnson, a commoner of Pembroke College in Oxford, and 'tis hoped will be no discredit to the excellent original. End of footnote. In that miscellany, Johnson's translation of the Messiah appeared with this modest motto from Scaliger's Poetics: Ex alieno ingenio poeta, ex suo tantum versificator. Mr. Courtenay's Eulogy, Anno Domini 1728. I am not ignorant that critical objections have been made to this and other specimens of Johnson's Latin poetry. I acknowledge myself not competent to decide on a question of such extreme nicety, but I am satisfied with the just and discriminative eulogy pronounced upon it by my friend Mr. Courtenay. And with like ease his vivid lines assume the garb and dignity of ancient Rome. Let college versemen trite conceits express, tricked out in splendid shreds of Virgil's dress. From playful Ovid cull the tinsel phrase, and vapid notions hitch in pilfered lays. Then with mosaic art the piece combine, and boast the glitter of each dulcet line. Johnson adventured boldly to transfuse his vigorous sense into the Latian muse, aspired to shine by unreflected light, and with a Roman's ardour sink and write. He felt the tuneful nine his breast inspire, and like a master waked the soothing lyre. Horatian's strains a grateful heart proclaim, while sky's wild rocks resound his Thralia's name. Footnote. See Boswell's Hebrides, September 6, 1773. End of footnote. Hesperia's plant, in some less skilful hands, to bloom a while factitious heat demands. Though glowing Maro a faint warmth supplies, the sickly blossom in the hothouse dies. By Johnson's genial culture, art, and toil, its root strikes deep, and owns the fostering soil, imbibes our sun through all its swelling veins, and grows a native of Britannia's plains. Note: Poetical Review of the Literary and Moral Character of Dr. Johnson, by John Courtenay, Esquire, M.P., Boswell. End of footnote. Johnson's morbid melancholy. ITAT 19. The morbid melancholy, which was lurking in his constitution, and to which we may ascribe those particularities and that aversion to regular life which at a very early period marked his character, gathered such strength in his 20th year as to afflict him in a dreadful manner. While he was at Lichfield in the college vacation of the year 1729, footnote, Hector, in his account of Johnson's early life, says, "After a long absence from Lichfield, when he returned, I was apprehensive of something wrong in his constitution, which might either impair his intellect or endanger his life. But thanks to Almighty God, my fears have proved false." Hawkins, page 8. The college books show that Johnson was absent but 1 week in the long vacation of 1729. It is by no means unlikely that he went to Lichfield in that week to consult Dr. Swinfen about his health. In that case, his first attack when he tried to overcome the malady by frequently walking to Birmingham, must have been at an earlier date. In his time, students often passed the vacation at the university. The following table shows the number of graduates and undergraduates in residence in Pembroke College at the end of each fourth week from June to December 1729. Members in residence: June the 20th, 729, 54. July the 18th, 34. August the 15th, 25. September the 12th, 16. October the 10th, 30. November the 7th, 52. December the 5th, 49. At Christmas there were still 16 men left in the college. That under a zealous tutor the vacation was by no means a time of idleness is shown by a passage in Wesley's journal, in which he compares the Scotch universities with the English. In Scotland, he writes, the students all come to their several colleges in November and return home in May, so they may study 5 months in the year and lounge all the rest. Well, where was the common sense of those who instituted such colleges? In the English colleges, everyone may reside all the year, as all my pupils did, and I should have thought myself little better than a highwayman, if I had not lectured them every day in the year but Sundays. Wesley's Journal. Johnson lived to see Oxford empty in the long vacation. Writing on August the 1st, 1775, he said, "The place is now a sullen solitude." End of footnote. He felt himself overwhelmed with a horrible hypochondria, with perpetual irritation, fretfulness, and impatience, and with a dejection, gloom, and despair, which made existence misery. Footnote. Johnson perhaps was thinking of himself when he thus criticized the character of Sir Roger de Coverley. The variable weather of the mind, the flying vapours of incipient madness, which from time to time cloud reason without eclipsing it, it requires so much nicety to exhibit, that Addison seems to have been deterred from prosecuting his own design. End of footnote. From this dismal malady he never afterwards was perfectly relieved, and all his labours and all his enjoyments were but temporary interruptions of its baleful influence. Footnote. Writing in his old age to Hector, he said, "My health has been from my 20th year such as has seldom afforded me a single day of ease." Post under March the 21st, 1782. Hawkins writes that he once told him that he knew not what it was to be totally free from pain. Hawkins, page 396. End of footnote. How wonderful, how unsearchable are the ways of God! Johnson, who was blessed with all the powers of genius and understanding in a degree far above the ordinary state of human nature, was at the same time visited with a disorder so afflictive that they who know it by dire experience will not envy his exalted endowments. That it was in some degree occasioned by a defect in his nervous system, that inexplicable part of our frames, appears highly probable. He told Mr. Paradise that he was sometimes so languid and inefficient that he could not distinguish the hour upon the town clock. Johnson consults Dr. Swinfen, Anno Domini 1729. Johnson, upon the first violent attack of this disorder, strove to overcome it by forcible exertions. Footnote. In The Rambler, No. 85, he pointed out how much happiness is gained and how much misery escaped by frequent and violent agitation of the body. See post, July the 21st, 1763, for his remedies against melancholy. End of footnote. He frequently walked to Birmingham and back again. Footnote. 32 miles in all, Southey mentions that in 1728 the Wesleys, to save the more money for the poor, began to perform their journeys on foot. He adds, "It was so little the custom in that age for men in their rank of life to walk any distance, as to make them think it a discovery that 4 or 25 miles are an easy and safe day's journey." Southey's Wesley, end of footnote. And tried many other expedients, but all in vain. His expression concerning it to me was, "I did not then know how to manage it." His distress became so intolerable that he applied to Dr. Swinfen, physician in Lichfield, his godfather, and put into his hands a state of his case written in Latin. Dr. Swinfen was so much struck with the extraordinary acuteness, research, and eloquence of this paper, that in his zeal for his godson he showed it to several people. His daughter, Mrs. Desmoulins, who was many years humanely supported in Dr. Johnson's house in London, told me that upon his discovering that Dr. Swinfen had communicated his case, he was so much offended that he never afterwards fully reconciled to him. He indeed had good reason to be offended, for though Dr. Swinfen's motive was good, he inconsiderately betrayed a matter deeply interesting and of great delicacy, which had been entrusted to him in confidence, and exposed a complaint of his young friend and patient, which, in the superficial opinion of the generality of mankind, is attended with contempt and disgrace. Footnote: Boswell himself suffered from hypochondria. He seems at times to boast of it, as Dogberry boasted of his losses, so that Johnson had some reason for writing to him with severity, as if he were affecting it from a desire of distinction. Post, July 2nd, 1776. Johnson, an hypochondriac, Itart 20. But let not little men triumph upon knowing that Johnson was an hypochondriac, was subject to what the learned, philosophical, and pious Dr. Cheney has so well treated under the title of the English malady. Footnote: Johnson, on April 7th, 1776, recommended Boswell to read this book, and again on July 2nd of the same year. End of footnote. Though he suffered severely from it, he was not therefore degraded. The powers of his great mind might be troubled, and their full exercise suspended at times, but the mind itself was ever entire. As a proof of this, it is only necessary to consider that when he was at the very worst, he composed that state of his own case which showed an uncommon vigour not only of fancy and taste, but of judgment. I am aware that he himself was too ready to call such a complaint by the name of madness. Footnote: On December 24th, 1754, writing of the poet Collins, who was either mad or close upon it, he said, "Poor dear Collins, I have often been near his state." Wool's Wharton, page 229. "I inherited," Johnson said, "a vile melancholy from my father, which has made me mad all my life, at least not sober." Boswell's Hebrides, September 16, 1773. "When I survey my past life," he wrote in 1777, "I discover nothing but a barren waste of time, with some disorders of body and disturbances of the mind very near to madness." Reynolds recorded that what Dr. Johnson said a few days before his death of his disposition to insanity was no new discovery to those who were intimate with him. Taylor's Reynolds. See also Post, September 20th, 1777. End of footnote. In conformity with which notion, he has traced its gradations with exquisite nicety in one of the chapters of his Rasselas, footnote, chapter 44, end of footnote. But there is surely a clear distinction between a disorder which affects only the imagination and spirits, while the judgment is sound, and a disorder by which the judgment itself is impaired. This distinction was made to me by the late Professor Gaubius of Leyden, physician to the Prince of Orange, in a conversation which I had with him several years ago, and he expanded it thus: "If," said he, "a man tells me that he is grievously disturbed, for that he imagines he sees a ruffian coming against him with a drawn sword, though at the same time he is conscious it is a delusion, I pronounce him to have a disordered imagination. But if a man tells me that he sees this, and in consternation calls to me to look at it, I pronounce him to be mad." Johnson's Dread of Insanity, Anno Domini 1729. It is a common effect of low spirits or melancholy to make those who are afflicted with it imagine that they are actually suffering those evils which happen to be the most strongly presented to their minds. Some have fancied themselves to be deprived of the use of their limbs, some to labour under acute diseases, others to be in extreme poverty, when in truth there was not the least reality in any of the suppositions, so that when the vapours were dispelled, they were convinced of the delusion. To Johnson, whose supreme enjoyment was the exercise of his reason, the disturbance or obscuration of that faculty was the evil most to be dreaded. Insanity, therefore, was the object of his most dismal apprehension. Footnote: Of the uncertainties of our present state, the most dreadful and alarming is the uncertain continuance of reason. Rasselas, chapter 43, end of footnote. And he fancied himself seized by it, or approaching to it, at the very time when he was giving proofs of a more than ordinary soundness and vigour of judgment. That his own diseased imagination should have so far deceived him is strange, but it is stranger still that some of his friends should have given credit to his groundless opinion, when they had such undoubted proofs that it was totally fallacious, though it is by no means surprising that those who wished to depreciate him should, since his death, have laid hold of this circumstance, and insisted upon it with very unfair aggravation. Footnote: Boswell refers to Mrs. Piozzi and Hawkins, end of footnote. Amidst the oppression and distraction of a disease which very few have felt in its full extent, but many have experienced in a slighter degree, Johnson, in his writings and in his conversation, never failed to display all the varieties of intellectual excellence. In his march through this world to a better, his mind still appeared grand and brilliant, and impressed all around him with the truth of Virgil's noble sentiment, igneus est olis vigor et celestis origo. Footnote: Quick in these seeds is might of fire, and birth of heavenly place. Morris, Aeneads, Book 6, line 730. End of footnote. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. His reluctance to go to church, Itart 20. The history of his mind as to religion is an important article. I have mentioned the early impressions made upon his tender imagination by his mother, who continued her pious care with assiduity, but in his opinion not with judgment. "Sunday," said he, "was a heavy day to me when I was a boy. My mother confined me on that day, and made me read The Whole Duty of Man, from a great part of which I could derive no instruction. When, for instance, I had read the chapter on theft, which from my infancy I had been taught was wrong, I was no more convinced that theft was wrong than before, so there was no accession of knowledge. A boy should be introduced to such books by having his attention directed to the arrangement, to the style, and other excellencies of composition, that the mind, being thus engaged by an amusing variety of objects, may not grow weary. Law's Serious Call, Anno Domini 1729. Johnson, grounded in religion, Itart 20. He communicated to me the following particulars upon the subject of his religious progress. I fell into an inattention to religion, or an indifference about it, in my 9th year. The church at Lichfield, in which we had a seat, wanted reparation. Footnote: on Easter Sunday 1716, during service, some pieces of stone from the spire of St. Mary's fell on the roof of the church. The congregation, thinking that the steeple was coming down, in their alarm broke through the windows. Johnson, we may well believe, witnessed the scene. The church was pulled down, and the new one was opened in December 1721. Harwood's, Lichfield. End of footnote. So I was to go and find a seat in other churches, and having bad eyes and being awkward about this, I used to go and read in the fields on Sunday. This habit continued till my 14th year, and still I find a great reluctance to go to church. Footnote: September the 23rd, 1771. I have gone voluntarily to church on the weekday but few times in my life. I think to mend. April the 9th, 1773. I hope in time to take pleasure in public worship. April the 6th, 1777. I have this year omitted church on most Sundays, intending to supply the deficiency in the week, so that I owe 12 attendances on worship. I will make no more such superstitious stipulations, which entangle the mind with unbidden obligations. In the following passage in the life of Milton, Johnson no doubt is thinking of himself. In the distribution of his hours there was no hour of prayer, either solitary or with his household. Omitting public prayers, he omitted all. That he lived without prayer can hardly be affirmed. His studies and meditations were an habitual prayer. The neglect of it in his family was probably a fault for which he condemned himself and which he intended to correct, but that death, as too often happens, intercepted his reformation. End of footnote. I then became a sort of lax talker against religion, for I did not much think against it, and this lasted till I went to Oxford, where it would not be suffered. Footnote: we may compare with this a passage in Verecundalus's letter in The Rambler, No. 157. Though many among my fellow students at the University took the opportunity of a more remiss discipline to gratify their passions, yet virtue preserved her natural superiority, and those who ventured to neglect were not suffered to insult her. Oxford at this date was somewhat wayward in her love for religion. Whitefield records, "I had no sooner received the sacrament publicly on a weekday at St. Mary's, but I was set up as a mark for all the polite students that knew me to shoot at. By this they knew that I was commenced Methodist. For though there is a sacrament at the beginning of every term, at which all, especially the seniors, are by statute obliged to be present, yet so dreadfully has that once faithful city played the harlot, that very few masters and no undergraduates but the Methodists attended upon it. I daily underwent some contempt at college. Some have thrown dirt at me. Others by degrees took away their pay from me." Tyreman's Whitefield. Story, the Quaker, visiting Oxford in 1731, says, "Of all places wherever I have been, the scholars of Oxford were the rudest, most giddy and unruly rabble, and most mischievous. Stories Journal. End of footnote. When at Oxford, I took up Law's Serious Call to a Holy Life. Footnote. John Wesley, who was also at Oxford, writing of about this same year, says, "Meeting now with Mr. Law's Christian Perfection and Serious Call, the light flowed in so mightily upon my soul that everything appeared in a new view." Whitefield writes, "Before I went to the university, I met with Mr. Law's Serious Call, but had not then money to purchase it. Soon after my coming up to the university, seeing a small edition of it in a friend's hand, I soon procured it. God worked powerfully upon my soul by that and his other excellent treatise upon Christian Perfection." Tyerman's Whitefield. Johnson called the Serious Call the finest piece of hortatory theology in any language. Post 1770. A few months before his death, he said, "William Law wrote the best piece of paranetic divinity, but William Law was no reasoner." Post June 9, 1784. Law was the tutor of Gibbon's father, and he died in the house of the historian's aunt. In describing the Serious Call, Gibbon says, "His precepts are rigid, but they are founded on the gospel. His satire is sharp, but it is drawn from the knowledge of human life, and many of his portraits are not unworthy of the pen of La Bruyère. If he finds a spark of piety in his reader's mind, he will soon kindle it to a flame." End of footnote. Expecting to find it a dull book, as such books generally are, and perhaps to laugh at it, but I found Law quite an overmatch for me, and this was the first occasion of my thinking in earnest of religion after I became capable of rational inquiry. Footnote. Mrs. Piozzi has given a strange, fantastical account of the original of Dr. Johnson's belief in our most holy religion. At the age of 10 years, his mind was disturbed by scruples of infidelity, which preyed upon his spirits and made him very uneasy, the more so as he revealed his uneasiness to none, being naturally, as he said, of a sullen temper and reserved disposition. He searched, however, diligently but fruitlessly for evidences of the truth of revelation, and at length recollecting a book he had once seen, Boswell, I suppose, at 5 years old, in his father's shop, entitled De Veritate Religionis, etc., he began to think himself highly culpable for neglecting such a means of information, and took himself severely to task for this sin, adding many acts of voluntary and to others unknown penance. The first opportunity which offered, of course, he seized the book with avidity, but on examination, not finding himself scholar enough to peruse its contents, set his heart at rest, and not thinking to inquire whether there were any English books written on the subject, followed his usual amusements, and considered his conscience as lightened of a crime. He redoubled his diligence to learn the language that contained the information he most wished for, but from the pain which guilt, Boswell, namely, having omitted to read what he did not understand, had given him, he now began to deduce the soul's immortality. Boswell, a sensation of pain in this world being an unquestionable proof of existence in another, which was the point that belief first stopped at, and from that moment, resolving to be a Christian, became one of the most zealous and pious ones our nation ever produced. Anecdotes. This is one of the numerous misrepresentations of this lively lady, which it is worth while to correct, for if credit should be given to such a childish, irrational, and ridiculous statement of the foundation of Dr. Johnson's faith in Christianity, how little credit will be due to it. Mrs. Piozzi seems to wish that the world should think Dr. Johnson also under the influence of that easy logic, stet pro ratione voluntas, Boswell. On April 28, 1783, Johnson said, "Religion had dropped out of my mind. It was at an early part of my life. Sickness brought it back, and I hope I have never lost it since. Most likely it was the sickness and the lumpication of 1729 mentioned ante." End of footnote. From this time forward, religion was the predominant object of his thoughts. Footnote. In his Life of Milton, writing of Paradise Lost, he says, "But these truths are too important to be new. They have been taught to our infancy. They have mingled with our solitary thoughts and familiar conversations, and are habitually interwoven with the whole texture of life." End of footnote. Though with the just sentiments of a conscientious Christian, he lamented that his practice of its duties fell far short of what it ought to be. This instance of a mind such as that of Johnson being first disposed by an unexpected incident to think with anxiety of the momentous concerns of eternity, and of what he should do to be saved, footnote Acts chapter 16 verse 30, end of footnote, may forever be produced in opposition to the superficial and sometimes profane contempt that has been thrown upon those occasional impressions, which it is certain many Christians have experienced, though it must be acknowledged that weak minds, from an erroneous supposition that no man is in a state of grace who has not felt a particular conversion, have in some cases brought a degree of ridicule upon them, a ridicule of which it is inconsiderate or unfair to make a general application. Johnson's studies at Oxford, Anno Domini 1729. How seriously Johnson was impressed with the sense of religion, even in the vigour of his youth, appears from the following passage in his minutes kept by way of a diary. September the 7th, 1736, footnote, September the 7th, Old Style, or September the 18th, New Style, end of footnote. "I have this day entered upon my 28th year. Mayest thou, O God, enable me, for Jesus Christ's sake, to spend this in such a manner that I may receive comfort from it at the hour of death and in the day of judgment. Amen." His rapid reading and composition, Itart. 20. The particular course of his reading while at Oxford, and during the time of vacation which he passed at home, cannot be traced. Enough has been said of his irregular mode of study. He told me that from his earliest years he loved to read poetry, but hardly ever read any poem to an end; that he read Shakespeare at a period so early that the speech of the ghost in Hamlet terrified him when he was alone. Footnote: "He that peruses Shakespeare looks round alarmed, and starts to find himself alone." I was many years ago so shocked by Cordelia's death that I know not whether I ever endured to read again the last scenes of the play till I undertook to revise them as an editor. End of footnote. That Horace's Odes were the compositions in which he took most delight, and that it was long before he liked his epistles and satires. He told me what he read solidly at Oxford was Greek, not the Grecian historians, but Homer and Euripides, and now and then a little epigram. Footnote: he told Mr. Wyndham that he had never read through the Odyssey completely. At college, he said, he had been very idle and neglectful of his studies. End of footnote. That the study of which he was the most fond was metaphysics, but he had not read much even in that way. I always thought that he did himself injustice in his account of what he had read, and that he must have been speaking with reference to the vast portion of study which is possible, and to which a few scholars in the whole history of literature have attained. For when I once asked him whether a person, whose name I have now forgotten, studied hard, he answered, "No, sir, I do not believe he studied hard. I never knew a man who studied hard. I conclude, indeed, from the effects that some men have studied hard, as Bentley and Clarke." Trying him by that criterion upon which he formed his judgment of others, we may be absolutely certain, both from his writings and his conversation, that his reading was very extensive. Dr. Adam Smith, than whom few were better judges on this subject, once observed to me that Johnson knew more books than any man alive. He had a peculiar facility of seizing at once what was valuable in any book, without submitting to the labour of perusing it from beginning to end. *It may be questioned whether, except his Bible, he ever read a book entirely through. Late in life, if any man praised a book in his presence, he was sure to ask, "Did you read it through?" If the answer was in the affirmative, he did not seem willing to believe it. Murphy's Johnson, page 12. It will be easy to show that Johnson read many books right through, though, according to Mrs. Piozzi, he asked, "Was there ever yet anything written by a mere man that was wished longer by its readers, excepting Don Quixote, Robinson Crusoe, and the Pilgrim's Progress?" Nevertheless, in Murphy's statement there is some truth. See what has been just stated by Boswell, that he hardly ever read any poem to an end, and Post, April 19, 1773, and June 15, 1784. To him might be applied his own description of Barretier. He had a quickness of apprehension and firmness of memory which enabled him to read with incredible rapidity, and at the same time to retain what he read, so as to be able to recollect and apply it. He turned over volumes in an instant, and selected what was useful for his purpose. He had, from the irritability of his constitution at all times, an impatience and hurry when he either read or wrote. A certain apprehension arising from novelty made him write his first exercise at college twice over. See Post, June 15, 1784. Mr. Wyndham records the following anecdote of Johnson's first declamation at college. Having neglected to write it till the morning of his being sick to repeat it, and having only one copy, he got part of it by heart while he was walking into the hall, and the rest he supplied as well as he could extempore. Mrs. Piozzi, recording the same anecdote, says that, having given the copy into the hands of the tutor, who stood to receive it as he passed, he was obliged to begin by chance and continue on how he could. "A prodigious risk, however," said someone. "Not at all," exclaims Johnson. "No man, I suppose, leaps at once into deep water who does not know how to swim." But he never took that trouble with any other composition, and we shall see that his most excellent works were struck off at a heat, with rapid exertion. He told Dr. Burney that he never wrote any of his works that were printed twice over. Dr. Burney's wonder at seeing several pages of his Lives of the Poets in manuscript with scarce a blot or erasure drew this observation from him. Malone. He wrote 48 of the printed octavo pages of the Life of Savage at a sitting. Post, February 1744. And 100 lines of the Vanity of Human Wishes in a day. Post, under February 15, 1766. The Ramblers were written in haste as the moment pressed, without even being read over by him before they were printed. Post, beginning of 1750. In the second edition, however, he made corrections. He composed Rasselas in the evenings of 1 week, post under January 1759. The False Alarm was written between 8 o'clock on Wednesday night and 12 o'clock on Thursday night, Piozzi's Anecdotes. The Patriot, he says, was called for on Friday, was written on Saturday, post November 26, 1774. End of footnote. Johnson's Rooms in College, Anno Domini 1729. Yet he appears, from his early notes or memorandums in my possession, to have at various times attempted, or at least planned, a methodical course of study according to computation, of which he was all his life fond, as it fixed his attention steadily upon something without, and prevented his mind from preying upon itself. Footnote: when Mr. Johnson felt his fancy, or fancied he felt it, disordered, his constant recurrence was to the study of arithmetic, Piozzi's Anecdotes. Ethics or figures or metaphysical reasoning was the sort of talk he most delighted in, Ibid. See post September 24th, 1777. End of footnote. Thus I find in his handwriting the number of lines in each of 2 of Euripides' tragedies, of the Georgics of Virgil, of the first 6 books of the Aeneid, of Horace's Art of Poetry, of 3 of the books of Ovid's Metamorphoses, of some parts of Theocritus, and of the 10th Satire of Juvenal, and a table showing at the rate of various numbers a day, I suppose verses to be read, what would be in each case the total amount in a week, month, and year. Footnote: September 18th, 1764. I resolve to study the Scriptures, I hope in the original languages. 640 verses every Sunday will nearly comprise the Scriptures in a year. Prayers and Meditations. 1770, first Sunday after Easter. The plan which I formed for reading the Scriptures was to read 600 verses in the Old Testament and 200 in the New every week. Ibid. End of footnote. No man had a more ardent love of literature or a higher respect for it than Johnson. His apartment in Pembroke College was that upon the 2nd floor over the gateway. The enthusiasts of learning will ever contemplate it with veneration. One day, when he was sitting in it quite alone, Dr. Panting, footnote, August 1st, 1715, this being the day on which the late Queen Anne died, and on which George, Duke and Elector of Brunswick, usurped the English throne, there was very little rejoicing in Oxford. There was a sermon at St. Mary's by Dr. Panting, Master of Pembroke. He is an honest gentleman. His sermon took no notice, at most very little, of the Duke of Brunswick. Hearn's remains. End of footnote. Then master of the college, whom he called a fine Jacobite fellow, overheard. Footnote. The outside wall of the gateway tower forms an angle with the wall of the master's house, so that anyone sitting by the open window and speaking in a strong, emphatic voice might have easily been overheard. End of footnote. Him uttering this soliloquy in his strong, emphatic voice. Well, I have a mind to see what is done in other places of learning. I'll go and visit the universities abroad. I'll go to France and Italy. I'll go to Padua. Footnote. Goldsmith did go to Padua and stayed there some months. Forster's Goldsmith. End of footnote. And I'll mind my business, for an Athenian blockhead is the worst of all blockheads. Footnote. I had this anecdote from Dr. Adams, and Dr. Johnson confirmed it. Bramston, in his Man of Taste, has the same thought. Sure, of all blockheads, scholars are the worst. Boswell. Johnson's meaning, however, is that a scholar who is a blockhead must be the worst of all blockheads, because he is without excuse. But Bramston, in the assumed character of an ignorant coxcomb, maintains that all scholars are blockheads on account of their scholarship. James Boswell, Jr. There is, I believe, a Spanish proverb to the effect that, to be an utter fool, a man must know Latin. A writer in Notes and Queries suggests that Johnson had in mind Acts, chapter 17, verse 21, end of footnote. Johnson, a frolicsome fellow, ITAR 20. Dr. Adams told me that Johnson, while he was at Pembroke College, was caressed and loved by all about him, was a gay and frolicsome fellow, and passed there the happiest part of his life. Footnote. It was the practice in his time for a servitor, by order of the master, to go round to the rooms of the young men, and, knocking at the door, to inquire if they were within, and if no answer was returned, to report them absent. Johnson could not endure this intrusion, and would frequently be silent, when the utterance of a word would have ensured him from censure, and would join with others of the young men in the college in hunting, as they called it, the servitor who was thus diligent in his duty, and this they did with the noise of pots and candlesticks, singing to the tune of Chevy Chase the words in the old ballad, to drive the deer with hound and horn, Hawkins. Whitefield, writing a few years later, says, "At this time Satan used to terrify me much, and threatened to punish me if I discovered his wiles. It being my duty as servitor in my turn to knock at the gentlemen's rooms by 10 at night, to see who were in their rooms, I thought the devil would appear to me at every stair I went up." Tyman's Whitefield. End of footnote. But this is a striking proof of the fallacy of appearances, and how little any of us know of the real internal state, even of those whom we see most frequently. For the truth is that he was then depressed by poverty and irritated by disease. When I mentioned to him this account as given me by Dr. Adams, he said, "Ah, sir, I was mad and violent. It was bitterness, which they mistook for frolic. I was miserably poor, and I thought to fight my way by my literature and my wit, so I disregarded all power and all authority." Footnote. Perhaps his disregard of all authority was in part due to his genius, still in its youth. In his Life of Lyttelton he says, "The letters, Lyttelton's Persian letters, have something of that indistinct and headstrong ardour for liberty which a man of genius always catches when he enters the world, and always suffers to cool as he passes forward." End of footnote. Dr. Adams, Anno Domini 1730. The Bishop of Dromore observes in a letter to me, "The pleasure he took in vexing the tutors and fellows has been often mentioned, but I have heard him say, what ought to be recorded to the honour of the present venerable master of that college, the Reverend William Adams, Doctor of Divinity, who was then very young, and one of the junior fellows, that the mild but judicious expostulations of this worthy man, whose virtue awed him, and whose learning he revered, made him really ashamed of himself. No, I fear," said he, "I was too proud to own it." I have heard from some of his cotemporaries that he was generally seen lounging at the college gate, with a circle of young students round him, whom he was entertaining with wit, and keeping from their studies, if not spiriting them up to rebellion against the college discipline, which in his maturer years he so much extolled. He very early began to attempt keeping notes or memorandums by way of a diary of his life. I find in a parcel of loose leaves the following spirited resolution to contend against his natural indolence. October 1729.
Desidiae valedicti, serenis istius cantibus surdam post hac aurum obversurus. I bid farewell to Sloth, being resolved henceforth not to listen to her siren strains. I have also in my possession a few leaves of another libellus, or little book, entitled Annales, in which some of the early particulars of his history are registered in Latin. A Nest of Singing Birds, Itar 21. I do not find that he formed any close intimacies with his fellow collegians, but Dr. Adams told me that he contracted a love and regard for Pembroke College which he retained to the last. A short time before his death he sent to that college a present of all his works, to be deposited in their library. Footnote: Dr. Hall, formerly master of the college, says, certainly not all, Croker. End of footnote. And he had thoughts of leaving to it his house at Lichfield, but his friends who were about him very properly dissuaded him from it, and he bequeathed it to some poor relations. Footnote: I would leave the interest of the fortune I bequeathed to a college to my relations or my friends for their lives. It is the same thing to a college, which is a permanent society, whether it gets the money now or 20 years hence. But I would wish to make my relations or friends feel the benefit of it. Post, April 17, 1778. Hawkins' Life, page 582, says that he meditated a devise of his house to the corporation of that city for a charitable use, but it being freehold, he said, I cannot live a 12-month, and the last statute of Mortmain stands in my way. The same statute, no doubt, would have hindered the bequest to the college. End of footnote. He took a pleasure in boasting of the many eminent men who had been educated at Pembroke. In this list I found the names of Mr. Hawkins, the poetry professor. Footnote: Garrick refused to act one of Hawkins's plays. The poet, towards the end of a long letter, which he signed, Your much dissatisfied humble servant, said, After all, sir, I do not desire to come to an open rupture with you. I wish not to exasperate, but to convince. I tender you once more my friendship and my play. Garrick Correspondence, Sea Post, April 9, 1778, end of footnote. Mr. Shenstone, Sir William Blackstone, and others. Footnote: see Nash's History of Worcestershire, Boswell. To the list should be added Francis Beaumont, the dramatic writer, Sir Thomas Browne, whose life Johnson wrote, Sir James Dyer, Chief Justice of the King's Bench, Lord Chancellor Harcourt, John Pym, Francis Rouse, the Speaker of Cromwell's Parliament, and Bishop Bonner Wright. Some of these men belonged to the ancient foundation of Broadgates Hall, which in 1624 was converted into Pembroke College. It is strange that Boswell should have passed over Sir Thomas Browne's name. Johnson, in his Life of Browne, says that he was the first man of eminence graduated from the new college, to which the zeal or gratitude of those that love it most can wish little better than that it may long proceed as it began. To this list Nash adds the name of the Reverend Richard Graves, author of the Spiritual Quixote, who took his degree of B.A. on the same day as Whitefield, whom he ridiculed in that romance. End of footnote. Not forgetting the celebrated popular preacher Mr. George Whitefield, of whom, though Dr. Johnson did not think very highly, footnote see Post, October the 6th, 1769, and Boswell's Hebrides, August the 15th, 1773, end of footnote, it must be acknowledged that his eloquence was powerful, his views pious and charitable, his assiduity almost incredible, and that since his death the integrity of his character has been fully vindicated. Being himself a poet, Johnson was peculiarly happy in mentioning how many of the sons of Pembroke were poets, adding, with a smile of sportive triumph, "Sir, we are a nest of singing birds." Footnote. In his Life of Shenstone he writes, "From school Shenstone was sent to Pembroke College in Oxford, a society which for half a century has been eminent for English poetry and elegant literature. Here it appears that he found delight and advantage, for he continued his name in the book 10 years, though he took no degree." Johnson's name would seem to have been in like manner continued for more than 11 years, and perhaps for the same reasons. Ante, page 58, note. Hannah More was at Oxford in June 1782, during one of Johnson's visits to Dr. Adams. "You cannot imagine," she writes, "with what delight Dr. Johnson showed me every part of his own college. After dinner he begged to conduct me to see the college. He would let no one show it me but himself. This was my room, this Shenstone's. Then, after pointing out all the rooms of the poets who had been of his college, 'In short,' said he, 'we were a nest of singing birds. Here we walked, there we played at cricket.' It may be doubted whether he ever played. He ran over with pleasure the history of the juvenile days he passed there. When we came into the common room, we spied a fine large print of Johnson, framed and hung up that very morning, with this motto, 'And is not Johnson ours, himself a host?' under which stared you in the face, 'From Miss More's sensibility.'" Hannah More's Memoirs. At the end of the ludicrous analysis of Poe Coccius, quoted by Johnson in the Life of Edmund Smith, are the following lines: "Subito advertavos proficiscor, laura bilis donandus, prius vero Pembrokeensis voco ad certamen poeticum." Smith was at Christ Church. He seems to be mocking the neighbouring nest of singing birds. End of footnote. Dr. Taylor at Christ Church, Anno Domini 1730. Johnson's worn out shoes, Itart 21. He was not, however, blind to what he thought the defects of his own college, and I have, from the information of Dr. Taylor, a very strong instance of that rigid honesty which he ever inflexibly preserved. Taylor had obtained his father's consent to be entered of Pembroke, that he might be with his schoolfellow Johnson, with whom, though some years older than himself, he was very intimate. This would have been a great comfort to Johnson, but he fairly told Taylor that he could not in conscience suffer him to enter where he knew he could not have an able tutor. He then made inquiry all round the university, and having found that Mr. Bateman of Christ Church was the tutor of highest reputation, Taylor was entered of that college. Footnote: Taylor matriculated on February 24th, 1729. Mr. Croker in his note has confounded him with another John Taylor, who matriculated more than a year later. Richard West, writing of Christ Church in 1735, says, "Consider me very seriously here in a strange country, inhabited by things that call themselves doctors and masters of arts, a country flowing with syllogisms and ale, where Horace and Virgil are equally unknown." Gray's Letters. End of footnote. Mr. Bateman's lectures were so excellent that Johnson used to come and get them at second hand from Taylor, till his poverty being so extreme that his shoes were worn out and his feet appeared through them, he saw that this humiliating circumstance was perceived by the Christ Church men, and he came no more. Footnote: "Si toga sordidula est, et rupta calceas alta pelle patet." or if the shoe be ripped, or patches put. Dryden, Juvenile, Satire 3, line 149. Johnson, in his London, in describing the blockhead's insults, while he mentions the tattered cloak, passes over the ripped shoe. Perhaps the wound had gone too deep to his generous heart for him to bear even to think on it. End of footnote. He was too proud to accept of money, and somebody having set a pair of new shoes at his door, he threw them away with indignation. Footnote. Yet some have refused my bounties, more offended with my quickness to detect their wants, than pleased with my readiness to succour them. Rasselas, chapter 25. His savages, distresses, however afflictive, never dejected him. In his lowest state he wanted not spirit to assert the natural dignity of wit, and was always ready to repress that insolence which the superiority of fortune incited. He never admitted any gross familiarities, or submitted to be treated otherwise than as an equal. His clothes were worn out, and he received notice that at a coffee house some clothes and linen were left for him. But though the offer was so far generous, it was made with some neglect of ceremonies, which Mr. Savage so much resented that he refused the present and declined to enter the house till the clothes that had been designed for him were taken away. Johnson's Works. End of footnote. How must we feel when we read such an anecdote of Samuel Johnson? His spirited refusal of an eleemosynary supply of shoes arose, no doubt, from a proper pride, but considering his ascetic disposition at times, as acknowledged by himself in his Meditations, and the exaggeration with which some have treated the peculiarities of his character, I should not wonder to hear it ascribed to a principle of superstitious mortification. As we are told by Tussolinus in his Life of St. Ignatius Loyola, that this intrepid founder of the order of Jesuits, when he arrived at Goa, after having made a severe pilgrimage through the eastern deserts, persisted in wearing his miserable shattered shoes, and when new ones were offered to him, rejected them as an unsuitable indulgence. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Johnson leaves Oxford, Anno Domini 1731. The Res Angusta Domi. Footnote. Haud facile emergunt quorum virtutibus obstat res angusta domi. Juvenile, Satire 3, line 164. Paraphrased by Johnson in his London. Slow rises worth by poverty depressed. End of footnote. Prevented him from having the advantage of a complete academical education. Footnote. Cambridge, 36 years later, neglected Parr as Oxford neglected Johnson. Both these men had to leave the university through poverty. There were no open scholarships in those days. End of footnote. The friend to whom he had trusted for support had deceived him. His debts in college, though not great, were increasing. Footnote. Yet his college bills came to only some 8 shillings a week. As this was about the average amount of an undergraduate's bill, it is clear that, so far as food went, he lived, in spite of Mr. Carlyle's assertion, as well as his fellow students. End of footnote. And his scanty remittances from Lichfield, which had all along been made with great difficulty, could be supplied no longer, his father having fallen into a state of insolvency. Compelled, therefore, by irresistible necessity,
he left the college in autumn 1731 without a degree, having been a member of it little more than 3 years. Footnote: Mr. Croker states that an examination of the college books proves that Johnson, who entered on the 31st of October 1728, remained there even during the vacations to the 12th of December 1729, when he personally left the college and never returned, though his name remained on the books till the 8th of October 1731. I have gone into this question at great length in my Dr. Johnson, his Friends and his Critics, page 329. I am of opinion that Mr. Croker's general conclusion is right. The proof of residence is established, and alone established, by the entries in the Buttery books. Now these entries show that Johnson, with the exception of the week in October 1729 ending on the 24th, was in residence till December the 12th, 1729. He seems to have returned for a week in March 1730, and again for a week in the following September. On 3 other weeks there is a charge against him of 5d. in the books. Mr. Croker has made that darker, which was already dark enough, by confounding, as I have shown, 2 John Taylors, who both matriculated at Christ Church. Boswell's statement no doubt is precise, but in this he followed perhaps the account given by Hawkins. He would have been less likely to discover Hawkins's error from the fact that, as Johnson's name was for about 3 years on the college books, he was so long, in name at least, a member of the college. Had Boswell seen Johnson's letter to Mr. Hickman quoted by Mr. Croker, Croker's Boswell, page 20, he would at once have seen that Johnson could not have remained at college for a little more than 3 years, for within 3 years all but a day of his entrance at Pembroke, he writes to Mr. Hickman from Lichfield, "As I am yet unemployed, I hope you will, if anything should offer, remember and recommend, sir, your humble servant, Samuel Johnson." In Boswell's Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, August the 15th, 1773, there is a very perplexing passage bearing on Johnson's residence at college. We talked of Whitefield. He said he was at the same college with him, and knew him before he began to be better than other people. Now Johnson, as Boswell tells us, read this journal in manuscript. The statement therefore seems to be well established indeed. Yet Whitefield did not matriculate till November the 7th, 1732, a full year after Johnson, according to Boswell, had left Oxford. We are told that when Johnson was living at Birmingham, he borrowed Lobo's Abyssinia from the library of Pembroke College. It is probable enough that a man who frequently walked from Lichfield to Birmingham and back would have trudged all the way to Oxford to fetch the book. In that case he might have seen Whitefield, but Thomas Warton says that the first time of his being at Oxford after quitting the university was in 1754, post under July the 16th, 1754. End of footnote. His destitute state, ITAR 22. Dr. Adams, the worthy and respectable master of Pembroke College, has generally had the reputation of being Johnson's tutor. The fact, however, is that in 1731 Mr. Jordan quitted the college and his pupils were transferred to Dr. Adams, so that had Johnson returned, Dr. Adams would have been his tutor. It is to be wished that this connection had taken place. His equal temper, mild disposition, and politeness of manners might have insensibly softened the harshness of Johnson, and infused into him those more delicate charities, those petites morales, in which it must be confessed our great moralist was more deficient than his best friends could fully justify. Dr. Adams paid Johnson this high compliment. He said to me at Oxford in 1776, "I was his nominal tutor,
but he was above my mark. Footnote. March the 16th, 1728 to 9. Yesterday, in a convocation, Mr. William Jordan of Pembroke College was elected the University of Oxford Rector of Astock in Com, Wiltshire, which belongs to a Roman Catholic family. Hearn's remains. His fellowship was filled up on December the 23rd, 1730. Boswell's statement, therefore, is inaccurate. If Johnson remained at college till November 1731, he would have really been for at least 10 months Adams's pupil. We may assume that as his name remained on the books after Jordan left, so he was nominally transferred to Adams. It is worthy of notice that Thomas Warton, in the account that he gives of Johnson's visit to Oxford in 1754, says, "He much regretted that his first tutor was dead." End of footnote. When I repeated it to Johnson, his eyes flashed with grateful satisfaction, and he exclaimed, "That was liberal and noble." Michael Johnson's death, Anno Domini 1731. And now, I almost said, poor Samuel Johnson returned to his native city destitute, and not knowing how he should gain even a decent livelihood. His father's misfortunes in trade rendered him unable to support his son. Footnote. According to Hawkins, Johnson's father was at one time a bankrupt. Johnson, in the epitaph that he wrote for him, describes him as bibliopulo ad modum peritus, but rebus adversis dui conflictatus. He certainly did not die a bankrupt, as is shown by his leaving property to his widow and son, and also by the following manuscript letter that is preserved with 2 others of the same kind in Pembroke College. Ashby, April 19th, 1736. Good Sir, I must trouble you again. My sister, who desires her service to you, and begs you will be so good, if you can, to prevail with Mr. Walmsley to pay you the little money due to her. You may have an opportunity to speak to him, and it will be a great trouble for me to have a journey for it, when, if he pleased, he might pay it you. It is a poor case. She had but little left by Mr. Johnson but his books, not but he left her all he had, and those sold at a poor rate, and be kept out of so small a sum by a gentleman so well able to pay. If you will do your best for the widow, will be very good in you, which will oblige your real friend James Bate. To Mr. John Newton, a cider seller at Lichfield, paid £5 to Mr. Newton. In another hand is written, to Gilbert Walmsley, Esquire, at Lichfield, and in a third hand, paid £5 to Mr. Newton. The exact amount claimed, as is shown by the letter dated January the 31st, 1735, was £5 6s. and 4d. There is a yet earlier letter demanding payment of £5 6s. and 4d. as due to me for books, signed D. Johnson, dated Swarkston, August the 21st, 1733. It must be the same account. Perhaps D. Johnson was the executor. He writes from Ashby, where Michael Johnson had a branch business, but I know of no other mention of him or of James Bate. John Newton was the father of the Bishop of Bristol. End of footnote. And for some time there appeared no means by which he could maintain himself. In the December of this year his father died. The state of poverty in which he died appears from a note in one of Johnson's little diaries of the following year, which strongly displays his spirit and virtuous dignity of mind. 1732, July the 15th. Undecem aureos deposui, quodie quidquid ante matris funes, quod serum sit preco, de paternis bonis sperari licet. vigenti scilicet libras accepti. Usque adeo mihi fortuna vigenda est, interia ne porpetate vires anime languescat, ne in flagilia egestas abigat cabendum. I laid by 11 guineas on this day, when I received £20, being all that I have reason to hope for out of my father's effects, previous to the death of my mother, an event which, I pray God, may be very remote. I now therefore see that I must make my own fortune. Meanwhile, let me take care that the powers of my mind may not be debilitated by poverty, and that indigence do not force me into any criminal act. Johnson was so far fortunate that the respectable character of his parents and his own merit had from his earliest years secured him a kind reception in the best families at Lichfield. Among these I can mention Mr. Howard. *. Johnson, in a letter to Dr. Taylor, dated August 18, 1763, advised him, in some trouble that he had with his wife, to consult our old friend Mr. Howard. His profession has acquainted him with matrimonial law, and he is in himself a cool and wise man. Notes and queries. See post March 20th, 1778, for mention of his son. End of footnote. Dr. Swinfen, Mr. Simpson, Mr. Levet. Footnote. See post December 1st, 1743. Note, Robert Levet, made famous by Johnson's lines, post January 20th, 1782, was not of this family. End of footnote. Captain Garrick, father of the great ornament of the British stage, but above all Mr. Gilbert Walmsley. Footnote. Mr. Wharton informs me that this early friend of Johnson was entered a commoner of Trinity College, Oxford, aged 17 in 1698, and is the author of many Latin verse translations in the Gentleman's Magazine. One of them is a translation of "My time, O ye Muses, was happily spent," etc. He died August 3rd, 1751, and a monument to his memory has been erected in the Cathedral of Lichfield, with an inscription written by Mr. Seward, one of the prebendaries. Boswell. End of footnote. Register of the Prerogative Court of Lichfield, whose character, long after his decease, Dr. Johnson has, in his Life of Edmund Smith, thus drawn in the glowing colours of gratitude. Gilbert Walmsley, ITAR 22. Of Gilbert Walmsley, thus presented to my mind, let me indulge myself in the remembrance. I knew him very early. He was one of the first friends that literature procured me, and I hope that at least my gratitude made me worthy of his notice. He was of an advanced age, and I was only not a boy. Yet he never received my notions with contempt. He was a Whig, with all the virulence and malevolence of his party, yet difference of opinion did not keep us apart. I honoured him, and he endured me. He had mingled with the gay world without exemption from its vices or its follies, but had never neglected the cultivation of his mind. His belief of revelation was unshaken, his learning preserved his principles, he grew first regular and then pious. His studies had been so various that I am not able to name a man of equal knowledge. His acquaintance with books was great, and what he did not immediately know, he could at least tell where to find. Such was his amplitude of learning, and such his copiousness of communication, that it may be doubted whether a day now passes in which I have not some advantage from his friendship. At this man's table I enjoyed many cheerful and instructive hours with companions such as not often found, with one who has lengthened and one who has gladdened life, with Dr. James, whose skill in physic will be long remembered, and with David Garrick, whom I hoped to have gratified with this character of our common friend. But what are the hopes of man? I am disappointed by that stroke of death which has eclipsed the gaiety of nations, and impoverished the public stock of harmless pleasure. Lichfield Society, Anno Domini 1732. In these families he passed much time in his early years. In most of them he was in the company of ladies, particularly at Mr. Walmsley's, whose wife and sisters-in-law, of the name of Aston, and daughters of a baronet, were remarkable for good breeding, so that the notion which has been industriously circulated and believed, that he never was in good company till late in life, and consequently had been confirmed in coarse and ferocious manners by long habits, is wholly without foundation. Some of the ladies have assured me they recollected him well when a young man, as distinguished for his complaisance. And that this politeness was not merely occasional and temporary, or confined to the circles of Lichfield, is ascertained by the testimony of a lady who, in a paper with which I have been favoured by a daughter of his intimate friend and physician, Dr. Lawrence, thus describes Dr. Johnson some years afterwards: "As the particulars of the former part of Dr. Johnson's life do not seem to be very accurately known, a lady hopes that the following information may not be unacceptable." Molly Aston, Itart. 23. She remembers Dr. Johnson on a visit to Dr. Taylor at Ashbourne, sometime between the end of the year 37 and the middle of the year 40. She rather thinks it to have been after he and his wife were removed to London. Footnote. Hawkins, Life, page 61, says that in August 1738, (1739), Johnson went to Appleby in Leicestershire to apply for the mastership of Appleby School. This was after he and his wife had removed to London. It is likely that he visited Ashbourne. End of footnote. During his stay at Ashbourne he made frequent visits to Mr. Meynell. Footnote. Old Meynell is mentioned post 1780 in Mr. Langton's collection as the author of the observation, "For anything I see, foreigners are fools," and Mr. Meynell, post April 1st, 1779, as saying that "the chief advantage of London is that a man is always so near his borough." End of footnote. At Bradley, where his company was much desired by the ladies of the family, who were perhaps, in point of elegance and accomplishments, inferior to few of those with whom he was afterwards acquainted, Mr. Meynell's eldest daughter was afterwards married to Mr. Fitzherbert. Footnote. Mr. Allen Fitzherbert was created Lord St. Helens. End of footnote. Father to Mr. Allen Fitzherbert, lately minister to the court of Russia. Of her, Dr. Johnson said in Dr. Lawrence's study that she had the best understanding he ever met with in any human being. At Mr. Meynell's he also commenced that friendship with Mrs. Hill Boothby. Footnote. Johnson, writing to Dr. Taylor on July 31st, 1756, said, "I find myself very unwilling to take up a pen only to tell my friends that I am well, and indeed I never did exchange letters regularly but with dear Miss Boothby." Notes and queries. At the end of the Piozzi letters are given some of his letters to her. They were republished together with her letters to him in An Account of the Life of Dr. Samuel Johnson, 1805. End of footnote. Sister to the present Sir Brooke Boothby, which continued till her death. The young woman whom he used to call Molly Aston, footnote, the words of Sir John Hawkins, page 316, Boswell. When Mr. Thrale once asked Johnson which had been the happiest period of his past life, he replied, was that year in which he spent one whole evening with Molly Aston. That indeed, said he, was not happiness, it was rapture. But the thoughts of it sweetened the whole year. I must add that the evening alluded to was not passed tête-à-tête, but in a select company of which the present Lord Kilmorey was one. Molly, says Dr. Johnson, was a beauty and a scholar, and a wit and a Whig, and she talked all in praise of liberty, and so I made this epigram upon her. She was the loveliest creature I ever saw. Liber ut esse velum suassisti pulchra Maria, ut maneam liber pulchra Maria vale. Will it do this way in English, sir, said I? Persuasions to freedom fall oddly from you. If freedom we seek, fair Maria, adieu. It will do well enough, replied he, but it is translated by a lady, and the ladies never loved Molly Aston. Piozzi's Anecdotes, page 157, end of footnote. Was sister to Sir Thomas Aston and daughter to a baronet. She was also sister to the wife of his friend, Mr. Gilbert Walmsley. Footnote. Sir Thomas Aston, baronet, who died in January 1724-5, left one son, named Thomas also, and 8 daughters. Of the daughters, Catherine married Johnson's friend, the Honourable Henry Harvey. Margaret, Gilbert Walmsley. Another of these ladies married the Reverend Mr. Gastrell, the man who cut down Shakespeare's mulberry tree, post March the 25th, 1776. Mary, or Molly Aston, as she was usually called, became the wife of Captain Brodie of the Navy, Malone. End of footnote. Besides his intimacy with the above-mentioned persons, who were surely people of rank and education, while he was yet at Lichfield, he used to be frequently at the house of Dr. Swinfen, a gentleman of very ancient family in Staffordshire, from which, after the death of his elder brother, he inherited a good estate. He was, besides, a physician of very extensive practice, but for want of due attention to the management of his domestic concerns, left a very large family in indigence. One of his daughters, Mrs. Desmoulins, afterwards found an asylum in the house of her old friend, whose doors were always open to the unfortunate, and who well observed the precept of the Gospel, for he was kind to the unthankful and to the evil. Footnote, Luke chapter 6, verse 35, end of footnote. Johnson and Usher, Anno Domini 1732. In the forlorn state of his circumstances, he accepted of an offer to be employed as usher in the school of Market Bosworth in Leicestershire, to which it appears from one of his little fragments of a diary that he went on foot on the 16th of July. 16th of July was fortiam pedes petii. Footnote. If this was in 1732, it was on the morrow of the day on which he received his share of his father's property. A letter published in Notes and Queries shows that for a short time he was tutor to the son of Mr. Whitby of Heywood. End of footnote. But it is not true, as has been erroneously related, that he was assistant to the famous Anthony Blackwall, whose merit has been honoured by the testimony of Bishop Hurd. Footnote. Bishop Hurd does not praise Blackwall, but the Reverend Mr. Budworth, headmaster of the grammar school at Brewood, who had himself been bred under Blackwall, Malone. Mr. Nichols relates that Johnson applied for the post of assistant to Mr. Budworth, end of footnote, who was his scholar, for Mr. Blackwall died on the 8th of April, 1730. Footnote, see Gentleman's Magazine, December 1784, page 957, Boswell, end of footnote. More than a year before Johnson left the university. This employment was very irksome to him in every respect, and he complained grievously of it in his letters to his friend Mr. Hector, who was now settled as a surgeon at Birmingham. The letters are lost, but Mr. Hector recollects his writing that the poet had described the dull sameness of his existence in these words: vitam continet una dies. One day contains the whole of my life. That it was unvaried as the note of the cuckoo, and that he did not know whether it was more disagreeable for him to teach or the boys to learn the grammar rules. His general aversion to this painful drudgery was greatly enhanced by a disagreement between him and Sir Walston Dixie, the patron of the school, in whose house, I have been told, he officiated as a kind of domestic chaplain, so far at least as to say grace at table, but was treated with what he represented as intolerable harshness. Footnote: the patron's manners were those of the neighbourhood. Hutton, writing of this town in 1770, says, "The inhabitants set their dogs at me merely because I was a stranger." Surrounded with impassable roads, no intercourse with man to humanize the mind, no commerce to smooth their rugged manners, they continue the boors of nature. Life of William Hutton, page 45, end of footnote. And after suffering for a few months such complicated misery, footnote, it appears from a letter of Johnson's to a friend, dated Lichfield, July 27, 1732, that he had left Sir Walston Dixie's house recently before that letter was written, Malone, end of footnote. He relinquished a situation which all his life afterwards he recollected with the strongest aversion, and even a degree of horror. Footnote: the despicable wretchedness of teaching, wrote Carlyle in his 24th year, when he was himself a teacher, can be known only to those who have tried it, and to him who made the heart and knows it all. One meets with few spectacles more afflicting than that of a young man with a free spirit, with impetuous though honourable feelings, condemned to waste the flower of his life in such a calling, to fade in it by slow and sure corrosion of discontent, and at last obscurely and unprofitably to leave with an indignant joy the miseries of a world which his talents might have illustrated and his virtues adorned. Such things have been and will be. But surely in that better life which good men dream of, the spirit of a Kepler or a Milton will find a more propitious destiny. Conway's Carlyle, page 176, end of footnote. But it is probable that at this period, whatever uneasiness he may have endured, he laid the foundation of much future eminence by application to his studies. His life in Birmingham, Itart 23. Being now again totally unoccupied, he was invited by Mr. Hector to pass some time with him at Birmingham as his guest at the house of Mr. Warren, with whom Mr. Hector lodged and boarded. Mr. Warren was the first established bookseller in Birmingham, and was very attentive to Johnson, who he soon found could be of much service to him in his trade by his knowledge of literature, and he even obtained the assistance of his pen in furnishing some numbers of a periodical essay printed in the newspaper of which Warren was proprietor. Footnote: the newspaper was the Birmingham Journal. In the office of the Birmingham Daily Post is preserved the number 28, for May the 21st, 1733. It is believed to be the only copy in existence. Warren is described by William Hutton, Life, page 77, as one of the 3 eminent booksellers in Birmingham in 1750. His house was over against the Swan Tavern in High Street, doubtless in one of the old half-timbered houses pulled down in 1838, in square brackets 1850, Timmons's Dr. Johnson in Birmingham, page 4, end of footnote. After very diligent inquiry, I have not been able to recover those early specimens of that particular mode of writing by which Johnson afterwards so greatly distinguished himself. Lobo's Voyage to Abyssinia, Anno Domini 1733. He continued to live as Mr. Hector's guest for about 6 months, and then hired lodgings in another part of the town. Footnote. In the month of June 1733, I find him resident in the house of a person named Jarvis at Birmingham. Hawkins, page 21. His wife's maiden name was Jarvis or Jarvis. End of footnote. Finding himself as well situated at Birmingham, footnote. In 1741, Hutton, a runaway apprentice, arrived at Birmingham. He says, I had never seen more than 5 towns, Nottingham, Derby, Burton, Lichfield, and Walsall. The outskirts of these were composed of wretched dwellings, visibly stamped with dirt and poverty, but the buildings in the exterior of Birmingham rose in a style of elegance. Thatch, so plentiful in other places, was not to be met with in this. The people possessed a vivacity I had never beheld. I had been among dreamers, but now I saw men awake. Their very step along the street showed alacrity. Every man seemed to know what he was about. The faces of other men seemed tinctured with an idle gloom, but here with a pleasing alertness. Their appearance was strongly marked with the modes of civil life. Life of William Hutton, page 41, end of footnote. As he supposed he could be anywhere while he had no settled plan of life and very scanty means of subsistence, he made some valuable acquaintances there, amongst whom were Mr. Porter, a mercer, whose widow he afterwards married, and Mr. Taylor. Footnote. Hutton, in his account of the Birmingham riots of 1791, describing the destruction of a Mr. Taylor's house, says, "The sons of plunder forgot that the prosperity of Birmingham was owing to a dissenter, father to the man whose property they were destroying." Ibid, page 181, end of footnote. Who by his ingenuity in mechanical inventions and his success in trade acquired an immense fortune. But the comfort of being near Mr. Hector, his old schoolfellow and intimate friend, was Johnson's chief inducement to continue here. In what manner he employed his pen at this period, or whether he derived from it any pecuniary advantage, I have not been able to ascertain. He probably got a little money from Mr. Warren, and we are certain that he executed here one piece of literary labour, of which Mr. Hector has favoured me with a minute account. Having mentioned that he had read at Pembroke College a Voyage to Abyssinia by Lobo, a Portuguese Jesuit, and that he thought an abridgment and translation of it from the French into English might be an useful and profitable publication, Mr. Warren and Mr. Hector joined in urging him to undertake it. He accordingly agreed, and the book not being to be found in Birmingham, he borrowed it of Pembroke College. A part of the work being very soon done, one Osborne, who was Mr. Warren's printer, was set to work with what was ready, and Johnson engaged to supply the press with copy as it should be wanted. But his constitutional indolence soon prevailed, and the work was at a stand. Mr. Hector, who knew that a motive of humanity would be the most prevailing argument with his friend, went to Johnson and represented to him that the printer could have no other employment till this undertaking was finished, and that the poor man and his family were suffering. Johnson upon this exerted the powers of his mind. Though his body was relaxed, he lay in bed with the book, which was a quarto, before him, and dictated while Hector wrote. Mr. Hector carried the sheets to the press, and corrected almost all the proof sheets, very few of which were even seen by Johnson.
In this manner, with the aid of Mr. Hector's act of friendship, the book was completed, and was published in 1735 with London upon the title page, though it was in reality printed at Birmingham, a device too common with provincial publishers. For this work he had from Mr. Warren only the sum of 5 guineas. * Johnson, it would seem, did not think himself ill used by Warren, for, writing to Hector on April 15, 1755, he says, "What news of poor Warren? I have not lost all my kindness for him." Notes and queries. This being the first prose work of Johnson, it is a curious object of inquiry how much may be traced in it of that style which marks his subsequent writings with such peculiar excellence, with so happy an union of force, vivacity, and perspicuity. I have perused the book with this view, and I have found that here, as I believe in every other translation, there is in the work itself no vestige of the translator's own style, for the language of translation, being adapted to the thoughts of another person, insensibly follows their cast, and, as it were, runs into a mould that is ready prepared. That it is by no means an exact translation, Johnson's preface shows. He says that in the dissertations alone an exact translation has been attempted. The rest of the work he describes as an epitome. Thus, for instance, taking the first sentence that occurs at the opening of the book, page 4, "I lived here above a year, and completed my studies in divinity, in which time some letters were received from the fathers of Ethiopia, with an account that Sultan Segnet, in the original Segwed, Emperor of Abyssinia, was converted to the Church of Rome, that many of his subjects had followed his example, and that there was a great want of missionaries to improve these prosperous beginnings." Everybody was very desirous of seconding the zeal of our fathers, and of sending them the assistance they requested, to which we were the more encouraged, because the Emperor's letter informed our provincial that we might easily enter his dominions by way of Dankala. But unhappily the secretary wrote Gaila for Dankala, which cost 2 of our fathers their lives. In the original Zyla. Every one acquainted with Johnson's manner will be sensible that there is nothing of it here, but that this sentence might have been composed by any other man. But in the preface the Johnsonian style begins to appear, and though use had not yet taught his wing a permanent and equable flight, there are parts of it which exhibit his best manner in full vigour. I had once the pleasure of examining it with Mr. Edmund Burke, who confirmed me in this opinion by his superior critical sagacity, and was, I remember, much delighted with the following specimen. The Portuguese traveller, contrary to the general vein of his countrymen, has amused his reader with no romantic absurdity or incredible fictions. Whatever he relates, whether true or not, is at least probable. And he who tells nothing exceeding the bounds of probability has a right to demand that they should believe him who cannot contradict him. He appears by his modest and unaffected narration to have described things as he saw them, to have copied nature from the life, and to have consulted his senses, not his imagination. He meets with no basilisks that destroy with their eyes, his crocodiles devour their prey without tears, and his cataracts fall from the rocks without deafening the neighbouring inhabitants. Lobo, in describing a waterfall on the Nile, had said, "The fall of this mighty stream from so great a height makes a noise that may be heard to a considerable distance, but I could not observe that the neighbouring inhabitants were at all deaf. I conversed with several, and was as easily heard by them as I heard them." Page 101. The reader will find here no regions cursed with irremediable barrenness, or blessed with spontaneous fecundity, no perpetual gloom or unceasing sunshine, nor are the nations here described either devoid of all sense of humanity, or consummate in all private or social virtues. Here are no Hottentots without religious polity or articulate language. Footnote: in the original, without religion, polity, or articulate language. End of footnote. No Chinese perfectly polite and completely skilled in all sciences. He will discover what will always be discovered by a diligent and impartial inquirer, that wherever human nature is to be found, there is a mixture of vice and virtue, a contest of passion and reason, and that the Creator doth not appear partial in his distributions, but has balanced in most countries their particular inconveniencies by particular favours. Here we have an early example of that brilliant and energetic expression which, upon innumerable occasions in his subsequent life, justly impressed the world with the highest admiration. Nor can anyone conversant with the writings of Johnson fail to discern his hand in this passage of the dedication to John Warren, Esquire of Pembrokeshire, though it is ascribed to Warren the bookseller. A generous and elevated mind is distinguished by nothing more certainly than an eminent degree of curiosity. Footnote: see Rambler, No. 103, Boswell. Johnson in other passages insisted on the high value of curiosity. In this same Rambler he says, "Curiosity is one of the permanent and certain characteristics of a vigorous intellect." In the Allegory, in Rambler No. 105, he calls curiosity his long-loved protectress, who is known by truth among the most faithful of her followers. In No. 150 he writes, "Curiosity is in great and generous minds the first passion and the last, and perhaps always predominates in proportion to the strength of the contemplative faculties." In No. 5 he asserts that he that enlarges his curiosity after the works of nature demonstrably multiplies the inlets to happiness. End of footnote. Nor is that curiosity ever more agreeably or usefully employed than in examining the laws and customs of foreign nations. I hope, therefore, the present I now presume to make will not be thought improper, which, however, it is not my business as a dedicator to commend, nor as a bookseller to depreciate. It is reasonable to suppose that his having been thus accidentally led to a particular study of the history and manners of Abyssinia was the remote occasion of his writing many years afterwards his admirable philosophical tale, the principal scene of which is laid in that country. Footnote: Rasselas, post 1759. End of footnote. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Proposals to print Paletian, Anno Domini 1734. Johnson returned to Lichfield early in 1734, and in August, footnote, Hawkins gives the following extract from Johnson's Annales, Friday, August the 27th, 10 at night. This day I have trifled away, except that I have attended the school in the morning. I read tonight in Roger's Sermons. Tonight I began the breakfast law, anew. End of footnote. That year he made an attempt to procure some little subsistence by his pen, for he published proposals for printing by subscription the Latin poems of Paletian. Footnote: may we not trace a fanciful similarity between Paulitian and Johnson? Huatius, speaking of Paulus Pelisonius Fontanerius, says, "In quo natura ut olim in angelo politiano deformitarem oris excellentis ingenii praestantia compensavit." Comment de rebus adeum pertinax. Edition Amstel, 1718, page 200, Boswell. In Paulus Pelisonius Fontanerius we have difficulty in detecting Madame de Sévigné's friend Pélisson, of whom Monsieur de Guillerage used the phrase qu'il abusait de la permission qu'on les hommes d'être laids. See Madame de Sévigné's letter, 5th of January 1674, Croker, end of footnote. Angeli Politiani poevata Latina, quibus notas cum historia Latina poesios a Petrache evo ad Politiani tempora deducta, et vita Politiani fusius quam antehac generata. Edited Samuel Johnson. Footnote: the book was to contain more than 30 sheets, the price to be 2 shillings and sixpence at the time of subscribing, and 2 shillings and sixpence at the delivery of a perfect book in quires. Boswell. Among the books in his library at the time of his decease, I found a very old and curious edition of the works of Paulitian, which appeared to belong to Pembroke College, Oxford, Hawkins. In his last work he shows his fondness for modern Latin poetry. He says, Pope had sought for images and sentiments in a region not known to have been explored by many other of the English writers. He had consulted the modern writers of Latin poetry, a class of authors whom Boileau endeavoured to bring into contempt, and who are too generally neglected. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 299, end of footnote. It appears that his brother Nathaniel, footnote, a writer in Notes and Queries, says that he has a letter written by Nathaniel in which he makes mention of his brother scarcely using him with common civility, and says, "I believe I shall go to Georgia in about a fortnight." Nathaniel died in Lichfield in 1737. See post December 2nd, 1784, for his epitaph. Among the manuscripts in Pembroke College Library are bills for books receipted by Nathaniel Johnson and by Sarah Johnson, his mother. She writes like a person of little education. End of footnote. Had taken up his father's trade, for it is mentioned that subscriptions are taken in by the editor or N. Johnson, bookseller of Lichfield. Notwithstanding the merit of Johnson and the cheap price at which this book was offered, there were not subscribers enough to ensure a sufficient sale, so the work never appeared, and probably never was executed. First letter to Edward Cave, ITAR 25. We find him again this year at Birmingham, and there is preserved the following letter from him to Mr. Edward Cave, the original compiler and editor of the Gentleman's Magazine. Footnote: Miss Cave, the grandniece of Mr. Edward Cave, has obligingly shown me the originals of this and the other letters of Dr. Johnson to him, which were first published in the Gentleman's Magazine with notes by Mr. John Nichols, the worthy and indefatigable editor of that valuable miscellany, signed N., some of which I shall occasionally transcribe in the course of this work. Boswell. I was able to examine some of these letters while they were still in the possession of one of Cave's collateral descendants, and I have in 1 or 2 places corrected errors of transcription. End of footnote. To Mr. Cave, November 25th, 1734. Sir, as you appear no less sensible than your readers of the defects of your poetical article, You will not be displeased if, in order to the improvement of it, I communicate to you the sentiments of a person who will undertake, on reasonable terms, sometimes to fill a column. His opinion is that the public would not give you a bad reception if, besides the current wit of the month, which a critical examination would generally reduce to a narrow compass, you admitted not only poems, inscriptions, etc., never printed before, which he will sometimes supply you with, but likewise short literary dissertations in Latin or English, critical remarks on the authors, ancient or modern, forgotten poems that deserve revival, or loose pieces like Floy's, worth preserving. Footnote: Sir John Floy's Treatise on Cold Baths, Gentleman's Magazine, 1734, page 197, Boswell. This letter shows how uncommon a thing a cold bath was. Floyer, after recommending a general method of bleeding and purging before the patient uses cold bathing, continues, "I have commonly cured the rickets by dipping children of a year old in the bath every morning, and this wonderful effect has encouraged me to dip 4 boys at Lichfield in the font at their baptism, and none have suffered any inconvenience by it." Locke, in his Treatise on Education, has recommended cold bathing for children. Johnson, in his review of Lucas's Essay on Waters, post 1756, thus attacks cold bathing: "It is incident to physicians, I am afraid, beyond all other men, to mistake subsequence for consequence. The old gentleman, says Dr. Lucas, that uses the cold bath enjoys in return an uninterrupted state of health. This instance does not prove that the cold bath produces health, but only that it will not always destroy it. He is well with the bath, he would have been well without it." Literary Magazine, page 229. End of footnote. By this method your literary article, for so it might be called, will, he thinks, be better recommended to the public than by low jests, awkward buffoonery, or the dull scurrilities of either party. If such a correspondence will be agreeable to you, be pleased to inform me in 2 posts what the conditions are on which you shall expect it. Your late offer, footnote, a prize of £50 for the best poem on Life, Death, Judgment, Heaven and Hell, see Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 4, page 560, N. Boswell. Cave sometimes offered subjects for poems and proposed prizes for the best performers. The first prize was £50, for which, being but newly acquainted with wealth, and thinking the influence of £50 extremely great, he expected the first authors of the kingdom to appear as competitors, and offered the allotment of the prize to the universities. But when the time came, no name was seen among the writers that had ever been seen before. The universities and several private men rejected the province of assigning the prize. Johnson's Works, Volume 6, page 432, end of footnote. Gives me no reason to distrust your generosity. If you engage in any literary projects besides this paper, I have other designs to impart, if I could be secure from having others reap the advantage of what I should hint. Your letter, by being directed to S. Smith, to be left at the castle in Birmingham, Warwickshire, footnote, I suspect that Johnson wrote the castle in Birmingham, end of footnote, will reach your humble servant. Mr. Cave has a note on this letter, answered December 2nd, but whether anything was done in consequence of it we are not informed. Verses on A Sprig of Myrtle, Anno Domini 1734. Johnson had from his early youth been sensible to the influence of female charms. When at Stourbridge School he was much enamoured of Olivia Lloyd, a young Quaker, to whom he wrote a copy of verses which I have not been able to recover. But with what facility and elegance he could warble the amorous lay will appear from the following lines, which he wrote for his friend Mr. Edmund Hector. Verses to a lady on receiving from her a sprig of myrtle. What hopes, what terrors does thy gift create, ambiguous emblem of uncertain fate! The myrtle, ensign of supreme command, consigned by Venus to Melissa's hand, not less capricious than a reigning fair, now grants and now rejects a lover's prayer. In myrtle shades oft sings the happy swain, in myrtle shades despairing ghosts complain. The myrtle crowns the happy lovers' heads, the unhappy lover's grave the myrtle spreads. O then the meaning of thy gift impart, and ease the throbbings of an anxious heart. Soon must this bough, as yew shall fix his doom, adorn Philander's head, or grace his tomb. Footnote. Mrs. Piozzi gives the following account of this little composition from Dr. Johnson's own relation to her, on her inquiring whether it was rightly attributed to him. I think it is now just 40 years ago that a young fellow had a sprig of myrtle given him by a girl he courted, and asked me to write him some verses that he might present her in return. I promised, but forgot, and when he called for his lines at the time agreed on, "Sit still a moment," says I, Dearmond. See post, May 7, 1773, for Johnson's way of contracting the names of his friends, "and I'll fetch them thee." So stepped aside for 5 minutes, and wrote the nonsense you now keep such a stir about. Anecdotes, page 34. Boswell's controversy with Miss Seward, ITAR 25. In my first edition I was induced to doubt the authenticity of this account by the following circumstantial statement in a letter to me from Miss Seward of Lichfield. I know those verses were addressed to Lucy Porter, when he was enamoured of her in his boyish days, 2 or 3 years before he had seen her mother, his future wife. He wrote them at my grandfather's, and gave them to Lucy in the presence of my mother, to whom he showed them on the instant. She used to repeat them to me when I asked her for the verses Dr. Johnson gave her on a sprig of myrtle, which he had stolen or begged from her bosom. We all know honest Lucy Porter to have been incapable of the mean vanity of applying to herself a compliment not intended for her. Such was this lady's statement, which I make no doubt she supposed to be correct. But it shows how dangerous it is to trust too implicitly to traditional testimony and ingenious inference. For Mr. Hector has lately assured me that Mrs. Piozzi's account is in this instance accurate, and that he was the person for whom Johnson wrote those verses, which have been erroneously ascribed to Mr. Hammond. I am obliged in so many instances to notice Mrs. Piozzi's incorrectness of relation, that I gladly seize this opportunity of acknowledging that, however often, she is not always inaccurate. The author having been drawn into a controversy with Miss Anna Seward in consequence of the preceding statement, which may be found in the Gentleman's Magazine, volumes 53 and 54, received the following letter from Mr. Edmund Hector on the subject. Dear Sir, I am sorry to see you are engaged in altercation with a lady who seems unwilling to be convinced of her errors. Surely it would be more ingenuous to acknowledge than to persevere. Lately, in looking over some papers I meant to burn, I found the original manuscript of the Myrtle with the date on it, 1731, which I have enclosed. The true history, which I could swear to, is as follows. Mr. Morgan Graves, the elder brother of a worthy clergyman near Bath, with whom I was acquainted, waited upon a lady in this neighbourhood, who at parting presented him the branch. He showed it me, and wished much to return the compliment in verse. I applied to Johnson, who was with me, and in about half an hour dictated the verses, which I sent to my friend. I most solemnly declare at that time Johnson was an entire stranger to the Porter family, and it was almost 2 years after that I introduced him to the acquaintance of Porter, whom I bought my clothes of. If you intend to convince this obstinate woman, and to exhibit to the public the truth of your narrative, you are at liberty to make what use you please of this statement. I hope you will pardon me for taking up so much of your time. Wishing you multos et felices annos, I shall subscribe myself your obliged humble servant, E. Hector, Birmingham, January the 9th, 1794. Boswell. For a further account of Boswell's controversy with Miss Seward, see post, June the 25th, 1784. End of footnote. His juvenile attachments to the fair sex were, however, very transient, and it is certain that he formed no criminal connection whatsoever. Mr. Hector, who lived with him in his younger days in the utmost intimacy and social freedom, has assured me that even at that ardent season his conduct was strictly virtuous in that respect, and that, though he loved to exhilarate himself with wine, he never knew him intoxicated but once. Mrs. Porter, ITART 25. In a man whom religious education has secured from licentious indulgences, the passion of love, when once it has seized him, is exceedingly strong, being unimpaired by dissipation, and totally concentrated in one object. This was experienced by Johnson when he became the fervent admirer of Mrs. Porter, after her first husband's death. Footnote: in the registry of St. Martin's Church, Birmingham, are the following entries: Baptisms: November the 8th, 1715, Lucy, daughter of Henry Porter. January the 29th, 1717, old style, Jarvis Henry, son of Henry Porter. Burials: August the 3rd, 1734, Henry Porter of Edgbaston. There were two sons, one Captain Porter, who died in 1763, Croker's Boswell, page 130, the other who died in 1783, post November the 29th, 1783, end of footnote. Johnson's personal appearance, Anno Domini 1734. Miss Porter told me that when he was first introduced to her mother, his appearance was very forbidding. He was then lean and lank, so that his immense structure of bones was hideously striking to the eye, and the scars of the scrofula were deeply visible. Footnote: according to Malone, Reynolds said that he had paid attention to Johnson's limbs, and far from being unsightly, he deemed them well formed. Prior's, Malone, page 175. Mrs. Piozzi says, his stature was remarkably high, and his limbs exceedingly large. His features were strongly marked, and his countenance particularly rugged, though the original complexion had certainly been fair, a circumstance somewhat unusual. His sight was near and otherwise imperfect, yet his eyes, though of a light grey colour, were so wild, so piercing, and at times so fierce, that fear was, I believe, the first emotion in the hearts of all his beholders. Piozzi's Anecdotes, page 297, see post, end of the book, and Boswell's Hebrides near the beginning. End of footnote. He also wore his hair. Footnote: if Johnson wore his own hair at Oxford, it must have exposed him to ridicule. Graves, the author of The Spiritual Quixote, tells us that Shenstone had the courage to wear his own hair, though it often exposed him to the ill-natured remarks of people who had not half his sense. After I was elected at All Souls, where there was often a party of loungers in the gateway, on my expostulating with Mr. Shenstone for not visiting me so often as usual, he said he was ashamed to face his enemies in the gate, which was straight and stiff and separated behind, and he often had seemingly convulsive starts and odd gesticulations which tended to excite at once surprise and ridicule. Mrs. Porter was so much engaged by his conversation that she overlooked all these external disadvantages, and said to her daughter, "This is the most sensible man that I ever saw in my life." Though Mrs. Porter was double the age of Johnson, Mrs. Johnson was born on February 4th, 1688-9, Malone. She was married on July 9th, 1735, in St. Werburgh's Church, Derby, as is shown by the following copy of the marriage register. 1735, July 9th, married Samuel Johnson of the parish of St. Mary's in Lichfield, and Elizabeth Porter of the parish of St. Philip in Birmingham. Notes and queries. At the time of their marriage, therefore, she was 46, and Johnson only 2 months short of 26. And her person and manner, as described to me by the late Mr. Garrick, were by no means pleasing to others. She must have had a superiority of understanding and talents, as she certainly inspired him with a more than ordinary passion, and she having signified her willingness to accept of his hand, he went to Lichfield to ask his mother's consent to the marriage, which he could not but be conscious was a very imprudent scheme, both on account of their disparity of years and her want of fortune. The author of The Memoirs of the Life and Writings of Dr. Johnson, 1785, page 25, says, "Mrs. Porter's husband died insolvent, but her settlement was secured. She brought her second husband about £700 or £800, a great part of which was expended in fitting up a house for a boarding school. That she had some money can be almost inferred from what we are told by Boswell and Hawkins. How otherwise was Johnson able to hire and furnish a large house for his school? Boswell says that he had but 3 pupils. Hawkins gives him a few more. His number, he writes, at no time exceeded 8, and of those not all were boarders." After nearly 20 months of married life, when he went to London, he had, Boswell says, a little money. It was not till a year later still that he began to write for the Gentleman's Magazine. If Mrs. Johnson had not money, how did she and her husband live from July 1735 to the spring of 1738? It could scarcely have been on the profits made from their school. Inference, however, is no longer needful, as there is positive evidence. Mr. Timmins, in his Dr. Johnson in Birmingham, page 4, writes, "My friend Mr. Joseph Hill says, a copy of an old deed which has recently come into my hands shows that £100 of Mrs. Johnson's fortune was left in the hands of a Birmingham attorney named Thomas Perks, who died insolvent. And in 1745 a bulky deed gave his creditors 7 shillings and 4pence in the pound. Among the creditors for £100 were Samuel Johnson, gentleman, and Elizabeth his wife, executors of the last will and testament of Harry Porter, late of Birmingham aforesaid, woolen draper, deceased. Johnson and his wife were almost the only creditors who did not sign the deed, their seals being left void. It is doubtful, therefore, whether they ever obtained the amount of the composition, £36 13s. and 4d. End of footnote. But Mrs. Johnson knew too well the ardour of her son's temper, and was too tender a parent to oppose his inclinations. Johnson's marriage, Anno Domini 1736. I know not for what reason the marriage ceremony was not performed at Birmingham, but a resolution was taken that it should be at Derby, for which place the bride and bridegroom set out on horseback, I suppose in very good humour. But though Mr. Topham Beauclerk used archly to mention Johnson's having told him with much gravity, "Sir, it was a love marriage on both sides," I have had from my illustrious friend the following curious account of their journey to church upon the nuptial morn. 9th of July. Sir, she had read the old romances, and had got into her head the fantastical notion that a woman of spirit should use her lover like a dog. So, sir, at first she told me that I rode too fast, and she could not keep up with me, and when I rode a little slower, she passed me and complained that I lagged behind. I was not to be made the slave of caprice, and I resolved to begin as I meant to end. I therefore pushed on briskly till I was fairly out of her sight. The road lay between two hedges, so I was sure she could not miss it, and I contrived that she should soon come up with me. When she did, I observed her to be in tears. This, it must be allowed, was a singular beginning of connubial felicity, but there is no doubt that Johnson, though he thus showed a manly firmness, proved a most affectionate and indulgent husband to the last moment of Mrs. Johnson's life, and in his prayers and meditations we find very remarkable evidence that his regard and fondness for her never ceased, even after her death. His school at Edgell, Itart 27. He now set up a private academy. Footnote: Sir Walter Scott has recorded Lord Apleck's sneer of most sovereign contempt, while he described Johnson as a dominie, moan an old dominie, he keeped a school, and called it an academy. Croker's Boswell, page 397, note, end of footnote. For which purpose he hired a large house well situated near his native city. In the Gentleman's Magazine for 1737 there is the following advertisement: At Edgell, near Lichfield. Footnote: Edgell is 2 miles west of Lichfield. Harwood's Lichfield, page 564. End of footnote. In Staffordshire, young gentlemen are boarded and taught the Latin and Greek languages by Samuel Johnson. But the only pupils that were put under his care were the celebrated David Garrick and his brother George, and a Mr. Offaly, a young gentleman of good fortune who died early. As yet his name had nothing of that celebrity which afterwards commanded the highest attention and respect of mankind. Had such an advertisement appeared after the publication of his London, or his Rambler, or his Dictionary, how it would have burst upon the world! With what eagerness would the great and the wealthy have embraced an opportunity of putting their sons under the learned tuition of Samuel Johnson! The truth, however, is that he was not so well qualified for being a teacher of elements and a conductor in learning by regular gradations as men of inferior powers of mind. His own acquisitions had been made by fits and starts, by violent eruptions into the regions of knowledge, and it could not be expected that his impatience would be subdued and his impetuosity restrained, so as to fit him for a quiet guide to novices. The art of communicating instruction of whatever kind is much to be valued, and I have ever thought that those who devote themselves to this employment and do their duty with diligence and success are entitled to very high respect from the community, as Johnson himself often maintained. Footnote: Johnson, in more than one passage in his writings, seems to have in mind his own days as a schoolmaster. Thus, in his Life of Milton, he says, "This is the period of his life from which all his biographers seem inclined to shrink. They are unwilling that Milton should be degraded to a schoolmaster, but since it cannot be denied that he taught boys, one finds that he taught for nothing, and another that his motive was only zeal for the propagation of learning and virtue, and all tell what they do not know to be true, only to excuse an act which no wise man will consider as in itself disgraceful. His father was alive, his allowance was not ample, and he supplied its deficiencies by an honest and useful employment." Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 75. In the Life of Blackmore he says, "In some part of his life, it is not known when, his indigence compelled him to teach a school, an humiliation with which, though it certainly lasted but a little while, his enemies did not forget to reproach him when he became conspicuous enough to excite malevolence. And let it be remembered for his honour that to have been once a schoolmaster is the only reproach which all the perspicacity of malice, animated by wit, has ever fixed upon his private life." Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 36. End of footnote. Yet I am of opinion that the greatest abilities are not only not required for this office, but render a man less fit for it. Garrick, Johnson's pupil, Anno Domini 1736. While we acknowledge the justness of Thomson's beautiful remark, "Delightful task to rear the tender thought, and teach the young idea how to shoot," footnote, in the original, to teach, Season, Spring, line 1149, Thomson is speaking not of masters, but of parents, end of footnote. We must consider that this delight is perceptible only by a mind at ease, a mind at once calm and clear, but that a mind gloomy and impetuous, like that of Johnson, cannot be fixed for any length of time in minute attention, and must be so frequently irritated by unavoidable slowness and error in the advances of scholars, as to perform the duty with little pleasure to the teacher, and no great advantage to the pupils. Footnote: in the Life of Milton, Johnson records his own experience. "Every man that has ever undertaken to instruct others can tell what slow advances he has been able to make, and how much patience it requires to recall vagrant inattention, to stimulate sluggish indifference, and to rectify absurd misapprehension." Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 76. End of footnote. Good temper is a most essential requisite in a preceptor. Horace paints the character as bland. "Ut pueris olem dant crustula blandi doctores, alimenta velantur discere." Footnote: as masters fondly soothe their boys to read with cakes and sweetmeats. Francis Horace, Satire 1, line 25. End of footnote. Mrs. Johnson, ITART 27. Johnson was not more satisfied with his situation as the master of an academy than with that of the usher of a school. We need not wonder, therefore, that he did not keep his academy above a year and a half. From Mr. Garrick's account, he did not appear to have been profoundly reverenced by his pupils. His oddities of manner and uncouth gesticulations could not but be the subject of merriment to them, and in particular the young rogues used to listen at the door of his bedchamber, and peep through the keyhole, that they might turn into ridicule his tumultuous and awkward fondness for Mrs. Johnson, whom he used to call by the familiar appellation of Tetty or Tetsy, which, like Betty or Betsy, is provincially used as a contraction for Elizabeth, her Christian name, but which to us seems ludicrous when applied to a woman of her age and appearance. Mr. Garrick described her to me as very fat, with a bosom of more than ordinary protuberance, with swelled cheeks of a florid red produced by thick painting and increased by the liberal use of cordials, flaring and fantastic in her dress, and affected both in her speech and her general behaviour. I have seen Garrick exhibit her by his exquisite talent of mimicry so as to excite the heartiest bursts of laughter, but he probably, as is the case in all such representations, considerably aggravated the picture. Footnote: as Johnson kept Garrick much in awe when present, David, when his back was turned, repaid the restraint with ridicule of him and his Dulcinea, which shall be read with great abatement. Percy. He was not consistent in his account, for he told Mrs. Thrale that she was a little painted puppet of no value at all. He made out, Mrs. Piozzi continues, some comical scenes by mimicking her in a dialogue he pretended to have overheard. I do not know whether he meant such stuff to be believed or no. It was so comical. The picture I found of her at Lichfield was very pretty, and her daughter said it was like. Mr. Johnson has told me that her hair was eminently beautiful, quite blonde, like that of a baby. Piozzi's Anecdotes, page 148, end of footnote. A Scheme of Study, Anno Domini 1736. That Johnson well knew the most proper course to be pursued in the instruction of youth is authentically ascertained by the following paper. Footnote: Mr. Croker points out that in this paper there are two separate schemes, the first for a school, the second for the individual studies of some young friend. End of footnote. In his own handwriting given about this period to a relation, and now in possession of Mr. John Nichols. Scheme for the classes of a grammar school. When the introduction or formation of nouns and verbs is perfectly mastered, let them learn Corderius by Mr. Clarke, beginning at the same time to translate out of the introduction, that by this means they may learn the syntax. Then let them proceed to Erasmus, with an English translation by the same author. Class 2 learns Atropius and Cornelius Nepos, or Justin, with the translation. Notabene, the first class gets for their part every morning the rules which they have learned before, and in the afternoon learns the Latin rules of the nouns and verbs. They are examined in the rules which they have learned every Thursday and Saturday. The second class does the same while they are in Eutropius. Afterwards their part is in the irregular nouns and verbs, and in the rules for making and scanning verses. They are examined as the first. Class 3, Ovid's Metamorphoses in the morning, and Caesar's Commentaries in the afternoon. Practice in the Latin rules till they are perfect in them. Afterwards in Mr. Leeds's Greek Grammar, examined as before. Afterwards they proceed to Virgil, beginning at the same time to write themes and verses, and to learn Greek. From thence passing on to Horace, etc., as shall seem most proper. I know not well what books to direct you to, because
You have not informed me what study you will apply yourself to. I believe it will be most for your advantage to apply yourself wholly to the languages till you go to the university. The Greek authors I think it best for you to read are these: Cebes, Aelian, Lucian by Leeds, Xenophon, Attic; Homer, Ionic; Theocritus, Doric; Euripides, Attic and Doric. Thus you will be tolerably skilled in all the dialects, beginning with the Attic, to which the rest must be referred. In the study of Latin, it is proper not to read the latter authors till you are well versed in those of the purest ages, as Terence, Tully, Caesar, Sallust, Nepos, Vallius, Paterculus, Virgil, Horace, Phaedrus. The greatest and most necessary task still remains, to attain a habit of expression, without which knowledge is of little use. This is necessary in Latin, and more necessary in English, and can only be acquired by a daily imitation of the best and correctest authors. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. While Johnson kept his academy, there can be no doubt that he was insensibly furnishing his mind with various knowledge, but I have not discovered that he wrote anything, except a great part of his tragedy of Irene. Mr. Peter Garrick, the elder brother of David, told me that he remembered Johnson borrowing the Turkish history of him. Footnote: in the Rambler, number 122, Johnson, after stating that it is observed that our nation has been hitherto remarkably barren of historical genius, praises Knowles, who, he says, in his History of the Turks, has displayed all the excellencies that narration can admit, end of footnote, in order to form his play from it. When he had finished some part of it, he read what he had done to Mr. Walmsley, who objected to his having already brought his heroine into great distress, and asked him, "How can you possibly contrive to plunge her into deeper calamity?" Johnson, in a sly allusion to the supposed oppressive proceedings of the court, of which Mr. Walmsley was register, replied, "Sir, I can put her into the spiritual court." Mr. Walmsley, however, was well pleased with this proof of Johnson's abilities as a dramatic writer, and advised him to finish the tragedy and produce it on the stage. Johnson tries his fortune in London, ITAR 27. Johnson now thought of trying his fortune in London, the great field of genius and exertion, where talents of every kind have the fullest scope and the highest encouragement. It is a memorable circumstance that his pupil David Garrick went thither at the same time, with intention to complete his education and follow the profession of the law, from which he was soon diverted by his decided preference for the stage. Footnote: both of them used to talk pleasantly of this, their first journey to London. Garrick, evidently meaning to embellish a little, said one day in my hearing, "We rode and tied." And the Bishop of Killaloe informed me that at another time, when Johnson and Garrick were dining together in a pretty large company, Johnson, humorously ascertaining the chronology of something, expressed himself thus: "That was the year when I came to London with twopence halfpenny in my pocket." Garrick, overhearing him, exclaimed, "Eh? What do you say? With twopence halfpenny in your pocket? Johnson. Why, yes, when I came with twopence halfpenny in my pocket, and thou, Davy, with three halfpence in thine. Boswell. End of footnote. This joint expedition of those two eminent men to the metropolis was, many years afterwards, noticed in an allegorical poem on Shakespeare's mulberry tree by Mr. Loverbond, the ingenious author of The Tears of Old May Day. They were recommended to Mr. Colson. Footnote: Mr. Colson was first master of the Free School at Rochester. In 1739 he was appointed Lucasian Professor of Mathematics at Cambridge alone. Mrs. Piozzi, Anecdotes, page 49, says that by Gelidus the philosopher, Rambler, No. 24, Johnson meant to represent Colson. End of footnote. An eminent mathematician and master of an academy, by the following letter from Mr. Walmsley. Mr. Walmsley's letter, Anno Domini 1737, to the Reverend Mr. Colson, Lichfield, March 2nd, 1737. Dear Sir, I had the favour of yours, and am extremely obliged to you, but I cannot say I had a greater affection for you upon it than I had before, being long since so much endeared to you, as well by an early friendship as by your many excellent and valuable qualifications, and had I a son of my own, it will be my ambition, instead of sending him to the university, to dispose of him as this young gentleman is. He and another neighbour of mine, one Mr. Samuel Johnson, set out this morning for London together. Davy Garrick is to be with you early next week, and Mr. Johnson to try his fate with a tragedy, and to see to get himself employed in some translation, either from the Latin or the French. Johnson is a very good scholar and poet, and I have great hopes he will turn out a fine tragedy writer. If it should any way lie in your way, doubt not but you would be ready to recommend and assist your countryman G. Walmsley. Footnote: this letter is printed in the Garrick Correspondence, Volume 1, page 2. There we read, I doubt not. End of footnote. Like in London, Itart 28. How he employed himself upon his first coming to London is not particularly known. Footnote: one curious anecdote was communicated by himself to Mr. John Nichols. Mr. Wilcox, the bookseller, on being informed by him that his intention was to get his livelihood as an author, eyed his robust frame attentively, and, with a significant look, said, "You had better buy a porter's knot." He, however, added, "Wilcox was one of my best friends." Boswell. Hawkins' Life, page 43, states that Johnson and Garrick had soon exhausted their small stock of money in London, and that on Garrick's suggestion they applied for a loan to Wilcox, of whom he had a slight knowledge, representing themselves to him as they really were, two young men, friends and travellers from the same place, and just arrived with a view to settle here. He was so moved with their artless tale, that on their joint note he advanced them all that their modesty would permit them to ask, £5, which was soon after punctually repaid. Perhaps Johnson was thinking of himself when he recorded the advice given by Cibber to Fenton. When the tragedy of Marianne was shown to Cibber, it was rejected by him, with the additional insolence of advising Fenton to engage himself in some employment of honest labour, by which he might obtain that support which he could never hope from his poetry. The play was acted at the other theatre, and the brutal petulance of Cibber was confuted, though perhaps not shamed, by general applause. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 56. Adam Smith in The Wealth of Nations, Book 1, Chapter 2, says that the difference between the most dissimilar characters, between a philosopher and a common street porter, for example, seems to arise not so much from nature as from habit, custom, and education. Wilcox's shop was in Little Britain. Benjamin Franklin in 1725 lodged next door to him. He had, says Franklin, Memoirs, Volume 1, page 64, an immense collection of second-hand books. Circulating libraries were not then in use, but we agreed that on certain reasonable terms I might read any of his books. End of footnote. I never heard that he found any protection or encouragement by the means of Mr. Colson, to whose academy David Garrick went. Mrs. Lucy Porter told me that Mr. Walmsley gave him a letter of introduction to Lintot, his bookseller. Footnote: Bernard Lintot, post July 19, 1763, died February 3, 1736, Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 6, page 110. This, no doubt, was his son. End of footnote. And that Johnson wrote some things for him, but I imagine this to be a mistake, for I have discovered no trace of it, and I am pretty sure he told me that Mr. Cave was the first publisher by whom his pen was engaged in London. He had a little money when he came to town, and he knew how he could live in the cheapest manner. His first lodgings were at the house of Mr. Norris, a staymaker, in Exeter Street, adjoining Catherine Street in the Strand. I dined, said he, very well for 8d, with very good company, at the Pineapple in New Street, just by. Several of them had travelled. They expected to meet every day, but did not know one another's names. It used to cost the rest a shilling, for they drank wine, but I had a cut of meat for 6d and bread for a penny, and gave the waiter a penny, so that I was quite well served, nay, better than the rest, for they gave the waiter nothing. Footnote: Dr. A. Carlyle, Autobiography, page 195, says that being in London in 1746, he dined frequently with the Club of Officers, where they had an excellent dinner at 10d. From what he adds, it is clear that the tavern keeper made his profit on the wine. At Edinburgh 4 years earlier, he and his fellow students used to get, at 4d. a head, a very good dinner of broth and beef, and a roast and potatoes every day, with fish 3 or 4 times a week, and all the small beer that was called for till the cloth was removed. Ibid, page 63. William Hutton, who in 1750 opened a very small bookshop in Birmingham, for which he paid rent at a shilling a week, says, Life of Hutton, page 84, 5 shillings a week covered every expense, as food, rent, washing, lodging, etc. He knew how to live wretchedly. End of footnote. Abstinence from wine, Anno Domini 1737. He at this time, I believe, abstained entirely from fermented liquors, a practice to which he rigidly conformed for many years together at different periods of his life. On April 17, 1778, Johnson said, "Early in life I drank wine. For many years I drank none. I then for some years drank a great deal. I then had a severe illness and left it off, and I have never begun it again." Somewhat the same account is given in Boswell's Hebrides, September 16, 1773. Roughly speaking, he seems to have been an abstainer from about 1736 to at least as late as 1757, and from about 1765 to the end of his life. In 1751, Hawkins' Life, page 286, describes him as drinking only lemonade in a whole night spent in festivity at the Ivy Lane Club. In 1757 he described himself as a hardened and shameless tea drinker, who has for 20 years diluted his meals with only tea. Johnson's Works, Volume 6, page 21. It was, I believe, in his visit to Oxford in 1759 that University College witnessed his drinking 3 bottles of port without being the worse for it. Post, April 7th, 1778. When he was living in the Temple between 1760 and 65, he had the frisk with Langton and Beauclerk when they made a bowl of Bishop. Post, 1753. On his birthday in 1760 he resolved to drink less strong liquors. Prayers and Meditations, page 42. In 1762, on his visit to Devonshire, he drank 3 bottles of wine after supper. This was the only time Reynolds had seen him intoxicated. Northcote's Reynolds, Volume 2, page 161. In 1763 he affected Boswell's nerves by keeping him up late to drink port with him. Post, July 14th, 1763. On April 21st, 1764, he records, "From the beginning of this year I have in some measure forborne excess of strong drink." Prayers and Meditations, page 51. On Easter Sunday he records, "Avoided wine." Edem, page 55. On March 1st, 1765, he is described at Cambridge as giving Mrs. Macaulay for his toast, and drinking her in 2 bumpers. It was about this time that he had the severe illness. Post, under October 17th, 1765. Note: in February 1766, Boswell found him no longer drinking wine. He shortly returned to it again, for on August 2nd, 1767, he records, "I have for some days forborne wine." And on August 17th, "By abstinence from wine and suppers, I obtained sudden and great relief." Prayers and Meditations, pages 73, 4. According to Hawkins, Johnson said, "After a 10 years' forbearance of every fluid except tea and sherbet, I drank 1 glass of wine to the health of Sir Joshua Reynolds on the evening of the day on which he was knighted." Hawkins's Johnson's Works, 1787, volume 11, page 215. As Reynolds was knighted on April 21st, 1769, Taylor's Reynolds, volume 1, page 321, Hawkins's report is grossly inaccurate. In Boswell's Hebrides, September 16th, 1773, and Post, March 16th, 1776, we find him abstaining. In 1778 he persuaded Boswell to be a water drinker upon trial. Post, April 28th, 1778. On April 7th, 1779, he was persuaded to drink 1 glass of claret, that he might judge of it not from recollection. On March 20th, 1781, Boswell found that Johnson had lately returned to wine. "I drink it now sometimes," he said, "but not socially." He seems to have generally abstained, however. On April 20th, 1781, he would not join in drinking Lichfield ale. On March 17th, 1782, he made some punch for himself, by which, in the night, he thought both his breast and imagination disordered. Prayers and Meditations, page 205. In the spring of this year, Hannah More urged him to take a little wine. "I can't drink a little, child," he answered, "therefore I never touch it." Hannah More's Memoirs, Volume 1, page 251. On July 1st, 1784, Beattie, who met him at dinner, says, "He cannot be prevailed on to drink wine." Beattie's Life, page 316. On his deathbed he refused any inebriating sustenance. Post, December 1784. It is remarkable that, writing to Dr. Taylor on August 5th, 1773, he said, "Drink a great deal and sleep heartily," and that on June 23rd, 1776, he again wrote to him, "I hope you persevere in drinking. My opinion is that I have drunk too little, and therefore have the gout, for it is of my own acquisition, as neither my father had it nor my mother." Notes and Queries. On September 19th, 1777, post, he even owned that, in his opinion, a free use of wine did not shorten life. Johnson disapproved of fermented liquors only in the case of those who, like himself and Boswell, could not keep from excess. End of footnote. An Irish Ophellos, ITART 28. His Ophellos in the Art of Living in London, I have heard him relate, was an Irish painter whom he knew at Birmingham, and who had practised his own precepts of economy for several years in the British capital. Footnote: Ophellos, or rather Ophelia, is the rusticus abnormis sapiens crasaque Minerva of Horace's Satire, Book 2, Satire 2, line 3. What he teaches is briefly expressed in Pope's Imitation, Book 2, Satire 2, line 1. What and how great the virtue and the art to live on little with a cheerful heart, a doctrine sage, but truly none of mine. Let's talk, my friends, but talk before we dine. In 1769 was published a worthless poem called The Art of Living in London, in which instructions were given to persons who live in a garret and spend their evenings in an alehouse. Gentleman's Magazine, No. 39, page 45. To this Boswell refers. End of footnote. He assured Johnson, who, I suppose, was then meditating to try his fortune in London, but was apprehensive of the expense, that £30 a year was enough to enable a man to live there without being contemptible. He allowed £10 for clothes and linen. He said a man might live in a garret at 18 a week. Few people would inquire where he lodged, and if they did, it was easy to say, "Sir, I am to be found at such a place." By spending threepence in a coffee house, he might be for some hours every day in very good company. He might dine for sixpence, breakfast on bread and milk for a penny, and do without supper. On clean shirt day he went abroad and paid visits. I have heard him more than once talk of this frugal friend, whom he recollected with esteem and kindness, and did not like to have one smile at the recital. "This man," said he gravely, "was a very sensible man, who perfectly understood common affairs, a man of a great deal of knowledge of the world, fresh from life, not strained through books." Footnote. Johnson this day, when we were by ourselves, observed how common it was for people to talk from books, to retail the sentiments of others and not their own, in short, to converse without any originality of thinking. He was pleased to say, "You and I do not talk from books." Boswell's Hebrides, November 3rd, 1773, end of footnote. He borrowed a horse and £10 at Birmingham. Finding himself master of so much money, he set off for West Chester in order to get to Ireland. Footnote. The passage to Ireland was commonly made from Chester. End of footnote.
He returned the horse, and probably the £10 too, after he got home. End of footnote. Mr. Henry Harvey, Anno Domini 1737. Considering Johnson's narrow circumstances in the early part of his life, and particularly at the interesting era of his launching into the ocean of London, it is not to be wondered at that an actual instance proved by experience of the possibility of enjoying the intellectual luxury of social life upon a very small income should deeply engage his attention, and be ever recollected by him as a circumstance of much importance. He amused himself, I remember, by computing how much more expense was absolutely necessary to live upon the same scale with that which his friend described, when the value of money was diminished by the progress of commerce. It may be estimated that double the money might now with difficulty be sufficient. Amidst this cold obscurity there was one brilliant circumstance to cheer him. He was well acquainted with Mr. Henry Harvey. Footnote: the Honourable Henry Harvey, third son of the first Earl of Bristol, quitted the army and took orders. He married a sister of Sir Thomas Aston, by whom he got the Aston estate, and assumed the name and arms of that family, vide Collins's Peerage, Boswell. End of footnote. One of the branches of the noble family of that name, who had been quartered at Lichfield as an officer of the army, and had at this time a house in London, where Johnson was frequently entertained, and had an opportunity of meeting genteel company. Not very long before his death he mentioned this, among other particulars of his life which he was kindly communicating to me, and he described his early friend, Harry Harvey, thus: "He was a vicious man, but very kind to me. If you call a dog Harvey, I shall love him." He told me he had now written only 3 acts of his Irene, and that he retired for some time to lodgings at Greenwich, where he proceeded in it somewhat further, and used to compose walking in the park. Footnote: the following brief mention of Greenwich Park in 1750 is found in one of Miss Talbot's letters. "Then, when I come to talk of Greenwich, did you ever see it? It was quite a new world to me, and a very charming one. Only on the top of a most inaccessible hill in the park, just as we were arrived at a view that we had long been aiming at, a violent clap of thunder burst over our heads." Carter and Talbot Correspondence, Volume 1, page 345, end of footnote. But did not stay long enough at that place to finish it. At this period we find the following letter from him to Mr. Edward Cave, which, as a link in the chain of his literary history, it is proper to insert. To Mr. Cave, Greenwich, next door to the Golden Hart, Church Street, July 12, 1737. Sir, having observed in your papers very uncommon offers of encouragement to men of letters, I have chosen, being a stranger in London, to communicate you the following design, which I hope, if you join in it, will be of advantage to both of us. The history of the Council of Trent having been lately translated into French, and published with large notes by Dr. Licorea, footnote: at the Oxford commemoration of 1733, Correa returned thanks in his robes to the University for the honour it had done him 2 years before in presenting him with his degree. Dr. Johnson, His Friends and Critics, page 94, end of footnote. The reputation of that book is so much revived in England that it is presumed a new translation of it from the Italian, together with Le Correa's notes from the French, could not fail of a favourable reception. If it be answered that the history is already in English, it must be remembered that there was the same objection against Le Correa's undertaking with this disadvantage, that the French had a version by one of their best translators, whereas you cannot read 3 pages of the English history without discovering that the style is capable of great improvements. But whether those improvements are to be expected from the attempt, you must judge from the specimen, which, if you approve the proposal, I shall submit to your examination. Suppose the merit of the versions equal, we may hope that the addition of the notes will turn the balance in our favour, considering the reputation of the annotator. Be pleased to favour me with a speedy answer if you are not willing to engage in this scheme, and appoint me a day to wait upon you if you are. I am, Sir, your humble servant, Samuel Johnson. It should seem from this letter, though subscribed with his own name, that he had not yet been introduced to Mr. Cave. We shall presently see what was done in consequence of the proposal which it contains. Johnson returns to Lichfield, I type 28. In the course of the summer he returned to Lichfield, where he had left Mrs. Johnson, and there he at last finished his tragedy, which was not executed with his rapidity of composition upon other occasions, but was slowly and painfully elaborated. A few days before his death, while burning a great mass of papers, he picked out from among them the original unformed sketch of this tragedy in his own handwriting, and gave it to Mr. Langton, by whose favour a copy of it is now in my possession. It contains fragments of the intended plot and speeches for the different persons of the drama, partly in the raw materials of prose, partly worked up into verse, as also a variety of hints for illustration borrowed from the Greek, Roman, and modern writers. The handwriting is very difficult to be read, even by those who were best acquainted with Johnson's mode of penmanship, which at all times was very particular. The King having graciously accepted this manuscript as a literary curiosity, Mr. Langton made a fair and distinct copy of it, which he ordered to be bound up with the original and the printed tragedy, and the volume is deposited in the King's library. Footnote: this library was given by George IV. To the British Museum, Croker. End of footnote. His Majesty was pleased to permit Mr. Langton to take a copy of it for himself. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 1, by James Boswell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Irene, Anno Domini 1737. The whole of it is rich in thought and imagery and happy expressions, and of the disjecta membra scattered throughout, and as yet unarranged, a good dramatic poet might avail himself with considerable advantage. I shall give my readers some specimens of different kinds, distinguishing them by the italic character. Nor think to say, here will I stop, here will I fix the limits of transgression, nor farther tempt the avenging rage of heaven. When guilt like this once harbours in the breast, those holy beings, whose unseen direction guides through the maze of life the steps of man, fly the detested mansions of impiety, and quit their charge to horror and to ruin. A small part only of this interesting admonition is preserved in the play, and is varied, I think, not to advantage. The soul once tainted with so foul a crime no more shall glow with friendship's hallowed ardour. Those holy beings whose superior care guides erring mortals to the paths of virtue, affrighted at impiety like thine resign their charge to baseness and to ruin. Footnote, Act 3, Scene 8, end of footnote. I feel the soft infection flush in my cheek and wander in my veins. Teach me the Grecian arts of soft persuasion. Sure this is love, which heretofore I conceived the dream of idle maids and wanton poets. Though no comets or prodigies foretold the ruin of Greece, signs which heaven must by another miracle enable us to understand, yet might it be foreshown by tokens no less certain, by the vices which always bring it on. This last passage is worked up in the tragedy itself as follows. Leontius. That power that kindly spreads the clouds, a signal of impending showers, to warn the wandering linnet to the shade, beheld without concern expiring Greece, and not one prodigy foretold our fate. Demetrius. 1,000 horrid prodigies foretold it. A feeble government, eluded laws, a factious populace, luxurious nobles, and all the maladies of sinking states. When public villainy, too strong for justice, shows his bold front, the harbinger of ruin, can brave Leontius call for airy wonders, which cheats interpret and which fools regard? When some neglected fabric nods beneath the weight of years and totters to the tempest, must heaven dispatch the messengers of light, or wake the dead to warn us of its fall? Footnote, Act 1, Scene 1, end of footnote. Mahomet to Irene. I have tried thee, and joy to find that thou deservest to be loved by Mahomet, with a mind great as his own. Sure thou art an error of nature, and an exception to the rest of thy sex, and art immortal, for sentiments like thine were never yet to sink into nothing. I thought all the thoughts of the fair had been to select the graces of the day, dispose the colours of the flaunting, flowing robe, tune the voice and roll the eye, place the gem, choose the dress, and add new roses to the fading cheek, but sparkling. Thus in the tragedy, illustrious maid, new wonders fix me thine. Thy soul completes the triumphs of thy face. I thought, forgive my fair, the noblest aim, the strongest effort of a female soul was but to choose the graces of the day, to tune the tongue, to teach the eyes to roll, dispose the colours of the flowing robe, and add new roses to the faded cheek. Footnote, Act 2, Scene 7, end of footnote. I shall select one other passage on account of the doctrine which it illustrates. Irene observes, that the Supreme Being will accept of virtue whatever outward circumstances it may be accompanied with, and may be delighted with varieties of worship, but is answered that variety cannot affect that Being who, infinitely happy in his own perfections, wants no external gratifications, nor can infinite truth be delighted with falsehood, that though he may guide or pity those he leaves in darkness, he abandons those who shut their eyes against the beams of day. Johnson settles in London, Anno Domini 1737. Johnson's residence at Lichfield, on his return to it at this time, was only for 3 months, and as he had as yet seen but a small part of the wonders of the metropolis, he had little to tell his townsmen. He related to me the following minute anecdote of this period. In the last age, when my mother lived in London, there were two sets of people, those who gave the wall and those who took it, the peaceable and the quarrelsome. When I returned to Lichfield, after having been in London, my mother asked me whether I was one of those who gave the wall or those who took it. Now it is fixed that every man keeps to the right, or if one is taking the wall, another yields it, and it is never a dispute. Footnote: Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, 3rd edition, page 232, September the 20th, 1773, Boswell. End of footnote. He now removed to London with Mrs. Johnson, but her daughter, who had lived with them at Edgell, was left with her relations in the country. Footnote: Johnson's letter to her of February the 6th, 1759, shows that she was at that time living in his house at Lichfield. Miss Seward, Letters, Volume 1, page 116, says that she boarded in Lichfield with his mother. Some passages in other of his letters, Croker's Boswell, pages 144, 145, 173, lead me to think that she stayed on in this house till 1766, when she had built herself a house with money left her by her brother. End of footnote. His lodgings were for some time in Woodstock Street, near Hanover Square, and afterwards in Castle Street, near Cavendish Square. As there is something pleasingly interesting to many in tracing so great a man through all his different habitations, I shall, before this work is concluded, present my readers with an exact list of his lodgings and houses in order of time, which, in placid condescension to my respectful curiosity, he one evening dictated to me, but without specifying how long he lived at each. In the progress of his life I shall have occasion to mention some of them as connected with particular incidents, or with the writing of particular parts of his works. To some this minute attention may appear trifling, but when we consider the punctilious exactness with which the different houses in which Milton resided have been traced by the writers of his life, a similar enthusiasm may be pardoned in the biographer of Johnson. His tragedy being by this time, as he thought, completely finished and fit for the stage, he was very desirous that it should be brought forward. Mr. Peter Garrick told me that Johnson and he went together to the Fountain Tavern and read it over, and that he afterwards solicited Mr. Fleetwood, the patentee of Drury Lane Theatre, to have it acted at his house, but Mr. Fleetwood would not accept it, probably because it was not patronized by some man of high rank. Footnote: He could scarcely have solicited a worse manager. Horace Walpole, writing in 1744, Letters, Volume 1, page 332, says, "The town has been trying all this winter to beat pantomimes off the stage very boisterously. Fleetwood, the master of Drury Lane, has omitted nothing to support them, as they supported his house. About 10 days ago he let into the pit great numbers of bear garden bruisers, that is the term, to knock down everybody that hissed. The pit rallied their forces and drove them out." End of footnote. And it was not acted till 1749, when his friend David Garrick was manager of that theatre. The Gentleman's Magazine, Itart 28. The Gentleman's Magazine, begun and carried on by Mr. Edward Cave under the name of Sylvanus Urban, footnote: It was not till volume 5 that Cave's name was given on the title page. In volumes 8 and 9, and volumes 12 to 17, the name is Edward Cave, Jr. Cave, in his examination before the House of Lords on April 30th, 1747, said that he was concerned in the Gentleman's Magazine at first with his nephew, and since the death of his nephew he has done it entirely himself. Parliamentary History, volume 14, page 59. End of footnote. had attracted the notice and esteem of Johnson in an eminent degree before he came to London as an adventurer in literature. He told me that when he first saw St. John's Gate, the place where that deservedly popular miscellany was originally printed, he beheld it with reverence. Footnote: its sale, according to Johnson, was 10,000 copies, post April 25th, 1778. So popular was it that before it had completed its 9th year, the 5th edition of some of the earliest numbers was printed. Johnson's Works, Volume 5, page 349. In the Life of Cave, Johnson describes it as a periodical pamphlet of which the scheme is known wherever the English language is spoken. Ibid, Volume 6, page 431. Yet the early numbers contained verses as grossly indecent as they were dull. Cave, moreover, advertised indecent books for sale at St. John's Gate, and in one instance at least the advertisement was in very gross language. End of footnote. I suppose, indeed, that every young author has had the same kind of feeling for the magazine or periodical publication which has first entertained him, and in which he has first had an opportunity to see himself in print without the risk of exposing his name. I myself recollect such impressions from the Scots magazine, which was begun at Edinburgh in the year 1739, and has been ever conducted with judgment, accuracy, and propriety. I yet cannot help thinking of it with an affectionate regard. Johnson has dignified the Gentleman's Magazine by the importance with which he invests the Life of Cave, but he has given it still greater lustre by the various admirable essays which he wrote for it. A list of Johnson's writings, Anno Domini 1738. Though Johnson was often solicited by his friends to make a complete list of his writings, and talked of doing it, I believe, with a serious intention that they should all be collected on his own account, he put it off from year to year, and at last died without having done it perfectly. I have one in his own handwriting which contains a certain number. I indeed doubt if he could have remembered every one of them, as they were so numerous, so various, and scattered in such a multiplicity of unconnected publications, nay, several of them published under the names of other persons, to whom he liberally contributed from the abundance of his mind. We must therefore be content to discover them partly from occasional information given by him to his friends, and partly from internal evidence. Footnote: while in the course of my narrative I enumerate his writings, I shall take care that my readers shall not be left to waver in doubt between certainty and conjecture with regard to their authenticity, and for that purpose shall mark with an asterisk those which he acknowledged to his friends, and with a dagger those which are ascertained to be his by internal evidence. When any other pieces are ascribed to him, I shall give my reasons. Boswell. End of footnote. Edward Cave, ITAT 29. His first performance in the Gentleman's Magazine, which for many years was his principal source for employment and support, was a copy of Latin verses in March 1738, addressed to the editor in so happy a style of compliment that Cave must have been destitute both of taste and sensibility, had he not felt himself highly gratified. Ad Urbanum, Anno Domini 1738. Footnote: Hawkins says that Cave had few of those qualities that constitute the character of urbanity. Upon the first approach of a stranger, his practice was to continue sitting, and for a few minutes to continue silent. If at any time he was inclined to begin the discourse, It was generally by putting a leaf of the magazine then in the press into the hand of his visitor, and asking his opinion of it. He was so incompetent a judge of Johnson's abilities, that, meaning at one time to dazzle him with the splendour of some of those luminaries in literature who favoured him with their correspondence, he told him that if he would in the evening be at a certain alehouse in the neighbourhood of Clerkenwell, he might have a chance of seeing Mr. Browne, and another or two of the persons mentioned in the preceding note. The note contained the names of some of Cave's regular writers. Johnson accepted the invitation, and being introduced by Cave, dressed in a loose horseman's coat and such a great bushy uncombed wig as he constantly wore, to the sight of Mr. Browne, whom he found sitting at the upper end of a long table in a cloud of tobacco smoke, had his curiosity gratified. Mr. Carlyle writes of bushy-wigged Cave, but it was Johnson whose wig is described, and not Cave's. On page 327, Hawkins again mentions his great bushy wig, and says that it was ever nearly as impenetrable by a comb as a quick-set hedge. Hawkins's Johnson, pages 45 to 50. Johnson, after mentioning Cave's slowness, says, "The same chillness of mind was observable in his conversation. He was watching the minutest accent of those whom he disgusted by seeming inattention, and his visitant was surprised, when he came a second time, by preparations to execute the scheme which he supposed never to have been heard." Johnson's Works, Volume 6, page 434, end of footnote. Ad Urbanum. Urbane. Footnote: the first lines put one in mind of Casimir's ode to Pope Urban. Urbane regum maxime maxime urbane vatum. The Polish poet was probably at that time in the hands of a man who had meditated the history of the Latin poets. Murphy's Johnson, page 42, end of footnote. Nullis fesse laboribus urbane, nullis victe calumniis. Footnote: Cave had been grossly attacked by rival booksellers. See Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 8, page 156. Hawkins says, Life, page 92, "With that sagacity which we frequently observe, but wonder at, in men of slow parts, he seemed to anticipate the advice contained in Johnson's ode, and forbore a reply, though not his revenge. This he gratified by reprinting in his own magazine one of the most scurrilous and foolish attacks." End of footnote. Cui fronte certum in erudit perpetuo viret et virebit, quid moriatur gens melantium, quid et minetur solicitus parum, vacare solis pergi musis juxta animos studiisque fede. Lingue pocaces plumbea spicula, fidens superbo frange silentio, victris per obstantes cathevas sed nullitas animosa tendit. Intende nervos fortis in anibus, risura solum nisibus emuli, intende iam nervos habebis participes opere camoenas. Non oramusis pagina gratio, quamquae severis ludicra jungere novit, verigamque nugis utilibus recreare mentem. Texente nymphes certa licoride, rose ruborem sic viola riuva rimista, sic iris refulget etris variata fucis. S.J. Footnote: a translation of this ode by an unknown correspondent appeared in the magazine for the month of May following. Hail, Urban, indefatigable man, unwearied yet by all thy useful toil, whom numerous slanderers assault in vain, whom no base calumny can put to foil. But still the laurel on thy learned brow flourishes fair, and shall forever grow. What mean the servile imitating crew? What their vain blustering and their empty noise? Ne'er seek, but still thy noble ends pursue, unconquered by the rabble's venal voice. Still to the Muse thy studious mind apply, happy in temper as in industry. The senseless sneerings of an haughty tongue, unworthy thy attention to engage, unheeded pass, and though they mean thee wrong, by manly silence disappoint their rage. Assiduous diligence confounds its foes, resistless though malicious crowds oppose. Exert thy powers, nor slacken in the course, thy spotless fame shall quash all false reports. Exert thy powers, nor fear a rival's force, but thou shalt smile at all his vain efforts. Thy labours shall be crowned with large success, the Muses' aid thy magazine shall bless. No page more grateful to the harmonious nine than that wherein thy labours we survey, where solemn themes in fuller splendour shine, delightful mixture, blended with the gay, where in improving various joys we find a welcome respite to the wearied mind. Thus, when the nymphs in some fair verdant mead of various flowers a beauteous wreath compose, the lovely violet's azure painted head adds lustre to the crimson blushing rose. Thus splendid Iris with her varied dye shines in the ether and adorns the sky. Britain, Boswell. End of footnote. Reports of the debates, ITAR 29. Libels in the press, Anno Domini 1738. It appears that he was now enlisted by Mr. Cave as a regular coadjutor in his magazine, by which he probably attained a tolerable livelihood. At what time or by what means he had acquired a competent knowledge both of French, footnote. I have some reason to think that at his first coming to town he frequented Slaughter's coffee house with a view to acquire a habit of speaking French, but he never could attain to it. Lockman used the same method and succeeded, as Johnson himself once told me. Hawkins Johnson, page 516. Lockman is l'illustre Lockman, mentioned post 1780 in Mr. Langton's collection. It was at old Slaughter's coffee house, when a number of foreigners were talking loud about little matters, that Johnson one evening said, "Does this not confirm old Meynell's observation? For anything I see, foreigners are fools." Post Ibid. End of footnote. And Italian. Footnote. He had read Petrarch when but a boy. Ante, page 57. End of footnote. I do not know but he was so well skilled in them as to be sufficiently qualified for a translator. That part of his labour which consisted in emendation and improvement of the productions of other contributors, like that employed in levelling ground, can be perceived only by those who had an opportunity of comparing the original with the altered copy. What we certainly know to have been done by him in this way was the debates in both Houses of Parliament under the name of the Senate of Lilliput, sometimes with feigned denominations of the several speakers, sometimes with denominations formed of the letters of their real names, in the manner of what is called anagram, so that they might easily be deciphered. Parliament then kept the press in a kind of mysterious awe, which made it necessary to have recourse to such devices. In our time it has acquired an unrestrained freedom, so that the people in all parts of the kingdom have a fair, open, and exact report of the actual proceedings of their representatives and legislators, which in our constitution is highly to be valued, though unquestionably there has of late been too much reason to complain of the petulance with which obscure scribblers have presumed to treat men of the most respectable character and situation.
Footnote: Horace Walpole, writing of the year 1770 about libels, says, "Their excess was shocking, and in nothing more condemnable than in the dangers they brought on the liberty of the press." This evil was chiefly due to the spirit of the court, which aimed at despotism, and the daring attempts of Lord Mansfield to stifle the liberty of the press. His innovations had given such an alarm that scarce a jury would find the rankest satire libellous. Memoirs of the Reign of George III, Volume 4, page 167. Smollett, in Humphrey Clinker, published in 1771, makes Mr. Bramble write in his letter of June 2nd, "The public papers are become the infamous vehicles of the most cruel and perfidious defamation. Every rancorous knave, every desperate incendiary that can afford to spend half a crown or 3 shillings, may skulk behind the press of a newsmonger, and have a stab at the first character in the kingdom, without running the least hazard of detection or punishment." The scribblers who had of late shown their petulance were not always obscure. Such scurrilous but humorous pieces as Probationary Odes for the Laureateship, the Rolliad, and Royal Recollections, which were all published while Boswell was writing the Life of Johnson, were written, there can be little doubt, by men of position. In the first of the 3, page 27, Boswell is ridiculed. He is made to say, "I know Mulgrave is a bit of a poet as well as myself, for I dined in company once where he dined, that very day 12-month." This evil of libelling had extended to America. Benjamin Franklin, Memoirs, Volume 1, page 148, writing in 1784, says that libelling and personal abuse have of late years become so disgraceful to our country, many of our printers make no scruple of gratifying the malice of individuals by false accusations of the fairest characters. End of footnote. William Guthrie, ITAR 29. This important article of the Gentleman's Magazine was for several years executed by Mr. William Guthrie, a man who deserves to be respectably recorded in the literary annals of this country. He was descended of an ancient family in Scotland, but having a small patrimony, and being an adherent of the unfortunate House of Stuart, he could not accept of any office in the state. He therefore came to London, and employed his talents and learning as an author by profession. Footnote: Boswell perhaps refers to a book published in 1758 called The Case of Authors by Profession, Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 28, page 130. Guthrie applies the term to himself in the letter below. End of footnote. His writings in history, criticism, and politics had considerable merit. Footnote: How much poetry he wrote I know not, but he informed me that he was the author of the beautiful little piece, The Eagle and Robin Redbreast, in the collection of poems entitled The Union, though it is there said to be written by Archibald Scott before the year 1600. Boswell. Mr. P. Cunningham has seen a letter of Joseph Warton's, which states that this poem was written by his brother Tom, who edited the volume. Croker. End of footnote. He was the first English historian who had recourse to that authentic source of information, the parliamentary journals, and such was the power of his political pen, that at an early period government thought it worth their while to keep it quiet by a pension, which he enjoyed till his death. Johnson esteemed him enough to wish that his life should be written. Footnote: Dr. A. Carlyle, in his Autobiography, page 191, describes a curious scene that he witnessed in the British Coffee House. A Captain Cheap was employed by Lord Anson to look out for a proper person to write his voyage. Cheap had a predilection for his countrymen, and having heard of Guthrie,
he had come down to the coffee house to inquire about him. Not long after Cheap had sat down, Guthrie arrived, dressed in laced clothes, and talking loud to everybody, and soon fell a wrangling with a gentleman about tragedy and comedy in the unities, etc., and laid down the law of the drama in a peremptory manner, supporting his arguments with cursing and swearing. I saw Cheap was astonished, when, going to the bar, he asked who this was, and finding it was Guthrie, he paid his coffee and slunk off in silence. Guthrie's meanness is shown by the following letter in Disraeli's Calamities of Authors, Volume 1, page 5. June 3rd, 1762. My Lord, in the years 1745-6, Mr. Pelham, then First Lord of the Treasury, acquainted me that it was His Majesty's pleasure I should receive, till better provided for, which never has happened, £200 a year, to be paid by him and his successors in the Treasury. I was satisfied with the august name made use of, and the appointment has been regularly and quarterly paid me ever since. I have been equally punctual in doing the government all the services that fell within my abilities or sphere of life, especially in those critical situations that call for unanimity in the service of the Crown. Your Lordship may possibly now suspect that I am an author by profession. You are not deceived, and will be less so if you believe that I am disposed to serve His Majesty under your Lordship's future patronage and protection, with greater zeal, if possible, than ever. I have the honour to be, my Lord, etc., William Guthrie. The Lord's name is not given. See post spring of 1768 and 1780 in Mr. Langton's collection for further mention of Guthrie. End of footnote. The debates in Parliament, which were brought home and digested by Guthrie, whose memory, though surpassed by others who have since followed him in the same department, was yet very quick and tenacious, were sent by Cave to Johnson for his revision. Footnote. Perhaps there were Scotticisms for Johnson to correct, for Churchill, in The Author, writing of Guthrie, asks, with rude unnatural jargon, to support half Scotch, half English, a declining court, is there not Guthrie? Churchill's Poems, Volume 2, No. 39. And after some time, when Guthrie had attained to greater variety of employment, and the speeches were more and more enriched by the accession of Johnson's genius, it was resolved that he should do the whole himself, from the scanty notes furnished by persons employed to attend in both Houses of Parliament. Sometimes, however, as he himself told me, he had nothing more communicated to him than the names of the several speakers, and the part which they had taken in the debate. Footnote. See Appendix A. End of footnote. End of section 11.